Good afternoon, good afternoon. Oh, I forgot to enable tracking. Good afternoon, good afternoon. My name, there we go. There we go. My name is Almantas, former professor of sociology, current VTuber, old man who loves old things. Thank you all for joining me tonight. Aspen, thank you very much for the raid. I don't know how obvious it is to people that when I somebody, I have a mod lurking here. Intriguing. I don't know how obvious it is to folks that I am actually usually not at my computer when I hit start streaming. I very frequently hit start streaming and get up and walk a little bit, not like anywhere very, very far. I do very last minute going to the bathroom, I refill my water, and I do my vocal warm-ups, and I usually do those while pacing my room, because once I'm at my desk, I am sitting down a lot, and frankly, I like to get a little bit of exercise and mobility. I am not a man of the computer. I am not L:Q. I love L:Q, but I am not of the computer. The computer is not my native environment. I'm an infamous grass toucher. And so that's this vocal health for streaming. I know a couple people who do. I am pretty confident that Miss Bodega Rat does it. I am very confident that Miss Inari Reiju does not, because she was very surprised when we've done collabs together, and I was like, okay, we're doing vocal warm-ups. Like, it's time to do some vocal warm-ups. So it's interesting to me. I'm sorry, I'm like really on my shit on that one right now. I promise I will slow down a little bit on that. But yes, Aspen, what were you up to? What were you up to? To never ever scream. I think it is kind of interesting that Gamma, it's extremely unlikely that I'll be angry with you. My anger circuits have been used up the last couple of days. I can reactivate them a little bit, but I don't think that you're going to make me actually angry. You were doing a co-working stream. Excellent. I think you mentioned that. I apologize. Now that you mentioned, I think I remember you mentioning you, because you were finishing up packing, right? That's, I believe, what you told me, was that you still had some packing to finish up. Burned yourself with oil. I'm not going to be mad at you for that. That's just an unfortunate tragedy. I recommend being more careful in the future, but that is not a moral failing at all. That is just an unfortunate thing that happened. I am sorry. Working on yard sale stuff. Yes, that makes sense. That's a good gravy. Yeah, yeah. Big moves can do that. Big moves can do that. Dump the ground brief and the oil splash over. Please be more careful, folks, when you are trying to... When you are cooking, right? Cooking oil can get everywhere. Simply keep doing it until your body is immune to oil. I can say that for a while, Scaldy, I would cook with the flannel. I would wear a flannel while I was cooking for largely this reason. And and it's not a matter of, Gamma, it's not really a matter of how much heat it was, though I guess that matters a little bit. It's much more important, if your oil is like even medium hot, it will be hot enough to start flash boiling any water that gets in there, and that's going to cause spattering. And hello, space. So it's... there we go. But yes, it's yes, okay, you were working on yard sale stuff. I've never done that. I've never done that because I have lived in pretty small spaces for my life, and I don't have a ton of stuff. So when I have moved and I've had to sell things off, I've just sold them on like Facebook Marketplace or to friends. And usually I haven't, because I don't usually own things that have a lot of valid resale value. Like it's not really part of my vocabulary to have things to sell like that. And hello, Matthew. Hello, Matthew. Matthew, you've come for a stream that you'll like. I'm going to be painting. Today is going to be a painting stream, though I have not decided which mini to paint. Have not figured out that one. You know, I don't know. Indecision moments here. Classic Almantas moment here of being unable to decide what to do with myself. Stretch out the neck a little bit. But yes. I don't know what to say for myself. I am glad to be here. I am very tired. I am very, very tired. Mostly as a result of I've been getting really horrible sleep of late. It's been very difficult for me to stay asleep. Not to get asleep, but to stay asleep. And so I've been having a lot of trouble staying asleep. And today I woke up very early for me. Yeah, I went to bed right from movie night. Movie night was wonderful, by the way. Please, people who have not seen In the Mood for Love, it is, if anything, it might actually be underrated. Slept for half an hour in the last, like, 25 hours. That is brutal, Scaldy. That is brutal. I woke up very early for me at, like, 6 a.m., and then I went for a run pretty early. I went for a run quite early in the day off of my logic of, what the hell else am I going to do with myself? That is usually the thing that gets me to run, is if I am kind of at a spot in my day where I can't, like, focus and I don't really have anything planned, which is a fair amount of my time, right? Is, like, a fair amount of my time in life is, like, it's relatively unstructured work, and if I can't quite focus and I'm going to, like, play a video game or read a book or chat with friends, I will fairly periodically go, you know, I may as well go for a run, right? I may as well get in the exercise. And I figured that would make me tired enough to get some actual sleep afterwards. That's okay, Space. I try to keep them consistently. I try to keep them at a pretty consistent time. Though once subathon starts, I really have to decide if I want to do movie nights during subathon. That is something I'm still a little bit undecided on. Is if during subathon I stream 4 nights a week or 5 nights a week. That's really kind of the big decision I've got left for subathon. And the real argument against doing it 5 nights a week, well, I mean, if I was like a real hardcore serious business pro streamer, I would be doing, you know, like 7 days a week, right? Like, that's what you're supposed to do. That's what you're supposed to do. In practice, I don't really know that many streamers who do that. It really feels like that's pretty unusual. Well, and the thing, Space, is it's not about like whether or not I do the movies long, it's whether or not I stream on different days. I don't know. The movie nights are kind of they compete with the day. The day slots. The day is the slot that it's competing on. If I shorten the movies, I think I'm still unlikely to stream in the same day that I do a movie night. And the real question is, I find that if I stream too many days in a row or too many hours in a week, I get boring. Does that make sense to folks? I get like unfocused and weird, and my ability to like remain like good at streaming while streaming extensively has been improving, right? That's a thing that I have been improving at over time, my streamer endurance. But there's still like a lot of room for improvement on that. And there's a real question about whether or not that's a skill that's worth improving on. For the way that I like to stream, it arguably is, but like it's... And I mean, and Space, yes, it's not just... It's... A lot of it's just like my brain needs like time to shut down and to also intake things that are not just me recursively recounting my own content creation thoughts. I need to read books and read articles and talk to people who have nothing to do with streaming, or else I turn into an extremely boring type of streamer who just is saying the same things over and over and over and over and over and over again. Which I am in danger of doing right now. But yes, I thought that going for a run... My running has been on an upswing. I've been improving considerably in my running. I'm still not anywhere near my best shape. I still have a lot of improvement left to do, just to even like recover where I was at like 2 years ago. Just like to get back to where I was like just quite recently, even just 2 years ago, so that's I've got improvement left to go on that, and I am making improvement. But I kind of figured that if I am getting regular exercise, that should help my sleep. It should help my sleep quite a bit. That's the theory, though. That's the theory. But it did not work today. I ran, and I was in pretty good spirits up until about noon or a little bit after noon. And then ever since noon, I have just been like in a weird sleepy haze where I've been trying to get sleep and failing. I try to get some sleep. I lay down. I don't fall asleep at all. I get up, I read a little bit, I try to fall asleep again, I don't, I get up, I play a video game, I don't. It's very annoying, very annoying. Miserable day on that front. Miserable day on that front. So I am pretty annoyed about that, and pretty annoyed about that, and maybe I'll improve. Maybe I'll improve. Maybe I'll improve, but who knows? Who knows? But I haven't so far. And I don't know, today was a particularly bad one, but that happens. That happens. I am hopeful I'll get another run tomorrow, but I do feel like streamer endurance is a little bit like running in that it's a lot of endurance work, and endurance work is pretty repetitive, right? Endurance work is by its very nature pretty repetitive and pretty dull to talk about. It is not like, you know, learning more about history, right? Like, I have been talking a little bit about this repeatedly just because the book is, like, really good. Hello, Winde. Hello, Winde. The book I've been reading, I'll probably end up talking about this a couple of times over stream. The book I've been reading that I've been really enjoying, because I've read several books in the last couple of weeks that I did not get a lot of joy out of, what is Inked. And I read today the chapter on families, on military families, and it was like, this is a dark book. This is like a real rough one. I kind of feel like I am, to a certain extent, a horror guy. And it's just that, like, a lot of horror just doesn't get there for me. Doesn't, like, quite hit hard enough. Because, like, I am, like, really, like, fascinated and absorbed by the story of that Inked is telling. To summarize what Inked is about and why it's called Inked is that it is the story of how the Song Dynasty military operated. How did the Song Dynasty of China treat its soldiers? And it's really messed up because the Song Dynasty process is that being a soldier is basically permanent. It is basically permanent. You get tattooed on the face. They would tattoo their soldiers on the face with the unit they were part of to make it so that it was hard for them to desert. And for some completely demented reason that I cannot understand, they would modify your tattoos when you switched units. Like, if you got promoted or demoted, they would modify your tattoo. So your entire service record would be tattooed on your face. But if you retired, they would just give you papers. That's really strange to me. And this meant that, like, losing your papers could, like, be life-ruining. And the Song Dynasty had, at various points, upwards of 1 million soldiers under arms in a country that's like 50 million people. And you can't just have 1 million guys permanently outside of the entire reproductive cycle. Like, you just kind of can't do that with the way that pre-modern fertility and mortality regimes operate. Like, you need those guys to be raising families. And the Roman solution to this, right? The Romans had a similar kind of system where, like, they had a huge percentage of all of the men in Rome were under arms. Yeah, tough luck back in the meat grinder. Exactly, Scaldy. A huge percentage of Rome is also under arms at any one given point. But one, they serve for 20 years, which is a lengthy period of time, but not like the it's closer to 40 years for the Song Dynasty. So these guys are retiring at like 60 as opposed to 40. And so a consequence of this in Rome is that this means that the Roman marital pattern becomes very heavy, has a very high age gap. Roman marital and nuptial patterns have very, very high age gaps. It's a lot of guys like pushing 40 marrying women who are pushing 20. Tends to be the Roman marital pattern. And the Sung version of this, because like going from 40 to 60 is a much bigger delay. Going from 20 to 40 is a pretty big delay in getting guys forming families. But going from 40 to 60 is like insurmountable. That's not going to work. So soldiers just have families. And their families are just part of the military camp. Like, pretty much all of the soldiers are married. They all have kids. But because the military in the Song Dynasty is this, like, professional thing that you're a part of for, like, 40 years. It's not a levy. It's not a corvée. It's a professional standing army. That means, like, you just have a city of people who are more or less subject to martial law for their entire lives. And so there's all sorts of weird stuff, like a potential punishment for crimes for a woman was to be married to a soldier. Like that was like a thing that could happen. Is like you commit a crime and your punishment includes that you get married to a soldier. But also that like the wives of soldiers could fairly frequently be treated as like the property of the officials who ran the units. And if a man dies or retires, it was considered just like normal to force their children to become, their sons, that is to say specifically, to become soldiers. Like, that's just like not even like, it's not even a question. It's like, oh yeah, this guy retired, so therefore we tattooed his son. You know, like we tattooed his son and now his son's a soldier. And so it's a very strange thing. It's a very, very strange system. It's very coercive and quite vile. I am unimpressed with the moral logic that the Sung Dynasty officials use to rationalize why they ran the system this way. And I am unsurprised by the horrible results that they got out of it. Hello, Alexandra Luna. Hello, hello, hello. I did not get in hellos for the entire chat. I have just been doing hellos as we go, which is not my usual form. Hello, Seribots. Hello, me. Hello, Almont OS. Hello, Aspen Racina and Raiders. Hello, Ion Omnitia. Hello, Gamma 21. Hello, Scaldy1. Hello, Space Circus. Hello, Winday. Hello, Alexandra Luna. And, oh, am I missing anybody? I think I'm missing some people. And hello, Matthew Riceseeker. Hello, Karatsun. Look at the shout out to Karatsun. I can't believe I missed you there. And hello, of course, to all of the other lurkers and the VOD watchers. Thank you all for being here. It is a pleasure that you came here. I appreciate all of your presences. And I am, as ever, I am simply happy to be here and to have folks who felt like it was worth joining me. I appreciate all of you. I would say it's going well, Winday. I would say it's going well overall. Like I said, I've been really enjoying Inked. It is making me rethink a little bit about how I relate to the concept of horror media, and it's making me think pretty hard about like variations in how militaries operate. It's making me think quite a bit about that, because the last book I read that was like a really serious nonfiction that really hit me was Infantry in Battle, which is also a social history of soldiers. And Infantry in Battle and Inked are telling very different types of stories. They're telling very different types of stories about very different types of soldiers. And even then, like Infantry in Battle covered a couple of different types of soldiers. Like Prussian soldiers had a very different experience than English soldiers. And it's, I don't know, I'm thinking about it quite a bit. And I'm really kind of impressed with how viscerally I am disliking the way the Sung Dynasty does things. And it's the fact that the Sung Dynasty treats their soldiers the way they do, where soldiers are these kind of like degraded meat puppets that exist for the pleasure and enrichment of scholar officials, that they are a kind of sapient cattle that the scholar officials get to use and dispose of as they see fit, with little concern for their well-being up until the moment that they start doing mutinies, and little concern for, not even a lot of concern seemingly for their combat performance, just a lot of concern for the economic value that they present to the officers in charge. It's like, knowing that makes it a little bit easier to understand why the Sung Dynasty falls apart so badly under military pressure. It's one half of the story. I have not generally been surprised by the way that the Sung Dynasty fell apart under military pressure, because for people who are less familiar with this, the Sung Dynasty was the dynasty in China from like 900 to 1200, and they pretty much spent a lot of their reign losing wars to Khitans and Urchins and the Shia peoples, and then ultimately and completely the Mongols, right? Like, that's kind of the big story. Is like the Sung Dynasty was undoubtedly the most powerful country on the planet in terms of like economic and manpower abilities to marshal, and they lost completely to the Mongols. And this is by far the most impressive and difficult of the Mongol conquests, is taking over Sung China. And there's always been that kind of question of like, why did they even lose, right? Like, how do you lose to these much smaller steppe confederacies? And there's a, for one thing, pretty much everybody lost to the Mongols, so not a lot of shame in that one. But there are two elements that I was already kind of not too surprised by this loss. Like, I was a little bit more surprised by it when I thought about it in economic terms. But, the most important rule of military history, the single most important rule of military history is that, and military analysis, is that warfare is diplomacy by other means. This is Karl von Clausewitz, the smart guy, the smart soldier, Karl von Clausewitz. If warfare is diplomacy by other means, per Clausewitz, then that means that if you're really bad at diplomacy, you're going to struggle at warfare no matter what. Like, you can't... There's an extent to which you can substitute having good soldiers for having bad diplomats, and vice versa. But it's only an extent. It's only an extent, and Sung Dynasty diplomacy is, like, legitimately some of the worst I've ever seen in all of human history. Like, these guys are... It takes some work for me to come up with, like, diplomatic corps that were... I actually don't know if I can name any. I actually legitimately don't know if I can name any. Even like Athenian and Spartan diplomacy, which is abysmal. Athenian and Spartan diplomacy is absolutely abysmal. They are absolute dinguses, those two. The Spartans and the Athenians are absolute dinguses at any sort of diplomatic management. It is deeply unsurprising that Sparta and Athens are never able to scale up their power beyond very local tributary empires, and that those local tributary empires only last like decades before imploding. And spend a fair percentage of their entire time as tributary empires under siege, external and also internal. So it's the Sung Dynasty diplomatic corps does in fact limbo under that incredibly low standard. It's actually kind of impressive that, like, to give an idea of how impressively bad it is, it's actually pretty realistic that they could have avoided ever fighting a war with the Mongols. Like, the Mongol conquest of China is a war of choice started by the Song Dynasty. They're real dinguses. Very, very bad at what they're doing. And so that's, like I said, that's something that's like really kind of where my head has been in thinking about thinking about that, right? And it's all right. Now then. I am leaning towards painting a model today. That is where my mind is at, is painting a model. I'm a little bit torn about which miniature to paint. I'm a little bit torn about this. I have a couple of types of minis to paint, and I'm willing to hear you out. I am willing to hear out chat. I have my so many Romans. I have my so many Romans that I have plenty of work left on getting through. I have so many Romans. Oh my god, oops, all Romans. So I could very much work on my oops, all Romans. I could so I could work on painting my living Romans. I have my necromantic Romans. Necromantic Romans is definitely an option. And then I have a bunch of other miniatures. I have a bunch of other miniatures that I could work on. I have some Trench Crusades. I have some historicals. My last one was a historical, what do we call it? A Landsknecht. A historical Landsknecht. I have some historical World War I guys. So I got options. I got some big fantasy minis. I don't know how much I want to do the fantasy minis. I don't have a lot of those, so I kind of want to preserve them. But I haven't done any of the necromantic Romans in a while. You know what? I'm feeling kind of low energy and uninspired. I think I will go with a historical Roman. Today. If there are no objections. Now I'm going to just... There we go. Didn't grab all of my tools. Okay, let's go over here. Okay, so, and let's take a look here. Okay, that's the wrong orientation. Give me a second here to redo this guy. And I will... And there we go. Hello, Cielo. Hello, Cielo. I did that exactly backwards. sorry, you guys are going on a ride here a couple different ways. Okay. And hello, McAllistrine. Currently my display situation is not great. For the non-historicals that have like round bases, I have a metal tray up high where I magnetize the bases and then I put them on the magnetized elements and on the metal tray, and they're magnetized up there. They're stuck up there. For the more historical minis, like the Romans and the Landsknecht, I have them in a cardboard box. They are vibing in a cardboard box, is what I'm doing with them. So not much of a display. Not much of a display. And small plastic containers. Yeah, I've got better options that I could do pretty easily. The historicals, I should probably put on something that's a little bit magnetized. I do like the magnetized base element of it all. Though, okay, let's move the camera here a little bit. And okay, so let's start on the first part of doing. First of all, let's where is it? Wrong thing. You don't need to see that at all. That's just a scene that I don't. That's just a scene that I use for some nonsense. There we go. That's what I was looking for. Bah humbug. Sorry. I'm gonna hit something here, and okay. So I all right, and I do need to improve my lighting situation. It would be easy to improve my lighting situation, right? This thing is, everything in here is super dark. All right. So let's start on the. Oh, who do we got here? Ava has fallen _VT. Thank you for the raid. Thank you for the raid. What were you up to? What was your stream about? Tell me about your stream. Ava has fallen _VT. For the Raiders, my name is Almantas. I am a former professor of sociology and a current old man, and I do a lot of streaming here on Twitch. I usually do calligraphy. I do a fair amount of miniatures painting, and that is what I am going to be doing today. I occasionally play some games, but I decided ultimately against that today. And I am trying to have a nice, chill time. I talk a lot about history. The Silent Hill 2 remake. Okay. I played the original Silent Hill 2, the PS2 version of the Silent Hill 2, last fall, about a year ago now. I enjoyed it. I enjoyed it. I will confess I actually enjoyed Silent Hill 1 more than Silent Hill 2. But yes, I hope that you're getting excited. I am I am... I wouldn't say I try to avoid getting hyped for games that haven't come out yet. I feel very burnt by the last couple of times I got hyped for a game and then it came out and I was disappointed. So I try to keep myself at a very low level. I try to keep myself at a very like wait and see. We'll wait and see. The main thing I have seen about Silent Hill F was that the creator said, you know, that this heavy inspiration for the game was the Japanese feminist movement of the 1960s and 70s. And apparently some people were surprised to learn this, that a Japanese video game series that has a lot to say about how women are treated and that is in many ways fundamentally about how women are treated would have taken inspiration from Japanese feminism. That feels almost tautologically true, that it would do that, that it would care about that. That's, you know, I struggle with it's like somebody saying like, oh, this alien invasion movie takes a lot of inspiration from alien invasion sci-fi, right? It's almost, like I said, almost tautologically obviously true. And so I thought that was somewhat amusing. I thought that was amusing. But yes, I hope that you had a nice time with Silent Hill 2. As nice as anybody ever has a time with Silent Hill 2. It was interesting to me because I played the Silent Hill 2 original version, well, at the same time that the remake came out. I did not play the remake in no small part because I had the original, I didn't have the remake, and I'm incredibly cheap. I hate spending money. I loathe spending money. I am absolutely a person. Sybil! Hello, Sybil! It's my good friend Sybil. It's my good friend Sybil. I like Sybil a lot. Check out Sybil Cole, folks. She is a cool, spooky streamer with a nice southern drawl and has a very, very good new model. I really like the new model, Sybil. And she's a friend. She's a friend. She's a friend of the show. We need to do a collab one of these days, Sybil. We've literally never done one. We need to do one of these days. But yeah, it was kind of interesting to play the original. That was actually, and actually, Sybil, you were a person that I was watching play the remake while I was playing the original. Like I would like raid out. I remember raiding out from one of my sessions into your stream where you were playing the remake, and you were going through a region that I had just beaten like 4 hours previously. I forget which level it was, but I do remember that it was the same level, and I had just been there like a couple of hours prior. And so it was kind of interesting to see the contrast. You were struggling a lot. You were really lost. I think it was the hospital, and you were really lost. You were having some pain. You were in pain. You were very lost. I'm sorry, dude, but you were really having a bad time. Well, and it's interesting, like, some games get easier and some games get harder when you're streaming them. I found that survival horror games are easier for me to play. Yes, have a nice lurk, Ava. I'm sorry, all of my commands are busted because Streamerbot's been being obnoxious. I find that survival horror games are a little bit easier for me to play when I'm streaming, because when I'm not streaming, when I'm playing them offline, on like my own recognizance, which I don't do very often. It's not like my favorite genre for the reason I'm about to highlight. I treat like any consequences at all as a failure that demands a restart. Like any consequence. Like I like one bad engagement, and I'm just like I need to be like one tapping every single enemy, right? I am just like if I have like one zombie like gets the better of me and like wrecks me, and I have to use a bunch of healing items or something like that, I'm reloading, right? It's intolerable, right? It takes me 1,000,001 years to beat any kind of survival horror game because I'm like so antsy about shepherding my resources that I like if I use any of them outside of like particularly outside of like a hard boss fight, I just like reload. And it turns out you just like don't need to do that. I'm just like expecting myself to have perfect runs, and it's just not actually necessary. But if I do it on stream, I hold myself to the standard of like, oh, I need to keep the game moving forward for the stream's sake. And so I'm way more likely to actually beat the damn game. I'm like way more likely to actually like finish the damn thing. I'm such a perfectionist, Sybil. It's a really horrible trait of mine. I am streaming has partially been a good art form for me to engage in because it like prevents me from being as perfectionistic as I would normally be. If I was actually making edited content I would be spending like literally months doing like 2-minute videos. Like I would be spending like 20 hours per minute. It would be so dreadful. Streaming prevents me from doing that. It cuts me off from that. So it really helps with survival horror in particular. There are some other game types where I'm like way worse at them. That instinct towards perfectionism makes me like way stronger at survival city builders. Hello Noise Marine. Hello Noise Marine. And yes, that's a thing that I noticed as well, is that some games that I think I'm pretty good at, I can't really stream very well. Like the kind of puzzle games that I really like, I like a lot of really complicated, very math-heavy puzzle games. I can't stream them for crap. I can't stream them for crap. Do you think you're, Sybil, do you think you're usually good at, like, indoor orientation? Like, do you get lost inside, like, big buildings? Is I guess what I'm asking. Like, do you get lost in, like, big hospitals and stuff like that? Like, in real life. Because, like, I almost never do. There were a couple of the buildings in Silent Hill 1 that gave me trouble. Because like the way that the building shifts and changes when you go between like the dark world and the light world in Silent Hill 1, some of those get like really confusing. And hello Dulcet. Hello Dulcet. Good to have you here, Dulcie. Okay, I think I might actually I'm gonna worry on this part here a little bit more. Okay, so you're usually pretty good at orientation, and it's keeping up with chat that throws you off. Yeah, like the kind of like puzzles and survival city builders that I actually really like in my offline play, I can't like play them at like a decent level and keep up with chat. And that always drives me a little bit batty. That always drives me a little bit batty, that like I kind of have to like make a decision between like paying attention to chat. I am going to be painting an ancient Roman soldier, and I'm cleaning the model right now. I'm getting off like the plastic flash, the mold lines and stuff. I'm cleaning those up right now. That is what I am doing at the moment, and I will prime the model in once I get that done, which is probably going to happen after the ad break, because we're going into ads momentarily. We are going into ads momentarily. But thank you for stopping by, Dulcie. And Yeah, I was just kind of talking about like survival horror and so this is Sybil. Here's actually a thing that I think about all the time, and other streamers who are in here. I know Dulcet's also a streamer, but I think you mostly do. You pretty much do ASMR streams. I don't think I've never caught you doing a game stream. That might just be stupid. I don't tend to do too many game streams. It's not. I don't hate them, but I kind of like the hand cams a lot. The thing I kind of have noticed about games is that games that I find like just a little bit boring, games that are like a little bit below the level of stimulation that I really like having, I find much more fun to stream than I find them to play on my own. And I end up playing them better than I play on my own. If it's a game that's just like a little bit below what I consider like my correct level of stimulation. So like Europa is like my big one. Like Europa for that one. Like Europa Universalis, I like actually kind of do enjoy streaming, even though I hate playing it on my own. But if I've got chat to keep up with, it's actually not so bad. It's actually not too bad. Meanwhile, like Warframe, like I get pretty. I don't know. I'm probably going to do a Warframe stream again soon, because that was a subathon reward, but I don't tend to do it very often. Dark Souls was actually pretty fun to do on stream. I actually found Dark Souls really fun to stream. By the way, speaking of subathon rewards in Dark Souls, next subathon is upcoming on the 22nd, and the big reward, the top tier reward, if we manage to get all the way to the end of it, all the way to the end of stretch goals, is I will go back to Dark Souls again. I will do another Dark Souls run. I think Sybil knows this. I don't know how many other people know this, but I'm like the worst Dark Souls player. Also, hello Tayamichi. Hello Tayamichi. Hello Tayamichi. The world's greatest Souls player. Oh my god, absolutely not. Absolutely not. I am so bad at Dark Souls, folks. All right, we are into ads. I am going to go to the bathroom and put up the ad screen. And I'm back, and I'm back, and I am back. Yeah, so if people aren't familiar with this story, I love this story that Tayamichi has mentioned here. It's one of my favorite little stories. Is that I was at MAG, and a couple of us were just kind of hanging out. And I believe it was just I think it was just me, Tayamichi, L:Q, the man of letters, and Maud. As an aside, folks, Maud does not stream, and she is an absolute delight. Like, genuinely one of the like coolest parts about going to Offkai and MAG is that like that's the only way you get to hang out with Maud. That's like pretty much the only way you get to hang out with Maud. Otherwise, you pretty much do not really get to hang out around her. So Maud rocks. Wonderful woman. And so the four of us are just kind of hanging out. And I am laughing about how bad I am at Dark Souls. And Maud, I'm talking with Maud about this. I'm like, yeah, I was playing Dark Souls. I'm like, I'm kind of delighted by how bad I am at Dark Souls. It's pretty funny, to be like this like toddler cripplingly incompetent at a skill. And I'm talking with Maud about this, and she's like, no, you can't be that bad at it. Like, I'm sure you're fine. And I'm like she's not quite reading the room on this one. And then Clonk cuts back into the conversation. Like, he's been talking to Tayamichi about actual smart people stuff. And Clonk cuts into the conversation and goes, no, Almantas is the worst Dark Souls player I've ever seen. And I think that's extremely accurate. I think that's extremely fair. Not the only person who has said that. I mean, the main thing that kind of stops me from going back to it is that, like, whenever I do it, I always kind of want to do it as, like, a big chunk. And I don't like stopping. I don't like stopping doing my calligraphy, right? I like doing my calligraphy in my hand cams. It's like, that's the main thing. That's the main thing, is it competes with doing calligraphy in hand cams. Which is, like, kind of my favorite thing to be doing. I like doing my traditional arts. I like working with my brushes. I do think that if I go back, I might try and play it mouse and keyboard, because that has been like even at 80 hours in, I am not used to the controller controls. That's, yeah. And so I might try it on mouse and keyboard next time, or probably just pure keyboard. I think a control, because like my hands hurt all the time doing when I was playing Dark Souls on stream. Like, I would have to like very regularly take breaks from holding the controller. The controller was very uncomfortable for me personally. So I do that pretty frequently. Let's get that cleaned up a little bit better. And actually, I do feel a little bit of envy sometimes for my streamer friends who are like who like really get into games on stream, because I almost never am as into gaming as they are. And like they're so excited to be playing Path of Exile and all this new hotness and stuff like that. And I'm just here doing my calligraphy and my kanji practice and my my calligraphy, my kanji practice, my you know, my mini painting. When I go to games, I go to like one game every like week or two. I'm interviewing people. I'm drinking. I do feel a little bit jealousy sometimes over how excited these people get over games, because I'm rarely as excited as they are. Right? That's pretty rare for me. And I think it's just a matter of like there's a linear amount of time in life. And if I really wanted to, I suppose I could change what I'm doing to be like that. But you know, there's only so many hours in a week. And life is fleeting, and I am doing the stuff that I am doing, right? I am doing the stuff that I am doing. And honestly, I prefer it, ultimately. I ultimately prefer it. That's the thing. It's like, you kind of need to reconcile yourself with the fact that you have to make a choice with what you're doing with your time, and you can't live with too much regret, right? You know, earlier I was talking with somebody about, you know, Marcus Aurelius and Nietzsche, and it's the same thing, right? It's the same thing. This is what Nietzsche's like perhaps favorite philosophical point. Maybe not the one that people think about it for him the most. That like, you know, you should live your life in such a way that if you could do it all over again, you have no regrets. You would do the exact same things. And that's not just a matter of like making the right choices. That's a matter of making the choice to not accept regret as a feeling from yourself. That's the big part, is making the choice that you will no longer regret things. Speaking of, it looks like it is time to get started on the big part of this, which is getting the paints out. Actually, hold on. No, we've got one more step before we get the paints out. One more point. Let's get the brushes out. We want the number 2. The number 2. The number 4. That might be all I use. One of these days I will have to break out the number 1 and the number 4. I'm sorry, the number 1 and the number 3. But I'm trying to like really make sure that I get a good handle on these things. And it's the thing with games is interesting, right? Games is interesting as a practice. The big thing to me is that I don't know. It's rarely quite as satisfying to me. Like sometimes it is, but there's something that's kind of striking to me about the fact that the games that I end up playing the most tend to be some of the ones that I'm least satisfied with. Like the amount of time that I have poured into Warframe, and it's just kind of dubious that I bothered. I'm kind of like often left like wondering like, why did I do that? Warframe isn't even like the worst offender, right? Like Warframe is not the worst offender here, because like I at least like a lot of what I did in Warframe and like the feeling of Warframe. I'm going to play around a little bit with focus here for a second, with focus and camera orientation. Okay, that's actually not too bad. That's about intuitive to where I want to wind up. Okay, so it's mainly there to get your time. Yeah, and hold on a second here. Is there to get your time? Is there to eat your time? Yeah, and like the games that like I think sometimes about the concept of people often talk about the concept of like ratio of dollars spent to time playing. And I understand where people are coming from. But a ratio that I think is more kind of impressive is ratio of time playing to time thinking about. In which case, like, Undertale's, like, really hard to beat, right? Like, Undertale is, like, I've played Undertale for, like, 6 hours in my entire life, and I think about it all the time, and it's changed how I think about other games.
See, that is the difference between you and I.
Yeah, you hate Undertale, yeah.
No, actually, I don't.
I know.
No, the difference here is that you say you think about the ratio between time spent playing and time spent thinking about, right? And you say this is a positive.
Mm-hmm.
But here's the thing, right?
Yeah.
When I spend a lot of time thinking about a game, it's because I fucking hate it.
Ah, yes. This is
and I want to make it better in my head.
So this is this is a huge difference between you and I, because the worst thing I can kind of say about something is that it was not intellectually stimulating, that it was uninteresting is like the worst thing I've got to say. I am so much less motivated by like anger than you are. I'm such a much less angry person than you. Like,
true. Yeah. Though I wouldn't necessarily say this is an angry resentment.
Mm-hmm.
This is disappointment.
Yeah.
Because the worst thing I can say about a piece of media is, why was this made?
Mm-hmm.
This is unnecessary.
Well, I mean, this is actually a place where we're fairly convergent on, right? Is it like to me, the moment where like I realize that like I don't like something, like my real negative review moment, so to speak, is I'll be reading a book or playing a game or watching a movie, and I go, why the hell am I here? Like what am I doing here? What is the point of me being here? Why didn't I do something else? And my standards for like doing something else is like this is very people, you got to understand how harsh this is, because I am not comparing this to like an optimal experience. My barrier for like this is a worse and less enlightening and less interesting experience is not comparing it to some sort of like theoretical maximum. I am comparing it to like literally watching paint dry. Like,
I mean, yeah, that's not even inaccurate, actually. That's kind of how I feel about this too.
Yeah.
I think the big difference in approach between the two of us as critics, so to speak, right, is that you are comfortable critiquing something from the perspective of yourself and your time, right, and your interest, and I am not, right? I critique things from the perspective of what it contributes to the greater body of art.
Yeah, you are very
concerned. I'm not trying to say
with genres. Yeah.
Genre, but I'm very concerned with the way a work of art affects people, like sociologically, right? I pretty much view art as a sociological and anthropological exercise. It is not there to improve one person's life. It is there to improve the life of, or, so to speak, improve, right? To impact, to affect the life of the population as a whole. And when it fails to do this, no matter whether or not it appeals to me, I am disappointed for one reason or another. Either I'm disappointed in the artist for not being able to reach more people, or I am disappointed in the audience for not being reached.
Also, hello, horror loving, and that is a good point. Yes. The beginner's guide is one that I have been meaning to play. I did miss that Shark Rip. That's one that's been in my library that I've not gotten around to in a million years, even though it's been sitting.
The beginner's guide is fairly interesting, I feel. Right?
Yeah, I've heard pretty universally good things about it, but yeah, well, I mean, like I say, I am using this question of like how much time did I spend thinking about it compared to how much time I spent playing it as a sort of proxy measure for how interesting it is overall, how intellectually interesting it is. And I mean, this is me being the sociologist, right? Is that like I am just talking openly and nakedly about my proxy measurements. Like what are my measurements and what are they proxies for, as opposed to talking about the thing directly that I am hunting down. And I'm just gonna be the sociologist to kind of illustrate the point, because I think this is kind of a fun illustration on a topic that I love. I really like the topic of romantic love and sexuality. Also, I just realized that I'm blocking my own camera with my water cans.
You might want to move me too.
Where are you? I'm not even looking at my own preview.
I'm right next to you, taking up space that could be used to see your technique. You could put me like on. You can make me smaller. And put me on your head or something.
Think I am going to, for the moment, let's get in here. Fugi, I'm just holding the miniature where I want it. I'm going to do what you do. I'm going to follow your lead.
Okay.
Yeah. There we go. Following. This is the Mikks technique.
Yeah. I just put myself partially off screen because it's funny.
It is. No, it's good. It's good. I mean, I think I've got a full body model, so obviously I'm putting a ton of myself off of the screen. Oh, Nate, thank you for the gifts for the hold on. How many months is that?
3 months.
3 months. Yes. 3 months. Which is a little bit of a shame because Sensational put really good work into the shoes.
Mm-hmm. No, the shoes are really good. Yeah,
the shoes are really good. Like
there was some attention to detail there that you rarely see, right? Unless somebody like specifically requested. I'm surprised you don't have like more Jordans on VTubers.
I'm surprised too. I am also Atarbarek. Welcome in. I love Miks's little avatar. It suits him very well. The dapper little bird is very Update soon. I hope it remains dapper.
It's going to be even more dapper and more varied in its dapperness, right?
Excellent. I'm excited. I do wonder if I should get a spin so that people can just like get the chance to see the shoes more often.
That's a really funny idea. Yeah, just get Kari's spin.
I should talk with her about that. That's a good way to kind of compromise on that. Tim's that are 4x too big. That's Bodega Rat.
Yeah, that is Bodega Rat, actually.
The massively oversized Tims.
Yeah, they're pretty good, though.
I mean, that's her. That's her,
I mean,
baby.
I'm a mecha fan, so I like lots of detail on the feet for no good reason, right? So...
Mm-hmm. Oh, yeah, no, Bodega's...
She's a Bodega Rat.
She's a Bodega Rat. No, I'm just... Me and Bodega had an extremely stupid interaction earlier today where her chat got on talking about 2000s webcomics because she was celebrating Metal Gear Solid 2 Day. And so,
yes.
A lot of nostalgia for the first Bush era, for the first couple years of the Bush administration. And me and Bodega have been discussing doing a book club on Octopus Pie.
Right.
And like she literally brought it up like while I was typing it out. It's like, God damn it. It's exact same timing. Yeah, exact same timing. Otherwise I'd feel a bit ashamed about it. Stupid interaction in that like I felt incredibly predicted. Like I was literally typing in, oh, by the way, Bodega, we've been meaning to catch up on Octopus Pie, and like she literally said it out
in
loud
your head.
while I was still
literally in your head.
Yeah, literally. Yeah. The telepathy of both being New Yorkers. New Yorker induced telepathy.
That is true. That does happen. You're New Types. You're New York types.
New York types. Yeah. That's so dumb, man.
I can make anything a Gundam reference.
You really can.
It's one of my superpowers.
It's truly remarkable. It's truly remarkable.
We could also make anything an anti-capitalist critique.
Oh, I mean, that's easy. That's easy.
That's incredibly easy. It's like a tried and true, like trailblazed. You know, I'm not blazing any trails there.
Honestly, this is like a sign of like how much I've become like a curmudgeon in like politics criticism. Is like I saw some people talking about some bullshit thing on Blue Sky. And then somebody put in the comments like, well, that's because like, and then nobody's willing to mention the profit motive element of this. And I'm just like, if somebody doesn't mention the profit motive in their analysis of why like something happens in, like comic books or something like that, that's because they think it's boring. It's not because they're not thinking about it.
It's boring, right? People act like it's a gotcha to say, and you're just trying to make money when talking about like a business.
Yes,
they're trying to make money. That is in fact what a business is for. It is to make money, right? It doesn't necessarily have to be entirely profit motivated, but it is to make money. That is the purpose of business. That is why you do commerce.
Also, hello Nekomaster, and hello Tohu Bohu. Yes, it is nerds. It is nerds. You're right, Tohu. And I like the part that annoys me about that, right? From like because I am a businessman doing business, the business anarchist. That it's like just saying like, oh, there's the profit motive involved in this. Like, well like that's like a level 0 premise in discussing anything that happens underneath capitalism. The question is not like, is there a profit motive involved in this? The question is like, are we talking about cutting expenses? Are we talking about reaching a wider audience? Are we talking about intensifying an existing audience? Like, come on, man. Like
are we talking about and usually the implication here is people who do things for money are bad. Right.
Yeah.
Like,
the Gen X sellout critique. Yeah.
The idea that it's like somehow less genuine to try to make money off of like an art, right?
Yeah, and like I do think that there is something of an argument to be made about like I do think that like the abandonment of selling out as a line of critique is. I do think we can bring it back a little bit. I think we may have gone a little bit too far.
Yeah,
like we get that bag discourse. I think as I am trying to get that bag right now in front of everyone.
In all honesty, right? In all honesty, I really don't think it is especially interesting to talk about profit motive from the perspective of like a critique of having profit motive, right?
Yeah,
like,
it's not enough.
I do believe that it is like the problem that I have actually with this discussion typically is that the profit motive gets thrown at individuals trying to make profit. Trying to make some money off of something that they think is a good idea and can make them money so that they can actually like buy a house or whatever, right?
Yeah.
Versus, oh, you can't criticize corporations for trying to make a profit. Why not?
Yeah.
Why can't I? Actually, like, why can't I?
Hello, Monte. Hello, Monte. Early millennial. Oh,
it is
early millennial mother. That's. Oh, ow.
Yeah.
Ow. I hope to God that you are over the age of 18, so I don't have to kill you right now. He
is. He's. Monty, you're 23, right? 23, 24, something like that. He's been in Nagi's server for like 5 years.
Okay.
Right. This is one of my people.
Gotcha. You're 25.
Okay. I can't keep track of anything anymore. So you're 2000s child. Yeah, no, keep in mind, we're all old, so.
All old. I mean, yeah, happy 9/11 day to all who celebrate. It's like I actually like doing analyses of business and like what makes them profitable and like what are the different strategies that you might use to try to make money. And that can be interesting, and there is an ethics to it, right? It's not like this makes you above ethics or beyond ethics.
Ethical commerce is entirely possible and not even that hard.
Yeah, it's and I think that there's something to be there's a valuable type of critique to point out when companies do behave extremely unethically and stuff like that, because eventually it is a person, right? Eventually it is a person that is behaving unethically. But I think that just saying like, oh, it's because of the profit motive, like that's like is 77 even millennial? No, that's got to be Xers.
That's late Gen X. Millennial is like 82, 83, depending on who you ask. So I'm at like the very peak, right? The very edge of millennial.
I have seen people say 1980, which I think they mostly chose because it makes it even.
Yeah, which it makes sense to me. Yeah, I'll get the shout out.
Dante Daedalus, thank you for the raid. Thank you for the raid.
That's a cool fucking name, by the way.
Yeah, it is. It is. Dante Daedalus, hello. How are you doing tonight? My name, for the raiders, my name is Almantas. I am a former professor of sociology. I am a current VTuber, and I am a forever old man. I am joined by fellow old man and bird, Mikks.uav. No, there's no dot in your name right now. Mikks.
Technically, that is my name, so.
Yeah, and I am painting a miniature, and we are discussing art critiques that we don't find very compelling and interesting.
Yeah. I mean, I can discuss art critiques that I do find compelling and interesting as well, right?
That's true. That's true. Whoa, follow via Pawnee. Hey, that is a corpse. That's a good corpse.
It is, in fact. Yeah. I like the hand a lot.
I like the hands a lot. I like her and her a lot. Mm-hmm. I like Corpse a lot. Corpse is actually one of my favorite streamers. One of my like real comfort raid targets is Corpse CH. Yes.
Yeah. No. It's all good.
Well, she's and for anybody who's not familiar with her, she is mute, and this is something of an advantage for me when I'm choosing raid targets, in that I know that there are people in this stream, I know there are people watching me that are going to be asleep.
Yeah.
When I head out, and hello VexxingCat. That's when I raid out, Corpse will reliably not wake anybody up.
Fair enough. Yeah. That's fair enough.
Whereas if I raid, like, Callie Calico or something, like
Callie, sometimes, even like, I mean, there, if you're ever around, like, you might actually be able to raid into Nagi nowadays.
Yeah, that's true.
She's back to her normal schedule. And she scream.
She's
loud. Woman loud.
I mean, the one that was the most extreme on this was one of my favorite raids ever was when my model was being rigged. My rigger was live rigging it. And this is CharlottXBear, and I raided her. Charlotte responded to me raiding her by screaming fuck very loudly over and over again.
That's pretty good.
Yeah.
That is pretty good.
It's you only get to do that so often, right? You only get to raid the person rigging you so often in life. So yeah, I
usually once or twice, unless you're like, I don't know, Iron Mouse, then it's like 200 times or whatever.
Well, and that also counts on like you having your rigger being somebody who's even streaming.
Yeah, that's true.
And hello, Rift.
Oh, hey, it's Bleed too.
Hey, Dead Bleed. Hey, Dead Bleed.
Dude, Dead Bleed's cool. People I have to shout out.
Yeah. No, we're gonna. Hold on. I'm gonna fix my non. I'm gonna fix the command.
Okay. The non-direct. Yeah. Okay. Cool.
The non-direct command. This is so annoying.
It's incredibly annoying.
Yeah.
That's why I don't even bother.
Well, it's just annoying that it all broke.
Yeah.
Shout out. SO available. That actually should be fine. Okay. I'm gonna see if it works. SO VexxingCat. There we go.
There you go. Okay.
There we go. Okay.
Cool,
now one's fixed. Folks. Yeah. I'm gonna give the quick one here. VexxingCat just debuted. She just debuted her live 2D.
It looks fucking great, by the way.
It's phenomenal. It's wonderful. Why you? Because I want to see if we'd give the special event there, and it was burning a hole in my pocket to think about it. So I went for you first. VexingCat is a lovely reading streamer. I have lost track of what you are reading these days because you were prepping. Every time I talked to you, you were like, I am dying of prep for debut. It was like the only conversation we've had for like weeks. So you finished 1984. You did finish 1984. She has been choosing some socially conscious novels to stream. Whiskey lemonade. I am my alcohol preferences are towards neat scotch or much more often just beer.
Oh God, Robert Frost.
Yeah, you don't like Frost at all.
I see. Frost is interesting and very important and influential, but I find him a wishy-washy sycophant. So,
sycophant. That was not what I was expecting. I thought you were going to say sentimentalist.
No. Like all poetry is sentimental.
Yeah,
it's like the point of poetry, right? I will be totally honest. I inherit most of my distaste for Frost from my grandmother, who I believe, if I recall correctly, once had a screaming argument with him in a bar.
Ridiculous. Whoop. You guys don't need to see that. There we go. Yeah, Micks's family is ridiculous.
My grandmother was a very well-connected woman who was a patron of the arts. Let us call her, right?
Yeah.
There is work also. She has work in a couple of museums. So she was believe it or not, a miniature painter and sculptor. Who did work for miniature dollhouses, right? Really tiny china, right? With like extremely high details, right? She had the eye for this stuff. It was amazing, right? I don't remember whether I showed you her dollhouses.
No, you didn't.
Okay. They're still in the attic of my parents' house, so.
Okay. I'll have to check this out sometime. Next time I'm in DC. But the yes.
No. It's pretty specialist. It's in a couple of miniatures museums. One in New Hampshire, one in Massachusetts. I think she has a couple of pieces in Sweden somewhere. I don't remember exactly where though. Maybe Stockholm. But these are all like really small, like almost, and a lot of them have been sold to private collections at this point. So.
Hell yeah.
Yeah. Who have I been joined by? I am smaller now, so I assume somebody else entered.
It's got to be the Mancer, right? Yes, it is.
In fact, Nyanomancer and
no.
Vex.
Oh, there we go. And Vex. Okay, hold on.
Yeah, see, we're off screen now.
Yeah, now
Vex
I
is good, yeah.
There we go. And hello, Blue.
Yeah,
hello, Blue.
We're upside down. Perfect.
Yeah. And hello, Vex. How are...
I'm here to yell at Mikks.
Feel free. I know I have controversial opinions on Frost specifically.
No. Frost himself, I could care less. Like but ultimately, I'm hearing myself. I need to mute the stream. There we go. Ultimately, poetry is the lens in which the common man can understand complex concepts. Okay.
I don't disagree.
So Robert Frost, American poet. I think he was even a laureate. I'd have to double check. But his work allows us to learn about and appreciate the beauty of nature. Who he was and what he was all about, I don't really care. I'm indifferent to. I mean, he died like 70 years ago. It's not relevant. But his poetry and that is what allows us to see the importance of nature. Like Theodore Roosevelt is probably my favorite president, was a huge advocate for parks and nature and making sure that we preserve that. And I think Robert Frost's poetry does an excellent job of showing the beauty of that natural world and making it easier for everyone to appreciate, especially when we're raised in these very, concrete, iron, steel buildings, brick, mortar, things that don't really have a place in nature. And if we're gone, nature's just going to take it all back. And we need to understand that that is an driving force. And Robert's poetry does that. But yeah, that's my point.
So my concern with Frost as an artist, right? Because I was actually speaking of him as an artist. I find him wishy-washy as an artist. I feel that he feels the need to make things, as you said, beautiful. Right?
Yes.
He feels the need
Idealistic.
for things to be beautiful and serene and peaceful and correct. And I find that to be, and also his prose reeks to me of somebody who's very proud of himself for doing so. And I find this to be troublesome.
Disingenuous?
Troublesome in what it conveys to the audience, which is that true art, things that are valuable, are always beautiful, and they're always, peaceful, and they're always something that you should take pride in. I am, as a reader, and especially as a poetry reader, the kind of person who primarily likes poetry that's basically saying, hey, people are fucked up, this is fucked up, and the world that we live in is not up to snuff. We have to do better than this, right? And I do think Frost definitely had a way with words for convincing the layman, in particular, of the value of something that they were taking for granted or not really engaged with. But I find the mechanism of engagement being one of beauty and idealization to be intellectually limiting, right? It is far too much on the spectrum of pathos as opposed to logos. Frost wasn't telling people why these things were valuable. He was telling them that they were valuable because they held some sort of aesthetic. value that could be appreciated by them. It's because look at what you get out of it, right? Look at what you get out of it. It's not, this is a good thing that should exist. It's, this is a thing that you can appreciate, so it deserves to exist. That's what I find troublesome about Frost, right? And I should say, not much of a poetry critic. I kind of just appreciate, I'm more about the words in the poetry than the actual depth of the poetry, right? So I'm not the best person in the world to form a strong conclusion or argument against or for the value of a piece of poetry, right? It's not really my area of expertise, but so I'm mostly speaking out of my ass here. This is mostly anecdotal, right? This is mostly my experience with Frost, having read pretty much his entire body of work, right?
Would you say that you would describe Frost as not so much giving an appreciation of nature so much as instrumentalizing nature?
To some degree, yes. I find, so there's a thing in particular that appears a lot in criticism and in discussion of the arts, especially of writing, right? Which is that this thing here, this piece of art, or what this art is conveying, is valuable to me because it makes it about my experiences, right? It's the important part is the qualia that I experience with the art or with the world, not anything separate from the self. It's always very driven by a desire to place one's own experience on high, regardless of whether or not this experience is harmful, right? And appreciating the beauty of nature is not a harmful thing to do in any way, right? I have no critique of that. I simply have critique of the uncritical way that you are encouraged to do so, right? That you are encouraged not to think more about why you value something, only to value it in the first place. That actually rubs me very much the wrong way.
Hello, Gringotts. Okay, interesting.
However,
yeah.
Before we continue, I have to say, the way that Vex said American poet made me think of the Lenny Kravitz song, American Woman. It's like, American poet, stay away from me,
Oh, man. I mean, Marion Montgomery explained it best. She said his attitude towards nature is one of a armed and amicable truce between and a mutual respect interspersed with crossings of the boundaries between nature and man. He had a very idealistic idea of what nature was. However, nature, while is the cornerstone quintessential piece of what he was known for, he wrote on about other things, like Once by the Pacific. He had a deeper, like more profound poetry that talked about the cruelty of human beings, like the helpless cruelty of things that have no way to defend themselves. He had more depth than just nature. It's just, that's what he became known for. That's what he wrote the most of.
This is true. However, I also feel that most of his commentary poetry is very much the realm of I'm trying to figure out how to say this in the least confrontational way possible, right?
I appreciate the effort.
Which is that and
I am a grown-ass adult, Mikks. I can accept
Frost,
the criticism.
Right? I mean towards Frost as a whole, right? Yeah. Because I actually think this is a very good conversation. I don't want to derail it by being angry. Frost, as I said, he very much reeks to me of a man who, as the author of his work is about how, well, I am upset by this. Me, personally, am upset by this, but I'm going to frame this in a light that it is somehow a universal thing that you should also be upset about, right? Like, he frames the cruelty of, oftentimes, people not viewing the world in the way that he thinks that they should, and how it ostracizes him from them. And, well, I can actually relate to that quite a bit.
I was about to say, that sounds like, this sounds familiar.
I can relate to that quite a bit, right? So I feel that it's not an unfair critique of him to say that I don't believe he's speaking from a higher, like, philosophy. I believe, but he's framing it as though he is, and that frustrates me quite a bit, right? He frames a lot of his poetry as though he is making some sort of bold statement about things that are, to me, again, anecdotally, painstakingly obviously true. In a lot of ways, you
have to understand, though, you are a intellectual, complex, intelligent person, right? So to you, this seems superfluous framework that this lens that he's putting in front of everyone to make them see things a certain way. You are seeing around the lens, through the lens, behind the lens, the aperture that surrounds it. Like, you see all of the moving parts and you're unimpressed by it because you already have an intrinsic sense of what you find value in. Frost is trying to create a sense of value in people that don't have any of those critical thinking skills to see the value in the beauty of things.
And I believe that in doing so, and by providing tools to allow people to engage without actually developing those skills, I believe that a lot of what Frost does is quite against achieving the goal of a higher level of critical thinking in a populace, right? Like, the big issue here is that I don't actually have a lot of patience for... Well, we just need them to agree with us for now so that we can get things done. I feel that leads... I don't want people to value the things that I value. I want people to think through things and come to the same conclusions that I do. Or come to conclusions that are at least non-hostile to mine. I am very uncomfortable with... and this is not, like, that serious, right? I should say. But I'm largely uncomfortable with somebody agreeing with me because I've appealed to their sensibilities as opposed to appealing to their critical capabilities. Pathos against logos again, right? I guess like at its core, right? I find Frost to be very populist. And I find that to be distasteful in the majority of art that I consume, right? I don't really like appeal, right? Appeal bothers me. I don't like it when somebody can engage with something without fully understanding it. Or like truly, when
There's a comment like also supporting your argument, Mikks, in chat. So Monty Henzoy, I agree that Frost is an impactful American poetry, but also think that Frost is a self-important little shitter. And I never made the argument that he wasn't.
No,
I'm just saying that he's...
in fact, specifically acknowledged it. It should be noted, Monty's a friend of mine. Right.
Oh, fair.
So he knows me, and he knows the reason he's friends with me is because we often have similar takes on this stuff.
I am trying through my entire reading. I am trying through the lens of reading these books and these poems, these stories, to one, bring light to them, but also for me to like further my own education and my own critical thinking skills. And so like the Machine Stops, 1984, Animal Farm, but poets, like I want to be covering. Maya Angelou is my personal favorite author, like favorite poet, favorite author. I just, her importance in furthering like equality for women and equality for people
Maya
of color.
Angelou is
just
really good. Like,
she's in it,
really, really
and down to the bone. She was an actual amazing human being, and that's like. If I could achieve greatness of her caliber, it could be amazing. But so like she's I'm saving her as like a palate cleanser after I get through some of the people that I just need to get through. And Robert Frost, we're segueing into fall. It's a natural transition for me. It's it's also a bit of a palate cleanse after 1984. But it's also, hopefully, I can drill down on some of his poetry and like look at things through his perspective, as well as like make my own judgment calls.
This is
and
absolutely
have these
essential.
conversations.
Yeah, this is absolutely essential. And don't get me wrong, right? I am not at all critical of you or anyone else for reading Frost. In fact, I think one of the most inane things that people do when it comes to art is say, oh, that's a bad artist, I shouldn't have to read them, I'm just going to criticize them without reading them. I'm like, well, what are you doing? What are you no, this is not what
you cannot make an educated and informed decision unless you educate and inform yourself.
And you can't and you can't combat a viewpoint without understanding it. You can't just like, I mean, obviously you can stand there and say, no, I won't do that, but that's not exactly like productive, right? The thing that like the perfect example for Frost, right, of what I dislike about Frost is the road not taken, right?
The passersby and that's interesting.
The actual divide here is Frost being very proud of himself for being a hipster. That's kind of how I feel about it.
I think hipster's a bit too modern. I would say a hippie.
Fair enough.
From the 1960s, he was, a self-aggrandized,
there were hipsters in the 1960s, but they were like jazz house guys, right? Just saying. But no, sorry, just saying. Like this is actually like the only area of American history that I actually know anything about. So I must use my knowledge, or it shall elude me. But yeah, no, with Frost, I don't know. Like I think he's important to study. And I think I will be very interested in seeing what you have to say about him as you read, right? Because like I'm always interested more than anything else in dissenting viewpoints that actually have some body to them, right? That's way more important to me than being agreed with. I have very little interest in
sycophancy
and just the most important thing in the world to me, the thing I value more than anything else, is to be disagreed with intelligently, and I don't think you're incapable of anything less than that. So
Well, at this point,
So I'm this mix.
At this point, I have to say, I don't have enough of a platform to stand on. All I know is through the lens of the poetry of his that I have read, and that's why digging into his complete body of work, I'll have a much greater understanding.
Very true. Yeah.
Of
top
who
of that,
he was, what he was, etc.
On top of that, your argument is also very good. Don't get me wrong, right? I actually agree with all of your points. I just have to, like, for me, it's something of an ideological issue, right? I just don't think there should be art that's, like, easy and accessible. I think that things should just be, like, challenging at a very high level. That tends to be what I think is valuable, because I guess I feel that when there is people flock to what is unchallenging to them, as opposed to what is challenging to them. And a lot of the times, I feel that a lot of what we consider great art, so to speak, culturally, is not truly the most insightful or thoughtful or well-composed pieces that exist. It's what resonated with the largest group of people, right? Which is a skill in and of itself. I'm just not sure it's the same skill that I would call great.
That was...
It's...
So,
I'm not gonna go.
My point here is when things are not easy, most people will turn away. Fair. When things are more difficult to digest and are harder to achieve, to understand and grasp, it will cut away more and more people. And as intellectuals or intelligent people, we are not scared by this. However, we have to take into consideration the many that are not interested, some not even capable of pursuing that hard work to get an understanding of things. So poetry, literature, music, arts that are accessible by the many create a sense of interest, and that interest creates people that want to do more, greater, bolder, more interesting things for us to consume. So why let them have this mix? Let them enjoy things, because that inspires artists and musicians and actors and people to further pursue.
Mikks cannot let people just enjoy things. It is like his number one motive in life is that he cannot let that happen.
Oh, what a sad and angry existence you must have.
It's mostly that, I mean, I'd be sad and angry anyways, primarily because, like, the problem here is that I find that, so in my experience, and I have learned in the space that I now exist in, that most people didn't have this experience, probably because they didn't move in the same circles I did in, like, the 90s and the 2000s, right? Where when you have things that are, and when I say accessible, I don't mean available, right? I mean easily digested, right? They are something that you pick up, you read in 20 minutes, you put down, you go, oh, that was neat, and then you move on to the next thing, right?
An example of the artistic version of that for me that I cannot stand, but lots of people like, Pollock. Cannot stand the spattered paint. I think it is horrendously ugly and a waste of materials. There is no value. Pollock. There's no intelligent thought. It's literal random chaos, and I just can't get into it.
I will tell you exactly why, right? Maybe not why you can't get into it, right? I can't speak for you, but my understanding as a psychologist of Pollock and his appeal, right, is that his work at a very pure level allows the audience to insert themselves and their impression of it into it, completely erasing the boundary of needing to apply an analytical lens, needing to understand a perspective other than your own, because there is no real perspective other than your own, right? I'm sure Pollock had a methodology.
I don't I'm the minority here. I like Pollock. Not my favorite by any stretch, but I also don't think that that's the appeal of Pollock at all. I think the appeal of Pollock is that it's unavoidable. There's no way that I can find that a person looks at Pollock and doesn't experience his anger. That his imposes on you so strongly. His sense of anger and frustration and rage is just utterly inescapable. And yeah, Best Under Heaven, a very funny point. Yeah, as a person whose favorite painter is Rothko, that is definitely a thing.
But yeah, I don't feel like Rothko's different.
Rothko's very different. Rothko's very, very different.
He would spend hours formulating just the perfect color to express. There was effort, there was worth, there was time and attention and everything to get exactly the value that he wanted, and that's a lot of work. I see you shaking your head there. Oh, there he is.
Sorry, I don't want to interrupt Al, actually.
No, I agree that Rothko's a completely different type of artist. Despite the fact, like there's a superficial similarity between Rothko, Mondrian, and Pollock, and I honestly like Pollock the least out of the three of those. But it's a very naive one where Rothko's is a incredible devotion to both deliberation and also to one of the things I always feel is worth pointing out about Rothko is that Rothko is being very deliberate about thinking about the context that his work is going to appear in, and he's very deliberately thoughtful about the fact that museums are very artificial environments that changes the way that a person experiences a piece of art compared to other ways they might experience it. And I think of Pollock as very unmediated anger, very aggressive and direct, and I don't even think that I'm not asking you to love it because I know that it's a very anti-intellectual.
It seems to me, yeah.
It is a very his is a very anti-intellectual approach, but I also don't think that that's something that you get to impose anything on.
Pollock, right?
Yeah, Pollock.
But see, here's the thing, right? You can't experience his emotion. You're not him. What you are experiencing is what the art is communicating to you and making you feel, right? Mm-hmm. And Pollock, uniquely among a lot of well-known painters, is not exactly applying a lot of very intentional technique to his art that evokes certain expression, right? It is very much Pollock is what you see in Pollock. And a lot of the times that is... when I say what people get out of it, I'm not talking about critics here. I'm not talking about people thinking about it and saying, Pollock is good because of this. I'm saying it is uncomplicated to engage with to a degree that one can just feel things by looking at it. Mm-hmm. And I think for people like Vex and I, sorry if I'm putting words in your mouth here, Vex, though, what we look at this and is that we see a bunch of random shit. Right? At least that's what I see, right? I look at this and I see a bunch of random shit. I don't see any expression of technique. I don't see any expression of artistry. I see a guy throwing plane at the wall because he's angry, and that does not impress me at any level.
I'm with you on this one. It's just it is erratic. There is no planning. He just grabbed cans of paint and splatted it onto a canvas, and it just it was just anger. There's no time in it. He could whip out these paintings in 20 minutes and let them dry, and then made absurd amounts of money from people that thought it meant something and it had greater value because, it's oh, what a genius Pollock was. I'm no, I could literally spend 15 minutes in my garage and make the exact same thing without the anger. It is easily reproducible and has no technique.
I think Al does have a point, though. Yeah, I think Al does. See, you just need to channel that anger into creating a new Pollock and then selling that for a ton of money. That's the obvious solution here, right? It's the obvious compromise. But I think that Al has a really good point when he says that there's a lot of anger in Pollock, because I do think that angry art resonates with people. It's one of the kinds of art that most resonates with people, right? Anger and hope are the two fundamental messages that everybody wants to see in art. They want to see somebody being angry about something, and they want to see somebody being hopeful about something. And I think that's a lot of the message that reaches the widest sort of audience, right? Designing and curating a message for consumption and to communicate something that people that will resonate with them is a definite skill. But I'm not sure if it's the same sort of thing as convincing somebody to listen to you. Because what you're doing is you're providing them what they want to hear at some level, right? You're giving them what they already like, what they're already interested in, which is, generally speaking, themselves and their own life, right? And I don't know, for me as a reader, right? I'm not even going to try to speak as a critic or as an artist here. As a reader and as an audience, I look for art that isn't about me. I look for art that's about somebody else's experience, and I want to have that shared with me in a way that isn't trying to make it like, oh, this could be you. Oh, this could be you. Oh, this could be you.
CeeLo Slug made an interesting comment, and I just kind of want to, before we get too far from it, because it's really interesting. So they made the comment of then do it, and I'm assuming that was for me to go into my garage and just make art and reproduce it as Pollock.
You have a garage?
And it's like, I have a house. Yes.
What the fuck?
It's Alaska.
We got an aristocrat here.
Yeah,
Aristocrat, actually.
Aristocrat, indeed. And then the follow-up comment is like, I'm so mad. Technique does not inherently add value to a piece of art. That is interesting, and I wouldn't mind drilling down on that because I disagree.
Go ahead.
Go ahead.
Actually, sorry.
No, go ahead, Nyano.
Well, I was going to say, I kind of agree with him on this, purely because Thomas Kincaid exists.
I was going to bring up Kincaid. I was really going to bring up Kincaid because I don't think that Pollock is actually a good example of an artist who has lots of mass appeal. He doesn't. He genuinely doesn't. He doesn't.
Not anymore.
I don't even think at the time. No, he had appeal to bougie collectors and museum curators, which I can understand, like, being critical of like that audience and like manipulating those snobs, because I really think that that's a very fair critique of what's his name? God, I always forget his name. The guy who got shot by the Campbell Soup guy. Pop art. What's his name?
Warhol.
I think that's a very fair critique of Warhol. That like Warhol was good at manipulating fine art collectors. And hello, Arya. Hello, Arya. But Kincaid is the one that's actually a good example of an artist who really did have mass appeal, because he's, as far as I know, the only fine art painter who got legitimately wealthy by selling paintings to a mid-market as opposed to a fine art market. I think there might not be another one. And so I think that, like, if we're going to critique somebody for that, we need to compare them on a bit of a Kincaid scale. And good Lord, do I despise that guy.
It's so weird to me that, like, Kincaid is so popular because I don't like his paintings either.
No,
which is weird.
Well,
I like Bob Ross, which is essentially whipping out the same fucking thing, but it was more.
No, you're wrong. You were wrong.
You
were so wrong.
Well, and you know the thing is, like, you know the difference, Vex. You actually are feeling the difference.
Yeah.
Because Kincaid's making weird, creepy, fashy kitsch.
Yes,
what he's making.
Kitsch is the perfect word.
Maybe I'm thinking because we have a Kincaid here that, like, Theodore Kincaid, or I'm thinking of a different Kincaid. Okay.
Nope.
Because he was a famous Alaskan, like, scenery painter.
Yes.
Yeah.
So, okay. Different Kincaid. Let me go look at the one we're talking about.
Yeah, Thomas Kincaid is the dude who did, like, all of, like, the paintings of, like, you know, quaint little American cottages in winter and some landscapes.
Oh,
and
this
stuff
shit.
Like that.
Pastoral fashion.
Yeah, that shit.
Is how I would describe Kincaid.
Yeah, it's grotesque.
That is exactly what it is.
Yeah. Which like, you know, God, the amount of art that is
grandma art.
Yeah,
well,
which is not sorry.
Not just grandma art, like your most racist grandma art.
yeah. This is not grandma art. This is like active civil rights antagonist.
Yeah,
art, right.
Yeah.
Whereas I would say that Bob Ross's appeal is that he captures like how something can just be like very simply beautiful.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Simply appealing. You don't have to have a lot of incredible novelty for something to be appealing. That's what Ross is going for, I feel.
And Ross also just has a tremendous amount of love for what he made, and also for other people making what he made, because he wanted to share. He wanted to share in the joy of painting, which is the opposite of what Kincaid did.
Yes. Ross very much is the exception for me that proves the rule of art that is like accessible, right? Because I feel that what Bob Ross wanted to do more than anything else is encourage other people to paint and to
art.
Do art. Yes. And that's what I think art should be for, more than anything else. It should be to encourage further art. It should be to start a conversation or to continue a conversation, to advance a conversation that is being had between all artists and patrons of the art and consumers of the art. And I think trying to put that to rest is often something that artists who are at some level problematic do.
Yep. I mean, yeah, I would say a critical thing here. Like, Bob Ross is a very democratic approach to art, because he viewed all people in the public as potential artists who haven't, gotten the chance, who have felt intimidated by the brush.
Just because you haven't painted yet.
And whereas Thomas Kincaid viewed the average American as a sucker to take the money.
A schmuck.
As a wallet.
A sheep to be fleeced.
A rube to be fleeced, specifically, right? Yeah. You can tell with Kincaid, you can tell that he's talking down to you, right? You can tell that he's talking down to you, as opposed to being...
Which is crazy, because he was quite short.
It was Chotsky, cottagecore, like, just gross. I'm looking at this art and I'm like, no, I've definitely seen this before, and I would never want this anywhere of my living space. This is, ugh.
Yeah, no, ugh. It is. It has like this, it reeks of fash, basically. It just reeks of that, right?
I really liked the insight that the way he does lighting in his paintings is like actually kind of demonic.
Yes.
Like
demonic.
Yeah, look at the way that houses are lit in his sceneries. I think it's really kind of a fascinating insight that you'll see like there'll be like a little cottage that's like clearly got like an interior fire, and there's like light coming out of it onto the landscape, but it's a very like weird, unnatural sort of lighting that looks not like that like looks. It looks creepy and bizarre. Again, demonic is like the best thing.
I mean,
no. Kincaid's prior work is crazy. Like it's actually wild to me. He worked with Bakshi.
Yeah, no.
The fucking Bakshi.
Kincaid. This is how you kind of know that Kincaid was disingenuous, right? Mm-hmm. Dishonest in his art, because look at the shift, right? That's not a natural shift that somebody has made by their life.
That's I want a paycheck.
I'm tired of these idiots not appreciating me. I'm gonna just do what gets me paid, right? It's the sellout, right? And I am we were talking before you guys showed up. I'm like cautious about calling artists sellouts, right? For wanting to make a buck, for wanting to make money, right? Because I don't think that art is made better by being like self-sabotagingly anti-commercial. Yeah, precisely. Right. Every artist, like it's not vain Like it's more vanity to refuse to do anything that might be appealing to others than it is to and I say this speaking as somebody who feels that way a lot as an artist, right? It's much more vain to refuse to appeal to others than to happen to have an interest that is shared by others, right? And I find that the idea that like money or like is inherently corruptive is pretty insane to me. Like it's some magical bullshit that people seem to believe. That like as soon as something is like worth money, it is now corrupted and ruined. It can no longer be done for the love of the game because you're getting paid. No, I don't think so. I don't think that's how it works.
We got asked how we feel about Banksy, and I think I speak for everyone that this last week produced the actual best Banksy that's ever been made.
Yes.
I'm kind of a huge fan of the girl placing the flower in the butt of the rifle piece that he did, but I agree that this is his political movement art is just show-stoppingly good.
Really, I think it's.
I've not seen it.
I think most of his political art is a little
too on the nose.
Yeah, a little too blunt and a little cynical.
Again, it has to be like to get the mass amount of people to understand he is appealing to the proletariat, right? Again, we are not the demographic. We see the writing on the wall.
I don't think he's super successful at that. I
feel that. Sorry,
in either event, that still doesn't really like change. My
so I will say,
go
right? I like Banksy.
Okay.
I think that Banksy is most akin to graffiti. It is. And I appreciate graffiti a great deal. I should be clear. I think graffiti is phenomenal. It gives cities character. It's a good thing. It is a raw form of expression that you rarely see among like art as a whole. Yeah.
Kirill. Yeah.
And
I apologize. I just need to kind of get out this last piece.
No, please.
It's very funny.
It's your stream.
Because Nano asked it. Nano apparently hasn't seen this. He made a piece on.
I saw the judge.
The judge. There's a judge.
It's good. It's good.
Clobbering a protester. And he did this as a British style judge, and the British government censored it, right? And the form of censorship,
just painted over it.
They just painted over it, but they didn't paint over it very thoroughly. So you just see like the outline of it. And I think that that's actually super cool and interesting and good. And I think it's very, very funny that I think that genuinely that is more impressive as an artistic statement and as a piece of art as well than any of his solo pieces. I think you should start listing the Keir Starmer as a collaborator for that piece.
I mean, that makes sense, right?
I think it's been elevated considerably. But no, I mostly agree with Kirill. I think he's corny. I appreciate that he's trying to make a statement, but I mostly think he's clumsy, and if he is aiming for a broad audience, I think he is much less successful than, let's say, RZA or
Manny.
Yep.
So I'm just doing a real quick glance at the artwork again of the Court Justice Banksy mural.
Mm-hmm.
That isn't painted over. That is power washed off. The staining of the pigment he used has been absorbed into the rock. It's there, unless they literally sand it off.
Yep. Or they could try to paint it over. But yeah, they fucked it
Not
up.
with this kind of stone. It's not going to take.
No, that's not going to work.
I think it's very funny. And it's but yeah, it's I'm using the goggles. I'm using the jeweler's glass again, and it's always disorienting to add.
Makes sense.
3.5x magnification to my vision.
Zoom.
Yeah, zooming in
So-
here.
Al, can I ask you a question?
Go ahead.
So I'm getting from you here the impression that you're kind of more fond of art with some subtlety to it.
I am. As a matter of personal preference, which isn't the same as a matter
That's
of
what I'm
like,
asking about.
making it's actually a thing that I have that I joke about myself fairly frequently, that the thing that I want art to be subtle, and I also do like art to have a bit of a conscience about it. But if there's anything the last couple of years have taught me, is that there is no such thing as socially conscious art that is too unsubtle. I have never quite recovered from reading critiques of the Joker, the Joaquin Phoenix Joker, as it being right-wing propaganda, when the film literally includes a lecture inside of it about how evil Ronald Reagan is. Like,
When the media literacy.
Wait, yo?
Yeah.
yeah,
Yes.
there's an entire
watched
lecture
that
about
movie.
about deinstitutionalization. Like, it's the most on the nose film I've ever watched, and I have watched actual CCP and USSR propaganda.
Yeah.
The country I have watched the most films from, but percentage-wise, not in terms of absolute number, but percentage-wise, is North Korea. Largely on account of the fact that North Korea has such a small film industry that watching like even a single film causes you to have watched a fairly large percentage of the entire corpus. But it is like the simplest word to describe the Joker film is didactic.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. It's 100%
So
a didactic film.
didactic. It is a film about how Reagan's deinstitutionalization created additional suffering and harm. It gives you a fucking lecture about it. It guides you about it. It is as subtle as The Jungle, as Upton Sinclair. It's like so unsubtle. And yet I would read critiques in newspapers where people thought it was like hideous right-wing propaganda, and I don't even know how that's possible.
Well,
I do.
I do know how it's possible. I've got enough explanation, but it's
Oh, you're pulling at me right there. I see.
my explanation is that the Nolan Batmans are right-wing propaganda.
this is true.
But nobody felt comfortable saying this because the actor died.
Yeah.
And so they had to delay that critique and apply it to a different film, like out of some sort of weird cowardice.
I think it also has to do with the fact that a bunch of so here's the thing that happens with fucking superhero movies specifically. So these mass populist medias forms, right? Superhero movies are popular media, right?
Yeah.
They're not like, this is not like high art, so to speak, right? As much as I despise that term. Yeah. As much as
Correction. The superheroes fly high up in the sky. High art.
Yeah, sure. Fair enough.
Sure.
Sky high art, right?
No, I don't like that movie, no.
Okay, so the point I'm going to make here is pretty much just that what happens here is that the dipshits who think that the movie Starship Troopers is about how killing bugs is awesome and you should join the military, watch these movies and they go, wow, I love this. It's just like me. It's just like me. This is my life. And then the dipshit leftist commentary people who don't watch the movie get mad about right-wing people liking the movie.
Yep.
And then they say, oh, this must be propaganda because the bad wrongs like it. Just like the right wing gets mad when, like, I don't know, the left likes Star Wars. Or whatever the fuck, right? It's all really pathetic and really frustrating.
It is very pathetic. It is very frustrating. I will confess to having my own like little annoyed version in this, where I definitely have an issue with. I have a feeling that I have not settled on about Scorsese's filmmaking. I've highlighted this a couple of times, so forgive me for being repetitive here. But it does kind of get under my skin that to hear people talk about Scorsese films as having obvious, clear, straightforward, easy interpretations, and then they'll say this, and then they'll say interpretations that other people don't agree with at all. And if you have an obvious, easy, unitary interpretation that everybody can agree with basic media literacy, then there shouldn't be like a 50-50 split in the population on whether or not they think the movie's about what you think it's about. Like, that doesn't work. And it's just an annoying thing. It's just the thing that annoys me about Scorsese discourse. That, like, like, just to use the very straightforward one. The most common interpretation I have seen of Taxi Driver is that it is about how Travis Bickle is a cool, super cool, manly man who is put in unfortunate circumstances and makes the best of his life and manages to become a hero in spite of all of the obstacles between him and a good life. And he is being held back by shitty politicians and an insufficiently masculine culture and blah, 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 blah. And then I'll talk to people who think that who like that's never even occurred to them, and they're like really confident that everybody agrees with them that Taxi Driver is about how Travis Bickle is a pathetic loser who has been poisoned by toxic masculinity and is unsuited to an external world and lives in a phantasmagoria of paranoid fantasies and self-suck and copium. And it's like, these are really contradictory interpretations. And it's interesting to have very contradictory interpretations of a film, but I feel like I have to have like an 18-hour conversation about the film every time I talk about it with people. Taxi Driver is that guy who drives a taxi. Yes. And that's... I am wondering what this says about Scorsese, that it keeps on happening with Scorsese specifically.
Yeah.
That it's not just Taxi Driver. Taxi Driver is just the most obvious one. But like Wolf of Wall Street...
Yeah.
My older brother's interpretation of Wolf of Wall Street is that Wolf of Wall Street is about how Jason Belfort is an unstoppable force of nature, and how the SEC is just like a form of evil that is trying to stop human innovation.
Yep.
Holy shit.
Not the funniest.
I know like 15 tech executives who think the same thing.
Yeah, and not even the funniest interpretation I've heard of it. The funniest interpretation I've heard of it is that everything was going fine until he got into drugs.
That's really funny, actually.
That's so funny. That's so good. That's so good. This guy was otherwise moral until he got into drugs. It's amazing.
Yeah, because drugs make you inherently immoral. Haven't you heard?
Yeah.
That's the thing that the poor...
It's true.
It's about Quaaludes. It's about how Quaaludes are awesome. It's about how we've been deprived of Quaaludes. Yeah, Jazzahol and Gringotts having the same thought in chat.
Yeah.
So I got to bring back Quaaludes. The Black Betty needs to be street legal again.
I'm pretty sure that did make the Quaaludes meme like come to life. Actually,
oh, absolutely.
I'm pretty sure it's actually.
I hadn't even thought about Quaaludes in like decades. Like,
yeah, same.
I was like, what the fuck is a Quaalude? I was like, oh yeah. No, which is a good piece of set dressing. I'm not gonna lie. I think that's like pretty good set dressing on their part. It's like, let's resurrect a category of drug that people haven't touched, that like haven't existed in decades.
Yeah, not even a bad idea. All right.
Yeah.
I mean, you are correct in this. I just whenever I think about people's interpretation of film, right? I just always go back to the fact that there are people who think that the Starship Troopers movie is pro-fascist.
Not just people. It was the overwhelming majority opinion of film critics.
Yes.
Overwhelming majority opinion was that it was a film about how fascism is cool as heck.
Like, did they even watch the scene where like I swear to God, like it's like fucking.
It's actually a
fucking Shad falling for the in-universe propaganda. Like, that's like the thing that it boggles the mind.
It's a pretty impressive one. Because I do not think of that as a subtle movie. And it's actually kind of interesting because I knew right-wingers at the time who fucking despised the movie.
Yeah, because they knew they were being made fun of.
Yeah, they knew they were being made fun of. And hello, Mo. Hello, Mo. It's good to have Mo.
Hi, Moe.
And also, you asked about my interpretation of the movie Rubber. I don't know the movie Rubber, so I don't have an answer.
Rubber is a fantastic film. You got to watch it.
All right, what's it about? What's it about? Is it about
a homicidal
right.
car tire?
Oh, that rocks.
Mikks.
Okay.
Mikks, you just took all the wind out of my sails.
stealing
sorry.
Nano's thunder.
She didn't explain how it's homicidal and why it's homicidal.
Yeah, because
And more importantly, how it enacts the homicide. It vibrates really fast and telekinetically explodes people.
I blame the meth.
Yeah. No, that movie is something. That movie knows what it is doing, and what it is doing is incredibly stupid.
Yes, it is.
It's great.
You thought the Michelin Man was bad. Now he's the Methylene Man.
That rocks. I'm sold. I'm sold.
Yeah, no.
Yeah, it's good.
It's actually a pretty good movie structurally as well. Like, believe it or not,
It's really fucking funny.
it's extremely funny, and it knows it's extremely funny, right? So,
and you guys know this. I think all of my 3 guests know this, that I am absolutely a sucker for a story that has an extremely facially stupid premise and then just runs with it and manages to make something decent about it. Like,
this is basically what I think art should be trying to achieve, which is like the highest thing that I believe art can achieve, other than influencing another artist, right?
Mm-hmm.
Is to convince an audience to accept a premise that they are not already willing to accept.
Okay.
Right? And it doesn't really matter to me through what... people are very... So I have the academic brain rot, right?
Yeah.
In that I believe being confident is stupid. Right? I have a very strong belief that if you believe you know what you're about, what you think, what you really believe, you haven't challenged yourself enough, right? On what you believe, right? And obviously I'm not trying to say that, like, if you have a value, you don't actually have that value. That's not my argument whatsoever. It's more, you probably have much wider range of taste and interest than you give yourself credit for. And I feel that, especially when it comes to media, people pigeonhole themselves very, very quickly. Like, I'm a rock music fan. I don't like rap. I don't like folk. I don't like this. You probably do. In fact, you probably do. There's probably some that would appeal to you because what you like are the things that you like. They're the things that have the criteria and qualities that are engaging, appealing, and stimulating and interesting to you. It's not categorical in the way people try to make it. And I find that really, like, important to challenge at, like, a constant. The idea that, like, you are set in stone like that. No, you're going to keep finding new things that you can engage with if you, like, try. If you put the modicum of effort into saying, like, okay, I don't know about this premise, but I'm going to give it a shot. I'm going to read it for a while. If it's not resonating with me, it's not resonating with me. But I tried, right? People are
it's just like whenever you introduced me to, like, villainous isekai, Mikks.
Oh, yeah, those fucking...
I didn't realize I'd like it so much, and I love it.
Yeah. I like that genre much more than I like actual isekai. Like,
me too.
Isekai, because it's actually about a person and how they think, right? Yeah. That's what the villainess genre is about. It's about, hey, here's a person in a situation, and now she's not what you're expecting her to be. She's not the stereotype of the character that is supposed to exist here, who exists to be hated, basically, to be a bully and to be hated. So now you have this very, like, can a person change sort of storyline, right? Or how much is the way a person views themselves determined by their environment and how they are responded to versus their self-perception, which is internalized, right? It's also, like, very anti-deterministic as a narrative, and I always like anti-deterministic narratives.
Yep, because we are American.
Yeah.
Yeah, I actually do like the villainous isekais as a rule. I really like... I shouldn't say as a rule. I very specifically like My Next Life as a Villainess, and I've been chasing that high ever since.
That one is very good. I am a big fan of the Villainous Level 99, which sounds like a weird fantasy, but isn't. Right?
That one I do like.
It's just about somebody who's just, like, way more into gaming than she is into talking to humans, and that's very funny.
That one I like a lot. That one Nyano turned me on to.
Yeah, I turned him onto it.
Yeah, I figured. I very much interpreted that as about a extremely autistic woman.
It kind of is. I also really like the love interest. I like him a lot because he's just a guy. My favorite. This is my favorite. This is my favorite type of love interest in like fantasy media. Okay. Mm-hmm. You know, you've got this like very eccentric, weird female protagonist, and then you've got the love interest who's just the normal guy who's nice. It's like my favorite thing. I like it so much.
Big Komi-san.
Yeah, it's got the Komi-san vibes. It's like, it's just my favorite thing.
A weird woman. Is that too much to ask?
It's like
we have activated Arya, by the way. We have activated her.
It's good. It's good VTuber lore. Also, that makes sense.
Good lore,
Yeah, I get it now. I get the name now.
Arya is a deeply funny person to me because she's actually like legitimately one of the nicest people I've met in VTubing, and her whole like lore is that she's evil. Like that's like central. It's like I'm an evil villainess, and it's just like you like cannot be mean for like even the completion of a single sentence. Yeah, like, you can't even like.
But I mean,
I can teach you, Arya. I can show you the ways of meanness. Join me.
You're also bad at being mean. You feel bad about it, man.
I'm working on it.
You're like not enough of a cat. You have to be more callous and indifferent to the pain and injury you inflict on others.
I can't do that.
Yeah, like the problem is you're also a wizard, so it's like doubly weird that you actually like have a sense of right and wrong.
I feel like wizard needs to be first, who is also a cat, is the correct phrasing.
I am going to destroy you! You interrupt with the sacred order of mine sentences, and you shall suffer the wrath of Nyano.
Mm-hmm.
Dude, I love it when he rolls his R's.
Mm-hmm. It's very satisfying. I may or may not have done that just to provoke him, to be honest.
It's fun, right?
Rolling R's ain't the only thing that tongue can do, though.
All right.
And on that note, I'm gonna go get something to eat. So,
no!
Gotta go!
Enjoy your dinner, Vex. Enjoy your dinner.
What have I
done? See what I mean? He regrets it always. He can't just like. See, if this was Nagi, who is actually evil, she'd be bragging about this for the next 3 days.
True.
Yeah, this is true.
But then again, she is a woman. I'm sorry.
And it's on the moon.
The MC has to get to jump in and get married to her actual villainous twin. What? Nekomaster, you just made that sound like incest. Like, I'm very confused.
I believe that she is inserted. I think I've read that one. I think she is inserted into a character who, like, I think it's like a time loop thing.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
Something like that. I'm not quite sure. Like, I've read that one, I know. I don't know. The one I really like is, may I please ask you for one final thing? That's the one I really like.
Yes! Sorry, I get a little too excited about that.
Yeah, no, that one's the best, because the whole premise of this one is this looks like a shoujo, like, angsty drama, right? Angsty romance drama about, like, being betrayed by your loved one, right? No, it's not. It's about shonen anime battles. That's what this is about. This is about how the protagonist really, 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 really likes punching people. That's what it's about. And it's pretty.
Wow, she's so real for that. I love that one. I love that one so much.
It's extremely funny. It's extremely funny, and it's extremely funny how one of her primary love interests is just a guy who's like probably a masochist. Like, that's the entire joke. The entire joke is this guy's probably a masochist. The guy who looks like Kukulane, yeah.
Yeah. The dude she punches through a tree, yeah.
Yes.
That's like a mile away.
Oh, yeah. I do have this one. This one is in my reading list. Okay.
Yeah, I've suggested.
Dude, it's so good. It is so good. The art is fantastic. The dialogue is great.
You got to remember
and
that
the pacing is just funny.
That despite the fact that I described it as a battle shonen, it really is much more about the character's personality than anything else, right?
You see, this is what pisses me off about like what young men are fed with shonen. They're fed personality-less, like, just fuckwads. You're just like, oh yeah, I'm just kind of a guy and I just want to have a good time and be with my friends. The dude's not about anything. There's nothing there.
Yeah, it kind of is a problem with some shonen, right? I will be honest with you, right? It's like shonen is a huge demographic, right?
Well, it's also I mean, more importantly than just being a huge demographic, it's an inchoate.
It's not a genre.
Yes, it's anything that could conceivably get published in Shonen Jump is like automatically in, and that means that like completely insane stuff people will call shonen. Like
it is shonen.
So, which is fair.
Chainsaw Man.
Chainsaw Man. That was the one I was going to say.
Chainsaw Man is actually like really good young adult fiction. Like it's actually
Chainsaw Man also rocks in that like it's actually better at writing female characters than male characters.
Oh yeah, no. Well, it's pretty obvious that that's almost intentional.
Mm-hmm.
Because what the author is doing with Chainsaw Man is being incredibly critical of stupid shit that adolescent boys think.
Yep.
Like it's
but you don't understand. It's about hype moments. People are so disappointed about the recent turns and chapters. How things are just randomly happening and all this shit. And I'm just like, people don't understand.
Things are just happening. People just don't know what this thing is about.
Dog, this shit's been built up for years at this point. I mean, honestly, actually, I can't talk about it because it's such a recent chapter, so I won't. I'll move on.
And also, like, I will always die on the hill that One Piece is actually good, right? It's really long, and I understand that turns a lot of people off, but One Piece is a fucking political thriller, okay? That's what this is actually about. It becomes more and more obvious with every fucking chapter that Oda releases that what he's actually doing is making a commentary on the authoritarianism of God. So, like, it's very interesting. The art is fantastic. The character designs are fantastic. And Oda never fucking forgets anything. So, like, that's actually pretty impressive for such a long series, right?
Yeah, I need to read One Piece.
I'm trying to think, like, what I would say my favorite shonen is, because it was asked in chat what people's favorite series is. And I know Al's are mostly I'm struggling. Yeah, Al's are mostly going to be actually more in the shoujo department.
This is true. I like shoujos and joseis. It's true.
And some of my favorites are actually josei, right? I read a lot of like girls love manga, right? Mm-hmm. But I read like josei girls love. So it's like, this is what it's like to be an adult when you're gay, right?
Much stronger. Like,
much more my sort of thing. Like, this is what it's like to be like completely hung up on this woman who's totally straight when you're really definitely not, right?
I'm down for reading that.
Yeah,
that's good stuff.
I think I genuinely have to say that probably my favorite manga of all time. And I know there's some people in chat are probably going to be like, dude, what the fuck? Are you for real now? And that person is Mikks. But it's honest to God, probably Full Metal Alchemist.
That tracks. I actually, so the only problem that I have with Full Metal Alchemist is that its humor is of a type. I don't like the Hour Brothers. No, I think they're boring protagonists. This is true, right? But that's more of a personal criticism, right? They don't engage me. I don't like the humor in Full Metal Alchemist. I think it is off-putting. I think it detracts from pretty much every scene it's in, and I think it makes the characters out to be a bunch of losers.
I think that the humor may have been editorial interference.
I don't know about that. It's very much something that was...
Please, let me have this.
Okay. It's I think that it's good. I think Fullmetal Alchemist is like objectively good. It's just I have a personal beef with off-the-wall character reacting to things sorts of humor, right? It's just not my...
No, I totally understand.
Right. I'm trying to think, like some of my favorite manga of all time, right? Like Uzumaki, obviously. Uzumaki is really good. Hellstar Rumina. So that's like two what's his face stories. Devilman. 20th Century Boys.
There was a manga you recommended to me that just absolutely destroyed me, Mikks, and I'm trying to remember what it was.
It wasn't Naruto, was it? Because I recommend Naruto to everybody because I want to see them cry.
No, I don't think I've read Naruto, but I think I will now.
Naruto is like, okay, so the thing you have to understand is Naruto is by the same guy who made Bokurano.
Yeah, I don't know what that is.
Bokurano's pretty grim.
Okay, so Bokurano is a mecha manga about a group of school children who gain the ability to pilot a giant robot, right?
Oh, right!
And have to defend the world from alien invaders, right? Except
I remember this.
Piloting the robot is their life.
Yeah, I remember
It's a story about coming to terms with death. And it's a story about futility as well. And about how every action has consequences, and sometimes you have to take an action that has consequences for others in order to do what you believe in, basically. Mm-hmm. It's not a happy story. So the thing you have to understand about specifically Mohiro Kito's work, right? Kito's work is all metatextual.
Which you're a huge sucker for.
I'm a huge sucker for, but it's very particular what he is being metatextual towards, right? Naruto is about Digimon. Specifically, it is about going on a fun adventure where you have a monster buddy. That's what it's about. It's this from the perspective of a parent who's terrified for what their child might be up to. Right? Every single one of Morio Kito's work is looking at childhood fun adventure stories that are obviously for kids, and the consequences are scaled for kids, even if there's like possible death and violence, right? You understand that this is a kid's story for kids where it's going to be age appropriate, right? Kito takes this and makes a seinen manga for adults who look at Digimon, who look at the robot series. I can't remember the name right now because I'm a loser who can't even remember his own area of expertise. Who look at like, you know, a bunch of school kids saving the world from alien invaders in a gigantic battle for the fate of all mankind, and go, oh my god, that's that's what these manga are for, right?
That's good shit, actually.
It's a really, really, really interesting way to do it, but I will warn anybody thinking of reading a Morio Kito manga. If you do not react well to bad things happening to children, stay away. Trigger warning, actually. These are really grim, really horrific stories about how terrifying a world where it's up to a 10-year-old to save all of humanity. Putting that on a 10-year-old's shoulders, how horrific that is, right? That's what it's about. It's about the reality ensues. Emotional reality ensues, right? That's Morio Kito.
That's good shit. I like that.
Yeah, it's really, really well written. Like, this is not a guy doing misery porn. That's not what he's doing. He very much is endeavoring to convey to you the horror he feels at the things that we expect of children. That we expect children to deal with, right? Very good mangaka. Very good, right? But to get off of me shilling one of my favorite authors.
No, you just reminded me of a collab idea that I've been kicking around the back of my head for a minute.
Well, I'm glad something useful came out of that.
Well, it's more a reminder. Mikks has been bearing the brunt of this, but as mentioned at the top of stream, I've been having terrible sleep, and so I'm forgetting stuff all the damn time. It's so me being reminded.
You can't hear it, but I just clapped and shook my fist in the air.
About forgetting things.
I'm right there with you. I've slept like 4 hours each night for like this entire week.
Mm-hmm. So one of the things I wanted to
around.
I'm adjusting my sleep schedule, so my sleep is super fucking weird too, right?
Well, I mean, this is my last week at work, and this is my final day, and I'm on a stream on my final day of work.
That's how you do it, man.
Nano, I'm really, really going to miss you being able to be on my streams while you're at work. I'm like
Oh,
I'm like
I
actually pretty
know.
depressed about this.
Listen, you'll have to deal with me having much better audio quality
I know.
and being in an environment where I can just fucking lose. I mean, the flavor, the desperation, the loneliness that comes through my headphones as I'm alone in an office that cost $20 million. That was a stupid purchase from an idiotic man. It's just gonna be gone. It's gonna be gone. It's gonna be filtered through a Neumann TLM103. I'm gonna be in my comfortable chair at home in front of my powerful PCs instead of this shitty laptop.
It's going to be really messed up. I'm like
it's gonna be like it's like going from being a street busker to performing in the fucking Sphere in Las Vegas.
What a harsh thing to say about your setup at home.
I did waste a lot of money on it, and it's really complicated, and also cost me $2 billion.
I do love the speculation of who's going to be the first VTuber to do a stream over the Sphere.
Good question.
I mean, it's obviously going to be somebody in Hollow. Like, there's like no way it's going to be anybody else, which is depressing.
No, it's not. No, it's not.
You know, who do you think?
I know who it's going to be. I know who it's going to be.
Who do you think it's going to be?
Let me think. Who is like the orbiest VTuber?
I mean, the one that I have seen people Photoshop together that I think makes perfect sense and would work very well is Chibidoki.
Yes.
I think that would be. I think Chibidoki's the best
flat
one.
out.
Yeah, just she'd be the best one to subject all of Las Vegas to.
That would be pretty good. I'm not gonna lie. I'd be very down for that.
Just screaming.
I mean,
but in reality, it's probably going to be a Hollow or Iron Mouse.
Yeah.
Yeah, probably. I mean, maybe one of the singers who's like maybe like Emily. I could see her potentially, right? She's pretty well known, but it might be Sui.
She is pretty well known, but
Sui would make the most sense, actually, right?
Listen, it's got to be the shooting star. It's got to be Suisei.
Yeah, no, it makes a lot of sense to be Suisei.
That I will be happy with. That'll be happy about.
Suisei is actually a pretty big like part of the pop industry now, so it actually makes sense, right?
Shame that it won't be Chibidoki. Zentreya would also be very funny.
Yeah, that would be really funny, actually.
So
wait, is there an actual orb VTuber yet?
No, not that I'm aware of. There might be some. I mean, this was actually something that was like driving me a little bit nuts. Was who was it? Whose chat was I in? Rinnies was asking about like if you could like do it all over again. If you like, or if you were not a VTuber, like what VTuber persona would you go for? Or if you are already a VTuber, like how would you do it all over again? And I was like, if I didn't have to appeal to other people, if I had no thoughts at all about making myself like appealing and approachable and marketable and anything like that, I would get completely inhuman. I would go completely anti-human. I would do something like a series of JPEG glitches that are voice reactive.
That would be really
that'd be kind of cool.
Yeah, that would actually be really cool.
Or a series of transparency layers, and underneath the transparency is like a Bosch painting, or like a Geiger painting, or like something, or like stuff from like Slay the Princess that just like peek through as I talk and as I react to things. Or it's the UI and it's just a bunch of gears. It's like a big steampunk overlay. A bunch of gears around gears interlinked around the game that I'm playing, just menacing at you.
Ah, yes, Babbage's analytical engine.
Yes, exactly. Just an analytical engine. Yeah, just deeply anti-human. So I could rock an orb. The closest that I can think of is, of course, Giop.
Yeah, it is just really funny because like going from like human to anti-human, I'm the opposite fucking direction. It's funny.
Yeah, no, you're getting more human.
Yeah, maybe. Eventually, one of these days, huh?
Yeah,
One
it's just
day.
wrangling artists. You know how it is.
One day.
Oh no, I know. At this point, it's if I can if I can survive the shitty job market now.
Yeah, I mean, I'm a little worried about that too. But
That's very fair.
It's okay. I have nepotism on my side. I hope.
The power of God and nepotism.
yeah,
The power of God and being a likable person.
That's not really nepotism. that's just charm.
it's true.
I've got that in spades, baby.
You do, in fact.
Yeah, that's true. That is just an.
I shit charm for breakfast.
You're
That
you're
is
Lucky Charms,
that
right?
is yeah. I was about to say that is Lucky Charms. Someone will curse your cat into a human form. He's working on it. That's on purpose. He's trying to do that.
Honestly, yeah. It's just just you know how all these artists they walk around and saying like, "Listen, you don't understand my power. I could draw you pregnant."
That's the
No one,
part, yeah.
no one does horrible things to me. Actually, no, that's completely false. I got a fantastic piece of art from someone recently where you guys know Cats from Courage the Cowardly Dog.
Yes,
Yeah.
I see.
Here, I'm posting it in chat. It's actually really good.
I'm waiting for you to post it because I don't know what you're talking about at all. I didn't.
It's
watch
been
Courage.
posted.
You've never seen Courage?
No.
Dude, you would love Courage, actually. It's so good.
I think you'd actually enjoy Courage the Cowardly Dog. Yeah.
Okay,
It's,
that's good. My first thought when I saw this was actually Rules card.
Yeah, I can see that.
Yeah, I could see. I could see. I should cosplay Rules Guard. I could easily be an asshole.
I can see that. I can see. I am so slow at watching TV shows.
Mhm.
I've still only watched the first season of Amphibia.
Yeah, I mean, Courage is entirely episodic.
Okay, yeah.
So, you could watch it at basically whatever pace, but it's from that era where Cartoon Network was actually doing shows that were good, and then they stopped doing that for a while and they started sort of doing it again, right?
Yeah, they stopped.
But in a different way.
Or
And
rather,
stopped
they died.
entirely. Yeah, then they died. Yeah. Courage the Cowardly Dog is an actual horror show, right? That's the thing you have to understand. It's like Goosebumps style horror. It's horror for kids, right?
Yeah,
Surrealist horror for kids. And it's actually really good. It says a lot of things, and it has the greatest character in all of fictional media, Eustace, who is just hates a dog. That's his entire character. He just really hates a dog, and he's really cranky about it, and that's very relatable to me.
Like Andy Samberg.
Yeah, basically.
Hell yeah.
I don't know. I think that Eustace is much more powerful.
I just remember that the number one Bloodborne meme is just making your character look like Eustace from Courage the Cowardly Dog.
Yeah, baby. That's what life's all about.
It's so good.
Okay, if you just okay, because if I go back to Dark Souls, I'll probably do a new run. How mad would I make people if I did that for Dark Souls?
Oh, just hammer?
No, just imply that I am on a quest to destroy Sith.
That would be really funny.
Okay, I would actually judge you quite harshly.
Look,
Well,
Sif has
the
a
good
bigger
news is that
sword
so
than
far I
Elf,
haven't
yeah.
been able to beat Sif, so there's no guarantee that I will be able to complete my mission.
I mean, Sif's a good boy. Sif's a good boy. You got to be good to the good boy. He's the bestest boy. You don't know anything yet because you haven't
I
fought
don't.
the best guy in the entire series.
I don't know shit about Dark Souls, man. I know so little
Okay,
about Dark Souls.
listen. You know what? Whenever we get moved in, you know what we're gonna do? Co-op Dark Souls.
That's not even a bad idea.
Are you sure
Hey, you know what I'm gonna do?
You can handle dragging my
I'm gonna
corpse
engineer
across the finish
situations.
line?
No, you don't understand. I'm gonna engineer situations where you just die.
That's just Dark Souls.
Yeah. I'm better than Miyazaki at that.
No, but actually, come to think of it, there is maybe we can talk about this later, but there is the co-op mod for Dark Souls 1 now, actually. The seamless co-op.
Yes, that's what I was referring to.
Right? So, yeah, there's now a seamless... if you guys are familiar with Elden Ring has a mod called the Seamless Co-op mod, which just makes the game better in every way.
Except for the fact that it's still Elden Ring.
No, it's just better than Elden Ring. The game feels designed to be played by 3 people, too. Like, it just fixes literally all of the problems with Elden Ring, if you have, like, an entire squad.
Bold claim.
But, yeah, so Dark Souls 1 now also has a seamless co-op mod, so you can just play through the game with a friend. It's pretty good, in my opinion.
Okay, you did give me a very stupid thought, which is like when, like the game that I think of as like the most like designed to be played co-op style, is Helldivers.
Okay.
And so I was just kind of struck by the image of calling in airstrikes in Elden Ring.
In a way, Dark Souls is the Helldivers 2 of.
I'm going to throw up.
Yeah.
I don't even think Dark Souls is that special, right? I'm not like Nagi, right? I'm not like this is the first game that I actually gave a shit about, right? Because the first game I actually gave a shit about was like fucking XCOM Enemy Unknown from like 1986 or whatever the fuck.
Let's go, an actual hard game.
Yeah, no, that game is fucking hard and evil as shit, right? Or maybe Zork. I gave a lot of shit about Zork. I really
hell yeah, Zork. There's a good one. There's some good classic gaming.
You're getting me thinking about the first game I really gave a shit about. I'm trying to think.
I mean, I know what mine was.
Like, what are we defining as, like, giving a shit about?
So for me... for me, it's very straightforward. Before the first game that I gave a shit about, I would pick up a game, and I would play it for a few minutes, and I would look at the flashing lights on the screen, and I would die a couple times, and I would go, huh, that was funny. And then I... didn't think about it any further.
Okay.
And hello, Jacor Streams. Oh, hold on. Did I get a raid and I didn't hear it?
No, it's just Kari.
Yeah,
I was shouting out Kari because she was here.
Yes. No, Jacor Streams said, was, yeah. I mean,
from before. Yeah.
Oh, you've been here for a minute. Okay. Yes, welcome in, Jacor. And hello, Kari. We love Kari here.
Hello, Kari.
We love Kari here. But yes, for me, it's unambiguous what the first game I gave a shit about was, and that's Age of Empires 1.
That tracks.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it was Age of Empires 1. Like before Age of Empires 1, I would play Missile Command or Pong or Breakout or Legend of Zelda or Super Mario, and I'd be like, yeah, this is neat. I wouldn't really get invested in it. But Age of Empires 1 I could really give a shit about. That one I could really care about.
Okay.
Yeah.
I think I have 3 candidates. One of them, probably Pokemon or Vbridger.
Okay.
The second one was pretty... It's not even one game. It's just the entire Tycoon series. Fucking love those games, especially Roller Coaster Tycoon. Fucking adored that game.
Have you seen the guy who does like just insanely deep dives into Roller Coaster Tycoon stuff?
No, I haven't.
My God. I'm gonna go find this guy. You keep talking. I'm gonna hunt this guy down.
And the third, as much as I hate to say it, probably The Elder Scrolls 4 Oblivion.
You're young.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I cannot remember a time in the world where people weren't mad about how... Yes, Marcel Voss. Where people were not mad about how bad Oblivion is compared to previous Elder Scrolls. I legitimately cannot remember that ever.
Did they not play Arena?
Nobody. I've never heard people actually.
No, nobody
Arena.
has.
I've only heard people defending Morrowind. It's actually kind of remarkable.
Actually, no, Vari has. Vari's played Arena.
Vari has, in fact. I was going to say Varidetta has, because Varidetta is a Giga Chad.
You know what? Honestly, I should play more older, shitty games.
Get Bloom pilled.
No, Bloom plays. Yeah. He only plays good games.
He does mostly play good games. This is true.
Yeah, pretty much. So, like, I think the first game I was ever really invested in, right, was probably Metal Slug.
Oh, I can see that. I can see that. Yeah.
Is that
good choice?
It's either Turtles in Time. Turtles in Time was the first
yes!
game I put a lot of effort into, right? Because I was playing it with friends, and it's like you're putting quarters in the damn machine every time you die. You want to get good at that game, so you stop wasting your money, right? Your allowance.
Oh, you're talking about the arcade version. I'm talking about the SNES version.
No, dude, I did not have a console until like 2003 when I bought it myself.
Damn, dude, nice.
I just didn't grow up with consoles. We had a PC, and I went to arcades, right?
Mm-hmm.
Because, like, basically, so how it was when I was, like, 10, 11, right? Like, that was around when the NES came out, right? A little bit later, right? Like, this is, like, 91, 92, right? So I would have been, like, what would I have been? 93, I would have been 10, right?
Mm-hmm.
And so, like, the SNES was coming out and stuff like that, or had been out for a little while, and I kind of wanted one, and my parents basically said, no, you can get it when you buy it with your own money, so you can save up your allowance if you want. And I saved up my allowance, and then I looked at the machine, and I was like, this is not worth my money. And I bought other things with my allowance instead, right? I think I bought, like, a bunch of paints for working on my Mordheim army, right? My Mordheim skirmishers, right? My mercenary band. Because I was like, well, like, I'm not going to pretend I was like a super rational kid or anything, but I basically was like, do I want this so I can sit at home and be by myself playing a game, or would I rather spend the money on something I can play games with other people with, right?
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm. That's very fair.
And I
Music
pretty much
Drummer
always,
01, thank you for the follow.
This is like the constant in my life, is that when it comes down to, would I rather spend money on something for myself or something for a group? It's always going to be a group. It's always like, no, I'd rather do something with somebody else, right?
Mm-hmm.
I'd rather spend like hundreds of dollars on an MMO than spending like $50 on a game that I play by myself in my room, right?
All right, yeah.
That's just how I am. I'm very much a social gamer.
Yeah,
right?
Yeah. Understandable.
How do you know where? You know it's a fake gamer because he keeps a journal that just says, I hate video games over and over again.
Oh, you do too? That's crazy.
Yeah. So I need to get a glass of water. I'll be back and just fill up my water bottle.
Go ahead.
Do it.
I had to replace the sweat palette. It's no bueno.
The Tupperware dish is failing.
It's mostly just that, like, the permeable medium is not resting properly on the towel, so it's not actually, like, wet. So, hello, Hoomter.
Do you want me to make you one?
What, no, I have one. No, I've got to replace one. I just haven't used it yet.
Yeah, but I can make one.
But I literally already have it. It's just.
Yeah, but I can make it out of wood.
That's pretty based. I hear that Spanish for not bueno. That's so true. This is why we call you the smartest VTuber, Kari.
This is true. We do. You know, actually, I kind of think that the smartest people I know are women.
Yeah.
That's fucked up. In a good way.
It's because women have more water elemental as opposed to air elemental, and the air elemental that men have escapes.
Okay. No, you're full of shit. Women have smaller bladders. and less blood.
But that's not what I'm talking about. That's not super important. Himbos together strong. So true. It's because of concussions. So true. So true. No,
Your vision is unclouded by testosterone. Air elementals versus water elements.
Yeah, this is what Galen believed. This is medieval. This is our medieval hydraulic theory of what distinguishes men and women. That women are cold and wet, and men are hot and dry.
What women was Galen hanging around with? Like, it sounds like he was good. He was great friends with the Lady of the Lake.
I mean, presumably, like Greek women.
Okay, plenty of naiads. All right, fair enough. What's the ocean version of a naiad? Is it like an oceaniad or something like that?
I could not tell you. You are actually way more versed on this particular type of topic than I am.
Oh, that's horrible. Dude, I hate it whenever I hear people say that about me because I'm like, brother, I know nothing.
You know a lot more about mythology in general than I do. I think that's actually
That is really fucked up.
I don't find mythology like super interesting. I think it's too intellectual.
You're a sociologist and you don't find mythology interesting?
Yeah, I find practice interesting. I find ethnography interesting.
What?
What? I find ethnography interesting. I love ethnographies.
Oh, ethnography. I didn't know what you said, but...
I can't even imagine what you thought I said. You seem
yes,
so
you
offended. You seem so offended. I'm actually
I was just surprised.
No, I love ethnographies.
I was just like, yeah, Jazza. Yeah, that's what I heard.
Oh, okay. No, I do actually have a.
And I was like, whoa, there is actually man admitting that on stream.
There was actually a there is actually a thing that I think about with relationship to pornography and history that I think is genuinely really interesting. I have no idea what you said, but it's outrageous. Yeah. I don't understand what you said, but I have no idea what you said, but I think you should be in jail for saying it. But the no, there's actually a thing I've been thinking about with regards to pornography that I think is actually kind of interesting about the relationship between with history, right? Which is that when you're doing history, right, you have to rely on the sources that come down to you. You have to rely on like what you have access to. And if a future historian, like 200, 300 years from now, was to look at 21st century humans and try to figure out like what we're about, they would almost certainly wind up using pornography as a way of understanding our sexuality and our mating rituals and our nuptiality and all that stuff, all that good stuff. And
they would.
And you know what they would, would be a very obvious conclusion for them to draw from that? If they were to look at a very obvious conclusion for them to draw from this is that a very large percentage of all of the sex that humans were having in the 21st century was incest.
Well, that assumes, I mean, that assumes that they don't understand the idea of the appeal of taboo, though.
Well, so that depends on, that doesn't mean that not necessarily. It requires them not understanding, or I should say misunderstanding, right? Not quite the same as not understanding, but misunderstanding the relationship between actual practices and the pornography we produce. That doesn't have to do with whether or not there's an understanding of appeal of taboo. It just has to do with looking at the pornography we produce and making an assumption, which is not super unreasonable, that the pornography that we produce is more or less representative of the sex that we have. which is not a super unreasonable thing to assume if you don't have other secondary texts indicating that people think it's fucking weird. If you do have access to that, which some historians may or may not, because, you know, it depends on what sources survive into the future, they might look at that and go, oh yeah, this is something. This was just like a result of I see cable repairmen were a form of sex worker. Yes. Again, like, this is a thing that, like, I am mostly thinking about this from the perspective of, you know, reading historical works and how historians parse through sources, and particularly what happens when your source base gets kind of bottlenecked. Again, I have been reading Inked, and I love Inked, and a really miserable part about trying to comment on the family life of Sung Dynasty soldiers is that the people who actually wrote history were deeply uninterested in the subject. The people who were actually writing stuff down, because it didn't involve, like, imperial concubines and people cheating on the exams. So it didn't show up in the records. And so that means that a fairly large percentage of all of our sources for that Inked is relying on for the social side and the family side of the military of the Sung Dynasty is a short story collection by a single guy named Hong Mai. And, like, that's very limiting.
I know this guy.
Yeah, that's very limiting. That's very, very limiting. And again, it depends a lot on what sources get down to people, but there's a pretty good chance, based on how the types of pornography that are produced and how much is produced, that future historians will have access to just a lot of incest porn, just because we produce so fucking much of it.
I mean, listen, all we have to do is just cause a large volcanic eruption to bury a data center, and then it will be uncovered in 2,000 years, and they'll be able to get the data off from the carbonized wires.
So, and what you're proposing then is that in order to create a more flattering version of ourselves for posterity, you want to find a data center for this purpose. You want to sacrifice a data center to this purpose that is one that reflects the sexual kinks that you find less embarrassing.
Well, yeah.
All right.
I would be most.
Well, no. What I'm mostly saying is that I need to find a data center, put some CEOs in it, have a volcanic eruption occur, have them, be, entombed in ash and rot away. And then, like 2,000 years later, we pour plaster in the holes, and it turns out they were all sucking each other off.
Thank you for the reminder that Boots Riley made a song called 5 Million Ways to Kill a CEO. Ancient mythic figure of Tom Hanks is said to have conquered thousands of concubines. This must be how they entombed their... Retainer sacrifice briefly came back in vogue after disappearing for 4,000 years.
I don't know. It's often hard for me to conceive of the fact or the concept that the way things will be studied in the future will resemble the way things are studied now.
That's a good point. That's a good point. Yeah.
Right. So that's a lot of where I come from in this. It's like very hard for me to it often feels like there's an assumption being made that these hypothetical historians will be stumbling around in the dark, right? And like you said, you did mention other information and context and stuff, right?
Yeah, it depends a lot on what survives. It depends a lot on what survives, and yeah.
But I think we've talked about this before, but one of the big problems that you see a lot with studying history now, right? Presently, and in the past, is this assumption that people have that the people in the past were stupider than we are.
Yep. A very silly assumption that a lot of people make. Yeah.
That intelligence is like a temporally linear, like, quotient that increases forever, right?
Yes.
I think it's you're the one who said our ancestors were poor, not stupid, right?
Yeah, certainly the peasants were. Yes, that's certainly a good way of describing. That's certainly my attitude towards our peasant ancestors, which is, for most of us, pretty much all of our ancestors, and well, I mean, the thing is, right? Like, it's what the fuck was going on with this one type of guy? I mean, you say that, but I do actually know a woman who was buried in a sports jersey for her favorite team, and she is definitely not the sports person in question. And with the athlete in question. It's also very funny that I was not told that that's how her body was going to be laid to rest when I went to the funeral. So I just went to the funeral and it was just like full of like sports stream memorabilia inside the coffin. I was like, what the hell am I looking at?
Extremely funny.
Yeah. I mean, Jazzahall, if that's the only text that survives for like an entire year, it'll be an extremely that'll be very confusing and frustrating for the historians involved. That'll be very, very confusing and frustrating. I mean, it is good to point out that future historians may not even have the same types of interests. Bowl Moonshine, thank you for the follow. They may not even have the same like style of interests that we have, because we've had historians in the past, right, who their only interest in looking at their own past and even their own distant past was at looking at ways that it sucked themselves off in the future. Mm-hmm. Right.
I think that is in some ways, right, a more likely future by my estimation, judging from this very present moment that I am living in, of course, but that people will be more interested in figuring out ways to puff up their own ego and the ego of whatever group they see themselves as part of, whatever lineage they see themselves as part of.
Well, and of course their bosses, right? Because the oldest and most reliable job is, as ever, sycophants.
Yes.
I would mostly make the point. I will kind of tip my hand here a little bit, that a lot of the reason why I find this exercise to be fun and illuminating is that by doing this, by turning our lens to a hypothetical future historian who acts like us, but is working with a source base based on us in the present moment, it gives us a greater sense of what our limitations are on commenting on the past, looking backwards, right? It's a sense of for me it's the calibration element of this is a lot of what I'm trying to accomplish.
Yeah, you are a much more patient person when it comes to the study of history in particular, right? Or rather better said, your patience is displayed as a person by that compared to myself.
Yeah.
In that you are a student of history much more than I am. I consider myself, if anything, a student of culture.
Yeah.
Right? Because it is deeply frustrating to me to try and build a model of something that I cannot talk to.
Ah, yes.
And that I cannot ask direct questions and receive good faith answers from. I very strongly dislike doing this. I know it is absolutely essential for the study of history. I know it is essential for the functioning of most human beings, right?
History is very much about doing necromancy,
Yeah. But from my perspective, my brain, the place my stupid fucking monkey brain goes to, right, is, but you don't know that. You're just assuming because it's comfortable to you. You're just assuming because it's what you want to believe. You're just assuming because it seems likely, and you are now creating a world in which you have decided what truth is, right? And it's just, I have trouble with this, which is why I'm a bad student of history, right? It's why I stick to mostly contemporary history, aside from, personal interest, of course. Like my history, like my experience with history basically starts and stops with like 1903, right? Not starts and stops, but 1903 through like today, right?
Yeah, very, very recent. Necromancy and tube robbing. Yeah. I mean, it's and again, I actually rather like the distant past because I find the challenge of working with very limited data in general to be really enticing and interesting, and I'm also very comfortable with high degrees of uncertainty. I will say that like this is a lot of like the important part of like studying history, and it's the thing that I see as kind of I like the Ask Historian subreddit a lot. I am there pretty frequently. Under my VTuber name, I have gotten some answers in the weekly roundup of good answers, and I'm pretty proud of that. And the thing that I notice a lot when I see people who have an interest in the topics in history but haven't studied the techniques yet is a lot of assumptions about certitude and confidence that historians would not be willing to make. And like there's one today that was interesting. That's very based of you, Monty. There's one today that was kind of striking, and somebody else wrote an answer to it. Well, I didn't. I could have written an answer, I think, but I think somebody else already wrote a better answer. Which is, when fighting horse nomads, why didn't settled peoples just go out there with a bunch of crossbows and pavises? And
God, I love the word pavis.
I love the word pavis. And it's kind of interesting because the way that a historian would think about that is that's a kind of like weird negative question that isn't even worth asking until you know like a lot of other information. Why didn't people do X is a question that is weird and frustrating and built on a lot of presentist assumptions about what is best and what makes sense. And the way that a historian would usually be much more likely to approach this is, why did they X? Why did
they do the thing that they did? Correct. Yes, exactly. Right. This is something that drives me insane just in conversation as a whole, right? In the collective conversation that we have, so many times you will see somebody approach a problem as, why don't you just do this thing that's obvious to me? With no acknowledgement being given whatsoever to the fact that this thing that's obvious to you is the product of your lived experiences and like everything about your life.
Yep.
And when you study history, especially ancient history, the first thing you have to remember is that, bitch, you weren't there.
Yep.
And the fact that this stuff happened might even have some reason, some sort of influence on the fact that you think that something else is a better fucking solution. Because
well, I mean, if you want the real answer for like the horse archer question, which is, it's a stupid question, but it deserves a good answer.
Yeah.
The answer is given in the histories of the Achaemenid and Persian Empire. Whenever I believe it was either Darius or Cyrus, I believe it was Cyrus. The last thing that he did was attempt to like subdue, I think, the Parthians. For they were harassing his borders. And he made a bit of a fatal mistake with them. And I'm trying to recall exactly what happened here, but anyway, pretty much he got into an argument with their leader, and she was like, "Hey guys, you realize that we can just run from you forever, and the only places that we will ever defend are our burial grounds, and you will never know where those are."
Yeah, this was the person who wrote a better answer than what I would have written, or a more substantial answer, was focusing on the Roman Persian side of the equation. But I'm a little bit more familiar. Actually, I'm probably more familiar with the Roman side of the equation at this point. I shouldn't be fronted here. But more formally, I have more familiarity with the Chinese side of this. And in the Chinese side of things, what happens is that they did do that. But the question of why and how you fight horse nomads is not like you show up to a given location and they're just sitting there waiting for you to show up, and then you just get to choose the battle at whenever you want. The thing about steppe nomads as a group of people, and particularly horseborn steppe nomads, is that they are the ones who get to choose when you fight. And that's the reason why they were such an obstacle.
Almost like they're nomadic or something.
Almost like they're nomadic, yeah. And it's also, very importantly, if you are taking an army like the Chinese had of a few hundred, of like 100,000 plus infantry across the steppe, you need to feed all those guys.
Mm-hmm.
You need to feed all those guys, and if you
need to keep their equipment in repair, you need shelter,
and you know who's like really well adapted to live it. You know why the horse nomad's lifestyle is the way it is because of a series of adaptations to the lifestyle, to the environment that they're in. It's not just like they don't just live that lifestyle because they think it's cool. They live that lifestyle and have the kind of economy they have because it makes sense for their environments. And yeah, you're not going to be just better at that just by virtue of being a farmer. Like, if that was good farmland, it would have been farmed by other farmers by now. It's not good farmland, and you can tell it's not good farmland because nobody's farming it. They're raising mostly sheep on it. And this model might be turbo fucked because I ran out of the paint that I used for the skin tone. When I get more comfortable with making skin tones, I will do what Nagi has suggested and like keep the skin tones that I like to make in bottles.
That's a good idea. Yeah,
I have bottles. I have a ton of empty bottles. And thank you, Mo, for quoting. That's Napoleon, right? I think that's Napoleon that Mo was quoting. Yeah, like and this was the thing that happened. Like, the Chinese had this army that could, in certain circumstances, defeat the Xiongnu on the plane of battle, and they would go out and they would try to fight the Xiongnu, and then in order to actually get anything done, they had to be in the field for like 1 million fucking years, and you can't actually do that, so you lose. You know, and they did eventually win, but it took like 200 years. Because there's a lot of things that go into this other than just being able to win a given battlefield victory. And again, like the big key that this person was missing. I actually think I did a pretty reasonable job on recreating the skin tone I was going for.
It does not look too bad at all.
Yeah. We're about to find out how bad it is when I put it on here. Oh, that's actually that's not far off enough. That's not too far off. That's actually not bad at all. This was a skill I never thought I would be able to develop because I have so little trust in my color. The thing that this person was largely missing was just that like steppe nomads had been adapted to their environment, and winning is not just you show up and the opponent just allows you to pick the fight that you want, like you might in a scripted RTS event.
Yeah, see, I feel that a lot of people's understanding of conflicts, military conflicts in particular, especially nowadays, has been very shaped by popular media, let's call it, as a whole, right?
Yep.
And recently it's video games, but I would say historical war games and historical reenactionism have applied a little bit of this as well, right?
I mean, also...
There's no fucking fog of war, field of battle that you have to stay within the boundaries of, right?
Yep. And it's and a thing that all war games intrinsically wind up excluding. I love talking about this. I love that I get to talk about this twice in the same stream. All of them, because of the fact that they are war games, they wind up excluding one of the most important factors of how warfare and military conflict works, which is that warfare is diplomacy by other means.
Yeah.
Warfare is diplomacy by other means, and so this means that you cannot... There's a degree to which you can substitute being bad at diplomacy by being good at warfare, and vice versa. There's a degree to which you can do that, but it is not unlimited. Up until you are at the point where... Oh! Lux! It's been a minute, Lux. Hello, Lux. Hello, Luxuria Morningstar. Let's give her the shout out.
I got it.
Okay, you got it. Welcome in, Raiders. Welcome in, Raiders. My name is Almantas. I am a former professor of sociology, a current VTuber. I paint minis right now, but I mostly actually do calligraphy. And in a lovely little coincidence, my go-to piece for showing off what my handwriting looks like these days is the piece I did for Lux's anniversary, Lux's streaming anniversary. So welcome in, Lux. Welcome in, Lux. Yeah, I'm sure you saw this. I sent it to you for your Kudo board. But yeah, no, I've been using this as my go-to show-off piece because it's very purple and it's relatively simple and it's I think I did a banger job. I think I did a pretty good job. But yes, what were you up to, Lux? So you were just chatting. What was the chatter? What was the chattering about? What was the chattering about? I, for my part, am painting some minis, and I am. Let's see how this works. Putting a copper layer over a silver layer right now. I am painting some Roman minis, and we were discussing a topic that I think is kind of interesting, which is misunderstandings of the historical record, and particularly with relationship to military affairs. But yes.
You were, by the way, because I know you're using your artist lens. Bull Moonshine asked, what writers or historians do you like reading? I enjoy collecting history books on various topics and aim to acquire as many as possible. Okay,
what historical writers do I really appreciate? I think the one that I've really liked, who's produced a couple of books, I haven't even finished all of them, so I feel pretty easy in recommending him. Erdkamp, Erdkamp. I have read The Grain Market in Ancient Rome. I have not read Hunger and the Sword. That one's quite good. I was about to say Taylor and Giustona, but I actually don't like Giustona's writing. I like one article that Giustona wrote, but otherwise I find him too dry. Michael Hudson, I really like. No E at the end. First E, Erdkamp, Paul Erdkamp. What's his? I need to. I'm forgetting the name.
It's Paul Erdkamp.
Yeah, Paul. Yeah, the other author I'm thinking of. The best single history book I can recommend is going to be The Great Divergence by Pomerantz. The Great Divergence by Pomerantz. It's in my About. If you look in my About downstairs, I've got some books and links to some ones I really like. If you like winning arguments online, or you like getting mad about people being wrong about history, the best book is probably, just in terms of like ratio of like effort to read to the amount of time it gets you into like an argument that you are better equipped, is Soldiers and Ghosts.
He will not shut up about this book.
It's an easy one to remember.
I'm reading it.
Yeah, it's a really easy one. Well, I mean, the thing is, like, I mostly end up using all of my historical knowledge for getting into online arguments. And the extent to which weird people online want to believe that this experience, ghosts, ghosts. The extent to which people online, mostly right-wingers, want to believe that, one, being a soldier is a universal experience that all soldiers have in common, and two, that the mentality of previous soldiers was always that the best soldiers were the ones who thought and acted like special forces operators in the 21st century. These are very common takes that people have online, and they're incredibly stupid and incredibly contrary to the vision that Greek and Roman soldiers had. In particular, also a corollary belief in there is often a belief that that being a good soldier is a matter of like racial hygiene and racial superiority. That like Romans believe themselves to be part of a simple genetic stock from a single place that shared this in common, and their purity and protection of this is part of what made them good soldiers. And this is completely contradictory to any basic level of knowledge about Roman soldiers and Roman ethnography. I should say ethnogenesis. This is not how Romans thought. This is not how Romans lived. This is not how Romans fucked. And I think Soldiers and Ghosts it's also a really good one as an introductory history piece, because it is a conservative history. It's actually it's a pretty conservative history. I'm a super liberal guy. I'm a fucking commie. The Soldiers and Ghosts is a pretty conservative historian. I think I think Lennon is considerably to the right of me. And even then, even in a pretty right-wing history, there's still actually quite a bit of value to it, and it's still a good introduction to something that I think is very true about studying history, which is that military history is not an independent branch of history. Military history is a topic within history, but your branches are mostly going to be like intellectual and social history. Pretty much all histories are intellectual or social histories. If you want a blog that doesn't involve acquiring a book, a collection of unmitigated pedantry by Brett Devereaux is really good for that.
I've heard of that guy.
Devereaux.
Devereaux's around. Total lib brain guy, but
totally. But I think he's a phenomenal writer.
And he is approaching the topic of discussing military history, not entirely, but largely through a very fun approach, which is complaining about pop culture, and particularly movies, and being like, here's how this movie portrays things stupidly. And just to use like an example that I think is kind of like a fun but not particularly deep example that I can give very quickly is the Lannister equipment in Game of Thrones. This is just very simple. There's a very simple problem with the weapons and armor that the Lannister soldiers wear. There's two problems. One's more complicated, but there's a very simple one. The very simple one is that the Lannister equipment is they're wearing half plates. They're wearing plate harnesses, and they're using one-handed spears. It's basically impossible to defeat one-handed spears with plate. I'm sorry, to defeat plate with one-handed spears is basically impossible. You can't get enough force behind it, which is why when armies did start developing and going into plate, they dropped shields and went to two-handed pikes or halberds. Because you develop a kit that is designed to be self-defeating, because the most likely people you are to fight are people who are very similar to you. In no small part because civil wars are really common.
Yep.
So,
see, this is actually an argument that really pisses me off whenever people start to like, oh, you know, this weapon is just inherently better than this other weapon, just in every possible way. Where it's just like, you dumb motherfucker, you don't understand the context of the times and what that weapon was designed to do. It's like you have all these like stupid sword channels on YouTube being like, the European longsword is superior to the Japanese katana because the Japanese katana, blah 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 blah. The European longsword is superior steel and all that shit, and you're just like, no, you guys are so fucking stupid.
A point that I
You're completely missing the point.
A point that I really like about modern warfare, to talk about a very modern weapon system, breaking away from the classics to the very, very modern era, is technicals. Technicals are not particularly good. Technicals have some very severe shortcomings The most dramatic of which is that they're fundamentally unarmored. They're fundamentally unarmored, and if you shoot a technical with a rifle, there's a very real chance that you will kill the people inside it. Because technicals are functionally unarmored. However, so that means that if you have access to them, if you have access to dedicated armored fighting vehicles, those are going to kill a ludicrous number of technicals in head-to-head combat. If you have access to armored fighting vehicles, that's a very big thing. That's a very, very big thing. And, this comes up in actual warfare, that you have a couple of, BMPs or BTRs that are extremely effective weapons going into technicals, but they can't be everywhere, and you can't keep them repaired, and you can't keep them fueled up, and you can keep a Toyota Hilux. Yep, Turi knows this. You can keep a Hilux in the field extremely reliably. Hiluxes have a lot of reasons why they are incredibly reliable weapons of war. A Hilux with a machine gun is not going to have a lot of punch. It is going to have functionally no armor, but you can have it wherever you want it, and you can keep it operating for an incredibly long time. So an army with more chain whip swords would just win. Yeah. Chain whip swords are fun.
That's my logic.
Chain whip swords are fun.
Because, so unlike these nerds, my primary interest is fiction.
Yep.
And so, what I look at, right, I do appreciate it, right? I actually very much appreciate these sorts of conversations, and I find them fascinating, but I don't have a lot to contribute.
Yeah, okay.
Because what my brain goes to every single time you talk about like realism in history or military is, wow, that sounds really boring to watch. And so, I have this issue where when I get into conversations, the aforementioned arguments about history on the internet and shit, right? One of the big issues that I run into personally is people wanting things to be practical in fictional media. As though there is some sort of moral good to the portrayal of war as practical. Right? To the portrayal of violence as something ruled by practicality. When I don't actually believe that to be the case.
So we've had this conversation a couple times, and so a lot of the reason why I like to talk about practicality in terms of when talking about, like, Mech Warrior or something like that, is honestly a lot of it is I'm heavily coming from it from a kind of mystery kind of way of looking at it, where the sort of justification for worrying about the practicality, at least for in terms of fiction, is that it enables me as the reader to think about and predict and fill in the gaps in the world based on my understanding of other pieces of logic. That's really kind of about it. And so I don't think it's actually necessarily the most important thing. I do agree with you that, like, it's kind of silly to treat it as like a moral quantity. I think it's a neat writer's trick when writers pull it off well.
I was thinking. No, sorry. Go ahead.
No.
I was thinking specifically about the katanas and longswords thing.
Oh yeah, that's I will not lie. Part of the reason why that seems so silly to me is just that, like, it's a fun thing for people to talk about. It feels more important than it does because it's like one of those things you have as a vector of control in Dungeons and Dragons, and so you feel like it's more important. But the truth of the matter is that differences in small arms are really, really unimportant. Like they're really unimportant. They're just really unimportant. Like I'm sorry, Nuna. Actually, I know that Nuna knows this because Nuna is a real one. Nuna's a real head. Nuna is into gun fucking for love of the game. So he does not have illusions that this is like the shit that actually matters. He just loves it.
I actually think the fact that it doesn't matter is one of the best things about it.
Yeah,
because it means that the debates can just be like taken as seriously as anybody wants, and only stupid people will be hurt by it.
Ah, true. Yeah, I'm actually down with that.
That's generally how I feel about having very serious, long, drag-out, knock-down arguments about silly topics that don't matter. Like, I don't know who'd win in a fight, Batman or Superman, right? Or whatever, right?
Yeah.
It feels
I fucking hate those.
I do too, but I think that they are preferable to the alternative, which is having long, drag-out, knock-down fights about whether or not people should be able to eat food.
Okay. I thought you were going to go for the one that I am more likely to. The one that I feel more likely to encounter, which is the long, drawn-out, drag-out fights that get people banned from the War Thunder forums.
There are those two. It's mostly just like, I feel like there's a sort of decorum that should be respected at some level about when it comes to like really serious life or death issues of like people, right? People in their lives. The way like that will get lots of your soldiers killed, right?
Yeah.
If you started arguing in favor of this, like in favor of like whatever the fuck. Like I'm sorry, I don't know enough about like military tactics to really talk about this in detail. I apologize to the Almantas chat for not being informed enough on this subject. But as opposed to like which gun is the sickest, right? Which is just like you can just have that argument and it's fun for everybody and nobody's getting hurt.
True. True.
Now, do you know what will get you hurt though? If you have a long and drawn out discussion about Ford versus Chevy.
Oh God, yes, but that will get you hurt because of people.
Actually, much like the argument, say guns don't kill people, people kill people. No, cars kill people. They have an inherent lust for blood.
This is Stephen King has been trying to warn us.
Yeah, Stephen King's been trying to warn us. Trucks is the greatest movie ever made.
As I said, I've never quite recovered from the knowledge that 9/11 appears to be canon in the Cars universe.
Yes.
I'm so baffled by the implications of this. Like, did a car hijack a plane? Which was also
That's the right question.
Are motorcycles sentient in the Cars universe?
That one I'm not sure about. I know that planes are.
Combines aren't.
Trains are.
Trains are. Helicopters are. And the chat is having a bit of a discussion. From what I have seen, specialty built war flails are like literally non-existent in the historical record. We have no evidence of them. We do have evidence of what is known as the peasant flail, which is a threshing flail that has been briefly modified to hurt people somewhat worse, and is usually two-handed. With a very short chain and a longer head because it's designed for threshing. But the long chain war flail that you see in D&D, the only evidence that we have that it ever existed is representations of foreigners using it.
Yes.
Which is interesting.
It may be a mischaracterization of some other kind of weapon from
India
or Turkey or something like that. Because they had a lot of rope weapons, right? That they used as like, it might even be somebody using a fucking grappling hook. Who knows, right?
A weapon system that you'd want to see in a fiction book. I struggle with coming up with more creative weapon systems than some of the nonsense that some people have come up with. Notably, like the stuff that Quantum comes up with as potential weapon systems is fucked. Quantum is on some shit. Fine Structure is a weird book. It's not actually very good as a book, but it's certainly a messed up one. Where the premise of Fine Structure is that some physicists discover a encoded signal from the edge of the universe, and encoded in that signal is new laws of physics that nobody has seen before that allow you to do some truly outrageous things. But every time they use one of those laws of physics, it gets deprecated and stops working as a law of physics. So you can do faster than light travel like once.
It's the magician rule. Okay.
Yeah, it's a magician rule. It's and like the fact that the ability to do that is itself a kind of weapon, and it's very strange. It's very it kind of hurts my head to try to think about. And this is very much by design because Quantum is a guy who revels in hurting people's heads with weird logic problems. Yeah.
So I'm not really the guy to ask for this sort of thing because it's not really how my engagement with media is almost entirely through structure, themes, and character psychology.
Yeah.
That's what I'm very interested in, right?
I'm somewhere. I'm just trying to answer the question, honestly.
Yeah, no. So I'm trying to think. I was basically going to say, Nyano's the one who should really ask about this because he has his opinions on this subject. But when it comes to a weapon system that I would want to be real, I'm going to cheat and basically say fucking phasers from Star Trek because they have stun functions.
Okay, yeah, I was going to say like some of the non-lethal stuff that exists in fiction would be kind of great. Like just the way that tranquilizer darts work in almost all movies and video games would be kind of nice if that was true. The foam guns from Infinity that O12 has that are just like actually truly effective immobilizers that don't kill people.
Yeah, containment foam type stuff. Yeah.
Yeah, would be pretty cool to have.
And kind of like the overwhelming pleasure rays from whatever the fuck that was. I don't remember which series that was.
That's so funny. It's the orgasm.
Yeah, no, literally. It was like basically the joke. Because this was obviously satirical, right?
That's from Ringworld.
Is it? It's from something else too.
Yes.
Because this one is like a men who stare at goats ass thing. Where it's like, oh yeah, we tried to build a death ray and it didn't really work, but we realized that we could use the same radiation to just give people spontaneous orgasms. So now we just incapacitate our enemy armies like that. Right? It was really fucking stupid.
Power word, come.
Yeah, basically.
Power word, come. I mean, the Infinity emitter is kind of funny for just a thing that just like you just kind of spray it in a direction and it just ruins all electronics. It's just kind of funny, just a spray gun that just shuts down a data center. They made an orgasm cannon.
So if it's not love for my answer, I'm an actualized pacifist, right?
Yeah.
So I'm kind of very much against the idea of weapons as a cool and good thing that when I just think of weapons as a means of like maiming living beings.
I think that
it's more complex than that, of course.
I mean, my current opinion is not that different from yours, Mikks, which is that the balance of power in the universe is too far in favor of ways and options of killing people. And I would prefer the balance of power be in another direction.
I would like Nyano to give his say on some sick-ass weapon systems, because I know he's created a lot, right? It's like a thing that he does.
I made a couple, yeah. Trying to think. It's been a while since I've actually thought about this. Well, I suppose it's less that I've created like sick-ass weapon systems and more that I try to find unique ways to use like existing weapon tropes, right? Like, for example, in a work that I've been working on for, it's getting close to 10 years now.
Yeah, it's about
the protagonist is a depowered goddess of travel, as in she said most of her divinity taken from her, and she can only really make portals within about 50 meters of herself or so. But she has to do so using a sword. And I was kind of thinking to myself, the problem with like a lot of like melee weapons is their reach, of course. They can only go so far. They only have so much like projection that they can do. Well, what if a blade could effectively be anywhere within like a 50-meter radius? That person would be fucked up. Whoever could do that would be fucked up and very dangerous.
More of a fighting styles thing than anything else, right?
Mm-hmm. More of fighting styles, just unique ways to apply like existing like powers. I really like finding like stupid like powers that sound extremely stupid, but when applied in practice are actually really fucking dangerous. And my favorite one that I've ever created was I was trying to make this weird superhero setting where it followed this. You could call them like C tier or B tier, like villain team, basically. Dudes who just do heists and stuff like that, who all have like really like powers where if they just flat out told you what it was, people would just laugh at them. And one of the more dangerous dudes that I came up with was a dude who could control the rate and vector, or the acceleration and vector rate of like at which things fall.
That's pretty scary, actually. That's
if you actually understand physics.
Yeah, pretty much. What the dude does, the scene that I created to show this off was bank heist. Cops come in, they look up, and they just see coins floating about 20 feet in the air above them, falling very slowly, like imperceptibly. And then whenever one cop like tries to step forward, just like a meter like cubed just area of coins just immediately just pelts him and just reduces him to paste.
As soon as you use the word vector, you're like getting into some fucked up shit.
Well, and being able to remotely control momentum is potent.
Yeah.
That's.
Do you know how he fucking flies?
Let's hear it.
He does a little jump and then just zoots forward really fast.
Yeah, that makes sense. That makes perfect sense. Yeah.
Like
2 feet off the ground.
Yeah, like power sliding. What is that called? It's there's tech from first-person shooters where you jump and exploit your momentum.
Oh
right?
yeah, the schmovement. The schmovement.
Yeah, the schmovement. Yeah.
Yeah. And if he really wants to go somewhere, he has to climb up a tall building.
That was pretty funny.
That's pretty cute.
Yeah, but it's easy for him. He can just throw up like a handle or a rope and then just be like, okay, you're falling really slowly, and then it can support his weight. Just really, really weird shit he can do.
Mm-hmm.
Unfortunately, that's like the only memorable one. I created other fucked up ones. Another really good one was a character who could pinch materials and create like nanometer thin like wires out of them and sense and control them. But she has to actually like pinch it and pull it out.
That is also.
There's gonna be another scene in like that a bank heist thing where
that's a one
cops may like
what that is.
Yeah, a little bit. And I was going to try and reenact a scene that I saw in like I think it's the first Resident Evil movie, and I think it's whenever Lawrence Fishburne is cut into like a million pieces by the lasers.
Mm-hmm.
Where a cop was going to just walk into like what appeared to be an empty hallway, and then he just cubed meat.
I see. Ads are upon you, by the way, Al.
Ads are upon.
Water.
I need some water. I need to use the bathroom. I need to replace my waters.
Mm-hmm. What's really funny, guys?
What?
It's my last day at work.
Yeah.
And something's wrong.
Oh yeah. So you're not gonna fix it?
Something's going wrong. Oh no, I'm going to. I'm going to create that ticket now, actually.
Alright. I am going to go dispose of the water. Use the bathroom.
Okay.
I will let you guys. I will let Mikks entertain chat because Nyano has now been disabled by actually having to on.
So mostly when I write, I'm not very focused on action, right? I'm not much of an action writer, even though I've been told I'm very good at it. My tendency is to focus very much on characters observing things. That's the thing that I like a lot as a writer. As a reader, I'm like so-so on this because I don't really care that much about like conceptual superpowers and stuff like that. I'm more of a does this look interesting in motion sort of person when it comes to this stuff. So my big thing is, so I'm mostly a mecha guy, right? That's my main genre. I also read superhero comics and stuff like that. And my thing with mecha design is that I want every aspect of the robot design to be utilized in some interesting way. So, like, if the robot has hands, those hands better be used for something. If the robot has eyes, they better shoot eye beams or some shit. Like, if there isn't, like, a really smart mechanism of, like... So, the 5-star stories is really interesting, because it starts with the premise of, oh yeah, these things are used by, like, space nobility, who are all just, like, incredibly vain. Right? Which justifies pretty much anything. Oh no, Greebles are fine. The Greebles just need to come off and be like a gigantic boomerang that the robot throws at somebody well, like Akira Kushida screams or something like that, right? Like... I'm not a big fan of like the Battletech style of doing things, because I feel like they just want tanks. What they want is they just want tanks except they stomp instead of rolling. And I think that's boring. You should do more than that, right? If your machine has limbs, you should utilize those limbs somehow.
Mm-hmm.
If your machine has limbs, it better get into melee. Why wouldn't it get into melee if it has limbs? Right? I'm a giant robots are cool period fan, mostly, right? So, like, for example, it really depends on the medium, because sometimes the chunkiness of, like, bullets, missiles... I like missiles a lot, right? Missiles would be my preference, because missiles are very interesting to see animated. You got your Macross, right? Your Etano Circus, your Kogawa, missile art.
Mm.
No, see, Mechs being a mobile weapon deployment platform is dumb. It doesn't make sense. This is me talking about practicality here for a second, okay? If your universe does not have a specific reason why humanoid or animaloid or, like, whatever the fuck mobile weapons exist, why do they exist?
Hello, I am back. Yeah.
I'm talking about robots.
Of course you are. I saw that people were talking about... I saw that Grey Nothing mentioning Battletech mechs made mechs after the heart. Yeah.
So the best mech shows, thumb in your face the very premise that these are actual mechanical entity things that you are looking at, and treats the robot as a character. So the Pacific Rim system is very explicitly based on Patlabor.
Rules.
Patlabor is really good. Patlabor is a really good example of... So the other real robot type shows that you would like, Al, probably, from like what you like about Patlabor, right?
Yeah.
Are like Vifom, which is about a bunch of kids who get left on a space colony after an alien invasion, and they have to figure out how to do everything themselves because they're like 13, right?
Yeah, because
they get separated from their parents, right?
Yeah, Lord of the Flies.
No, actually, Lord of the Flies is a different show. This is not Lord of the Flies at all. This is a really wholesome show. It's actually like very much a.
I just meant like the plot premise. It's like a Castaway show. Yeah. I have reiterated several times my strong feelings about Lord of the Flies. But yes, you know that I love the Mikks as a interface for approaching sociopolitical considerations, right? That
We love Flag. Flag, all caps, Flag. It's about a photojournalist documenting a peace summit that gets attacked by terrorists who steal the symbol of the peace summit, a flag, and start making demands about and take some hostages, right?
Okay, I do like this as a premise. Yeah, you've got me. Yeah.
And then she ends up documenting the heroic attempts of a UN peacekeeping task force to mobilize a single environmental traversal mech to retrieve the flag, right? Because it's like 12 episodes long. It's really interesting. It's incredibly geopolitical, and the opening is fucking haunting. It's just a montage of the character's life through photography, the protagonist's life through photography, right?
This is a very good sell to me. This is a very good sell to me. You have hit on things that I actually care about and like.
It's a Takahashi show, and Takahashi's shows generally tend to be about politics. That tends to be what they are about. Votoms is about politics. Gasaraki is about grain economics, right?
Yes, I do need someone to get through
robots,
but also about no.
Yeah. It's also about no. Yes. But I tend to think of them through like mecha shows through this light a lot of the times, right? I actually think about them in terms of like, what are the politics? What is the world like? What is the conflict that is being portrayed here, right? That's why I like Universal Century Gundam, because Universal Century Gundam is about a socio-ideological concept. Hi, Nate.
Hello,
Nate.
How you doing, my man?
Juggle other shit. I hope you don't.
You cut off.
No, welcome in.
Thank you.
So what was I going to say? Right. So, like, typically, and I won't get into a whole, like, Tigran can come to one of my, I think he has to fix something. There you are. Welcome back.
Yeah, I just had to restart real quick. Audio broke.
Makes sense. So I won't get into it with Tigran right now. Tigran can come to one of my streams and we'll argue about mecha stuff. But, but I do think that it's pretty important and interesting to me for a show, like, mecha is a world building. That's the thing you have to understand, right? About the genre. Fundamentally, it is world building. So in a lot of ways, I am very much in agreement with you that this is a vehicle for sociopolitical exploration of like technology and how it impacts war and how that impacts life, right?
Yes. And again, I shouldn't say that's just what interests me. It's not what I think is like the best part. It's just that's where I get interested. I am much less invested in the genre in general than you are. So I don't need it to be good. I just need to say like why. I just need to be able to explain myself in this.
The truth is, right, the way I'm invested in the genre is in the really hardcore mecha otaku mechanism, right?
Yes.
By which I mean, like, I'm like about that one scene where they show the jets and they flare it a very certain way, and it's an animation technique that's really fucking interesting and looks cool as shit, right? That's like my main appeal point. That's like the level I go to from this. It's like, oh yeah, it's that one artist expressing that one technique in that one particular way from that one thing, you know, it goes on.
Yeah.
Right?
Highly in depth, highly onto the craftsmanship level of it.
Yes, pretty much.
Whereas for me, it's just another type of story.
Yeah, which is fine, right?
Yeah.
The misconception that people have about this genre, right, is that this genre has two sides to it, and it's either teenagers and robots crying about how horrible war is, and teenagers and robots with no moral depth or like complexity whatsoever. It's just an uncomplicated good and evil story, right?
Yep.
And I cannot think of a single fucking show that meets either of those criteria that is any good at all.
Okay.
Or is popular.
I was about to say, I feel like I can. Well, and I mean, the thing is I think this is a case of something that we see in a lot of people's discourse and memory about things. Is often very delinked from the text of what they're talking about. You know, again, the fucking Evangelion problem. My, good lord, the way that people talk about Final Fantasy VII is alienating. All right.
Yes.
Have a good night, Bull Moonshine. And it's so yeah. I am not surprised that there are people who think that, say, Gundam Wing is about uncomplicated, cool kids having a cool, fun time fighting with cool giant.
It's about
robots.
a bunch of edgy boys being really gay, right? That's what it's
Yeah.
about.
Yeah, that's
no,
Gundam.
it's actually an incredibly fucking boring show about the mundanity of authoritarianism.
Yeah.
Like, it's real. Gundam Wing is really boring. It's a really boring show. Despite the fact that there's a lot of really good characters, and who are all fucking insane, by the way. Everyone in Wing is fucking insane.
Oh yeah. I did manage to gather that that Hero is and the other major characters are like actually lunatics.
I will quote a scene for you right now, right?
Right.
So, Hero is asked if he'll help Zex.
Okay.
And he goes, "Yes, I will help Zex. In my own way. I'll kill him. That's how I'll help him." And then it cuts to Zex's internal monologue where he goes, "That's just fine." It's like, what the fuck am I watching?
Fucking weirdos.
It's so fun. Everyone in Wing is incredibly weird. There's like, Wu Fei is my favorite because he's so fucking weird, okay? Wu Fei's entire character. Here's what you have to understand about Wu Fei. He is a traumatized man who is so traumatized because his wife died. Right?
Right. That's sad.
His arranged marriage, wife died. He's like 15, but it's like they were arranged because of their families or whatever, right? And she was also his rival. Yeah, he actually loved her, but she was also his rival. Mm-hmm. She was a better martial artist than him. Mm-hmm. Right? And he struggled with insecurity about that. She dies, saving his life.
Yep.
And for the rest of the series, this is expressed by him refusing to have any respect for women because they're not as cool as his wife was.
Yes, I remember this detail. Yes.
It's so fucking weird.
Yes, his defining character trait is misogynist.
Yes. It's so fucking weird, right? It's weird because Wing, like most Gundam shows, excepting like 00, I guess, and to a lesser extent Seed, has a gigantic female cast. Like, around half the characters in Wing are women. And they're all portrayed as equal actors to the men, right? Mm-hmm. Not necessarily as important, because Hero's the protagonist of the show, right? So he's obviously the most thematically significant character in the entire story.
Yes,
but
they literally named him Hero.
Yes. But, like, there's a lot of women in that show, and they're all really important, and most of them are, like, ideologically opposed to each other, because this is a thing that Gundam has done since First Gundam, right? And it's a thing that pretty much every good Gundam show goes into, which is feminism. And specifically, how women can be ideologically opposed to each other. Mm-hmm. It's not a monolith. Every single Gundam show deals with this at some level, to a greater or lesser degree of maturity. I personally believe that most of Tomino's work, and especially Turn A Gundam, goes into this the best, where it's very much dealing with the idea that different people want different things out of their life, and that this causes conflict, but that's not necessarily bad, which is like very feminist, right?
It is interesting that you mentioned Turn A Gundam, because Henamimi has been watching Tomino. Yeah. And she described the incredible whiplash of going from Victory to Turn A Gundam.
Yeah, Turn A is pastoral. Mm-hmm. Whereas Victory is trauma.
Well, in particular, she felt like Victory was like perhaps the most misogynistic show she's ever watched.
Really? Because
she fucking despised it. She was so mad at Tomino.
I don't really feel that way about... Now, obviously, I'm a man, but
yeah.
I don't have that perspective of that because... Yeah.
I haven't watched...
I can understand why.
Yeah. I'm going to say that, yeah, like, Henamimi is not a dumbass.
No. I can understand why, 100%, right?
Yeah.
It's just my personal understanding of Victory is that everyone in Victory, except for the fucking protagonist, is a fucking asshole.
True.
And they're all fucking insane, okay? Like, it's... I can understand it, basically. I'll just leave it at that. It's hard to explain without you having watched Victory.
Yeah,
right?
that's going to be a limitation here.
I don't quite agree, but Turn A is definitely extremely and aggressively feminist. Like, and applies this concept to male characters as well. To, like, a very high degree, right? One of the main antagonists of the show, who's only ever a political antagonist, by the way, he never gets in a robot, he never fights anybody. Right?
Yeah.
You know why he's a bad guy?
Let's hear it.
Because he's a closeted gay who cannot be honest with himself.
Ah. All right.
And he's incredibly and intensely jealous of people, and especially women, who are expressing themselves honestly.
Classic.
Yeah,
It's really interesting. Like, he's a really good character, actually. Gwyn is his name, right? Because he's named after Guinevere. He's really interesting. Like, and Turn A is just really good. It's like one of Tomino's best shows by far.
Was it actual plot or something the audience took from it?
Oh, this is the actual plot.
Yeah, I was about to say. I don't think
He's canonically in love with the protagonist.
I do not think Mikks would. Mikks is not prone to mixing up fanon and canon like that.
Yeah, no. Gwyn is like canonically gay, canonically in love with the protagonist. Not the first gay character in a Tomino show. I mean, this show was like 2003, so it's not exactly like ancient, right? Gundam for first-time watchers. Okay, that depends on a major factor, right? Do you want to get into Universal Century Gundam, i.e. Tomino's work? Or do you want to get into the franchise as a whole?
I just want the highlights so I can win arguments online.
Okay, just shit on Gundam Seed and you'll be fine.
Hell yeah. That was my understanding. I was already way ahead of you, boss.
In my opinion, there's only like 2 or 3 even bad Gundam shows, right? So, for a brand new viewer, I would suggest either Witch from Mercury or Double O. If you want something that's isolated, standalone, and you can just watch it, they have very interesting characters, a lot of very contemporary political ideas, and aren't that long. If you want Universal Century Gundam, watch the 3 Gundam movies. Don't bother with the television show unless you're a real aficionado of the genre. It's very long and it has a lot of very dubious animation and a lot of filler episodes. Just watch the 3 shows, the 3 movies, and then watch Zeta Gundam. And then watch War in the Pocket. And then see where you feel like going from there. Once you've watched those, you have enough of a grounding to basically branch out wherever you want, right? If you want my actual opinion, watch Super Dimensional Fortress Macross. That's my actual opinion here.
Okay,
like it's only like 32 episodes
It's a very
long.
good one.
It's a really good show.
It's just 2.5 seasons.
Yeah. You can watch IBO like dry. It's what we call an alternate universe Gundam, AU, which means it's in its own standalone universe, right? So you can just watch it. It's a pretty good standalone. I'm a little iffy on IBO. It goes some places that I don't really like, but a lot of people really, really like it, and it has some really interesting stuff going on. If you like sadder shows about like class inequality, you'll probably like IBO.
Hello, Malone.
See, that is the side of IBO fandom that I do not really like. The fact that, okay, so there's people who find IBO very cathartic, right?
Mhm.
And I respect that. But it's exactly why I don't like the show. Because the way it does catharsis
Mhm.
is two things. Two
Okay.
primary things happen in IBO that provide catharsis. One, people have sex.
Cool. Good for them.
And two, really cartoonishly evil bad guys are set up and then killed brutally.
All right.
Who are
Big fan of
also
that.
all scheming pseudo-intellectuals, by the way. All of them. Every single one of them. Right?
Cool. Just like
That's just history.
Yeah. I mean, it's very much like a lot of IBO is a working class revenge fantasy. Right? That's what a lot of the show actually is. And it works. It's very unique for Gundam, and it's weirdly brutal, right? And yeah, if you like it, that's fine. I don't really see a problem with it. I don't think it's a bad show. I think the animation isn't good enough. But aside from that, I don't think it's like a bad show at all. I'm just more of a my engagement with Gundam in particular, and what I'm looking for from Gundam in particular is you aren't special and you could die at any minute, and there's nothing you can do about it. Right? That's what I tend to look for. I don't tend to look for power fantasy from this genre. I tend to look for the subversion of power fantasy. Right?
The critique even of power fantasy.
Yes, actually, critique of power fantasy is a huge part of Universal Century Gundam in particular.
Deeply appreciate that.
I deeply appreciate that. Even G-Clux does this, right? G-Clux does it quite well, actually.
I
Amate
do
is a
very
really
much
good
enjoy
protagonist.
G-Clux.
Yeah.
Mind, obviously, I've talked to you about that and my
Yeah.
lack of understanding of Gundam as a whole, but I do very much appreciate G-Clux.
Yeah. The Price of Smiles is a little bit not very good. Like, its writing just isn't good enough. It has a strong opening, and then it just kind of is boring for the rest of the show. I would say that I prefer things like what's a good example here? See, it's important to me that this just be a given within the work, not something that is delivered with a lot of fanfare, like The Price of Smiles or I'll Know As Zero goes into, right? Where it's just like, oh, look at how different and unique and subversive we are. I don't care. Like, I'm actually not interested in you celebrating yourself for having an idea, right? Like,
What a good way of describing Old Noah Zero.
Yeah.
Just
Hey.
it's so pompous.
constantly backpatting itself.
Yeah.
Just so annoying.
It's really, really frustrating, right? I'll Know As Zero made me angry after episode 3 when they decided, oh yeah, this show is about how awesome it is to be a practical military guy. Like, shut the fuck up.
It wasn't even a
Like,
practical
holy shit.
military guy. It's like, isn't it so cool to be the smartest boy who knows physics?
Who knows physics? And for some reason, all these Martians just don't. They just don't know any physics,
Yeah.
right?
I got
Like,
upset on a very physical level because at one point the main character gets whipped, and then the next scene there's no signs of him ever being whipped.
yeah.
It's all about physics and consistency, except when it's things that happen in the plot.
Yeah.
Mhm.
I have determined, by the way, the actual way to get people to watch mecha shows, no matter how bad they are, is just put Swano music over it. And people will be like, oh, this is the best thing ever, holy shit. Right? It's the same reason why people are so impressed by Solo Leveling. The animation in that show isn't even all that good, like, compared to some of its contemporaries even, right? You just stick Swano on. Like, I am convinced, right? I think 86 is a good show. And I think it's just a good series in general. I think it's really interesting. I like that it's a very, like, I like seeing a Japanese creator do something that's very much a very Western-coded, war crimes series, right?
Yes.
I think that's really interesting. But I assure you, the reason why people like that show is because of the music.
I will say, I am pretty confident the only thing that kept me in ReZero was the opening and closing music.
The thing that made me have hope for it was literally the end of the first episode, which is really good.
Mm-hmm.
The whole, you spend an entire episode setting up some nebulous thing and then you nuke like 7 cities. Like, that's a good fucking opening for your show, okay?
Oh, you're
That's
talking about
exciting.
Noah?
Yeah, I'll know it.
I'll know. Yeah. I was like, they don't do that in ReZero.
No, they don't. ReZero, yeah, but ReZero has good openings too. Sorry, you said ReZero, and I heard I'll know a zero.
Yeah, no. I'll know zero. I genuinely don't know. I got like, I don't remember how far I got into it. Maybe like 8 episodes, and I just remember being bored. I do remember the first episode being quite cool, and then I remember being quite bored after that. And the most interesting thing that was outside of the first episode was the background detail that the Soviet Union still exists.
Yeah. Oh, they just lifted that direct from fucking Full Metal Panic, by the way.
Yeah.
Which is also really good, by the way. I love Full Metal Panic.
I had to look it up, and the one anime that I was thinking of that fucking Sawano absolutely saved was Guilty Crown.
Oh yeah, 100%. Guilty Crown's trash.
That it was purely because of the music. Like, if you ever had a moment where you're watching it and you're blushing, it's because Sawano's in the background.
Yeah, pretty much. On top of that, I also really love the second opening, which is
so good.
My Dearest is a really, really good song. It's just a really, really good song, right? But no, Guilty Crown is from this period where every fucking show that Sunrise put out was just an attempt to be Code Geass again. They were trying to figure out what made Code Geass good, without understanding what made Code Geass good was that the director was fucking insane.
Didn't know how chess works.
Yeah, he doesn't know how anything works, and he does not care. He does not care. He will just do whatever he wants, and it will be really funny. Right?
Episode 1, I moved my king so the rest of the units would follow. Okay, bro.
That's so good.
Yeah. That's actually
no. That's a powerful metaphor, even if it's stupid.
It is actually a metaphor, because the point of the entire thing is that they're having an argument about leadership, right? But it's very clear that the author doesn't understand chess.
That's so funny.
It's genuinely a quote.
No, the thing that's the best about Code Geass, right, is that Code Geass will take the piss out of itself so fast. There was an entire episode in the middle of a fucking like rebellion war drama, which it's the Man in the Iron Mask. Okay, that's what Code Geass is.
Okay. Good thing to rip off. If you're gonna rip off, as well.
And there's an entire episode about the protagonist pretending to be a fop because he's Batman at like the school festival, right? In which they have to run around a track. And he starts running around the track, and he proceeds for the entire scene to get laughed by every single character in the cast twice because he is very physically unfit.
Rocks.
This is the cool ass Batman protagonist of the show, right? This is Char Aznable, right? Here, it's so fucking funny, right?
Yeah, I agree that rocks. That's
and this is what the director of Code Geass is just like, right? One of his other shows, right, has 6 episodes of setup for this old, Chinese master tactician cruel guy, right? Who comes up with this like dictatorial, cruel, past his prime sort of callous military leader who's detached from his people, right?
Mm-hmm.
And then about 6 episodes in, he hears that a war has started. Well, during a military parade. What does he do in response to this?
I'm guessing he takes the military parade straight into combat.
He screams, does a backflip, steals a motorcycle, and goes off to fight at the front lines by himself.
Amazing.
It's a really silly show, right? Keep in mind, this is a show where people get superpowers from being like super convicted in things, right? But you're kind of expecting this antagonist to be this like sort of evil emperor type who doesn't understand the themes of the story. No, actually, the whole point of his character is that he understands the themes of the story better than anybody else does. Which is a really funny twist for a hero, right? That's Back Arrow, by the way. The name of which is a pun on Back Hero, you idiot, right? Which is extremely funny. And somebody asked what my favorite mecha anime was. It's Earth Defense Enterprise Daigo. Which is a show about a corporation who builds a giant robot because a monster attacks Japan once, and then no monsters attack Japan for like 25 years. So they just have this giant robot that they don't have anything to do with, and then more monsters start attacking Japan, so they have to figure out how to actually utilize the robot. Awesome. And the entire show is just the logistics of how do we make this like economically viable for our company and not just bankrupt us in a week? You know, like there's a joke where they equip a drill to it because drills are a man's soul, right? And the drill's gyroscopics are so fucked up that it just falls over immediately. It's like really fucking good.
Amazing. That rocks.
But the great thing about the show is it's not actually going like, this is stupid and you shouldn't like this. This is lame and queer and dumb for losers like you, right? No, the point of the show is this is actually awesome, but it's also not practical at all, right? This seems really cool until you have to do paperwork.
Also, hello, lesbian cat. Hello. But yeah, I feel like I have not seen enough mecha shows to...
sorry.
No, I was just making sure that because I thought that was a question directed at all of us. I don't feel like I have the right to say that I have a favorite mecha show because I just don't know a lot about the genre, if I'm being honest.
So I
guess I could say Pat Labor. I do like Pat Labor a lot.
Pat Labor is a good choice. Pat Labor and Dygard are very similar shows. It's just Pat Labor is more of a send-up of Gundam, and Dygard is more of a send-up of Mazinger Z.
Okay.
Or Evangelion specifically. It is specifically a send-up of Evangelion. In that the big conspiracy is the military trying to figure out how to build a giant robot so that they don't have to let private businesses do this. It's just the JSDF trying to figure out how to not rely on a private industry and their privately owned super weapon in order to solve the problem of earthquake causing monsters attacking Japan. That's the conspiracy. Gao Gaigar is really good. No, the actual point of Dygard isn't so much administration gets in the way of cool things. The actual point of Dygard is bureaucracy is necessary for the cool things to happen. Without the bureaucracy, your cool things would just be chaos. Right? That's the actual point, right? It's interesting in that regard.
Your coolness
it's also really funny.
Your coolness is limited by what you can do with your two hands.
Exactly.
I was going to ask.
I'm sorry, I just really like this genre, so please speak.
I was going to ask, have I bothered you about my favorite mecha and how I've been judged accordingly?
Which one?
It's Razafon.
Oh yeah, no, I love Razafon. I think Razafon is better than Evangelion, actually.
Fucking thank you so goddamn much.
I think it's way more coherent in what it's doing. It's the show. Razafon is the show people think Evangelion is. Actually, Razafon is actually kind of about its spiritual themes. Like, it's actually about this. It's actually about being a perfect human. And all sorts of other weird shit like that. It's also very, 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 very Hindu. Whereas Evangelion is just using this stuff as window dressing, right?
I'm sorry, that just made me incredibly happy.
It also has great music. It's one of the three. Yeah. Maya Sakamoto.
I have always enjoyed the insight that, as far as I can tell, Evangelion's Christian theming is entirely there. People say it's because it looks cool. He thinks it looks cool though, because of Ultraman.
Ultraman and Devilman.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Which means that he has inadvertently particularly pulled in specifically the Catholic Church.
Yes.
But that's also one of the reasons he wound up hating it, is because of all the response that came from different, individual religious and church understanding, because it was not something that was intended. It just kind of wound up being there, and it wound up matching up fairly well, but enough to be like, hey, please stop bothering me about this. Please shut up.
Yeah. The craziest thing about Evangelion fans to me is just that they're so convinced that because the monsters are called angels, they must literally be angels. I'm like, are you stupid? Like, every single time I just sit there like,
that's a goofy one. That's a goofy one. That was not where I thought you were going. I have never quite gotten over the insistence that End of Evangelion and the TV show are the same continuity. I was like, these characters just don't act the same at all. Like, this is...
It's a branching point, right?
Yeah, it's a branching point. OGVT, thank you for the raid. Thank you for the raid, raiders. Hello. Oh, hold on. I need to put Nate in the channel.
Nano's not in there either.
Nano was in there at one point.
That's fine. I'm still not streaming. You don't have to worry about it.
Too bad. Giving people credit is important.
Wait,
I agree with that.
Is OG's name is that a fucking numeral or something? That's a zero. Motherfucker.
Oh. But yes. Hello, Raiders. My name is Almantas. I am a former professor of sociology. I am a current VTuber. I do a lot of hand cams. I mostly do calligraphy, but today I am painting. How is Still Wakes the Deep? I've actually heard pretty good things.
That game is so fucking good.
I think I have it. I just haven't played it yet. But
that game is just really good.
It was very good. Excellent. Yes. I am painting a little Roman dude. And I am joined. Big stretch. I am joined by my friends Mikks, Nyanomancer, and Vovern.
Yo.
Nah. I'm looking at Pokemon shit. Trying to help friends with Pokemon shit.
You the bug.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I've already dealt with the bug because I do the random fights on Pokemon Showdown.
Right.
Because to me, it's kind of like chess, except I don't know what rules the other person is playing by because I don't know what they have in their back end.
Yeah.
So I really enjoy that.
That's an interesting way to put it, actually.
But yeah, so it's just like you only see one out of their 6 at the time, and you kind of have to predict, like, if they're going to swap, why would they swap? If they're going to do this, why are they going to do this? And I do enjoy that. I've been accused of scripting before, which is really funny. Because why the fuck would I script on this?
Why would anyone
fucking matter?
Yeah, on fucking Pokemon Showdown of all things, right?
It's like you hit me with a grass attack, so I pick a character that absorbs grass attack. I guess I'm scripting. But no, I'm trying to find what the sleeper hits are in the system Nagi has set up here, or is going into.
I have a question for you.
Excellent. That's all good. You had a question for me?
For Nate, actually, specifically,
okay,
if you don't mind.
Go ahead.
Please go ahead.
So, Still Wakes the Deep, in my opinion. Have you played Still Wakes the Deep, Nate, or seen it?
I do not believe I have.
Okay, I was specifically going to draw on one of your areas of expertise here, which is that I think that the voice acting in that game is actually incredibly high quality. I think it's one of the best things about the game, and it's one of the things that makes it like as good as it is, right?
I have not seen it, but I will take a look.
Yeah, it has pretty phenomenal performances from the cast, I feel.
Okay, yeah, no, I'll take a look into it. Sorry, I can't answer your question, but I will definitely take a dive into the deep.
But yeah, Al, I think you'd like this game a lot. Actually, it's very close to literary horror, I feel.
Ooh, that's a good sign.
In the way it's presented.
Oh, 3 BAFTA awards. Okay.
Yeah.
BAFTA, I do actually kind of take BAFTA awards seriously, like for video games.
Yeah, that's solid.
They actually give off like decent awards. There's a lot of game awards that are absolute bullshit, including notably the Jeff Awards. But
I wave longingly at Hideo Kojima Awards.
Yeah, I have very little respect for the Jeff Awards.
Don't acknowledge underpayment and folks that stand outside of my area with signs awards.
I mostly just am very mad that like one guy didn't bother to name his award show anything, and then everybody just accepted that means that those are the most prestigious awards.
Mm-hmm.
No, have a little bit of goddamn self-respect here, people.
Like, I understand.
No.
Okay.
I mean,
cat privilege.
I can't. You can lead a cat to self-respect, but I don't know where I'm going with that.
I wonder who has the Twitch account Streamer.
Oh, yeah, somebody probably does. I am still really floored by the fact that there is a person who is just feet.
Yeah.
And that they're like a relatively recent account. They're not from like the Justin TV days. They're like a...
I'm looking at the Still Wakes the Deep cast. This is some wildly theatrical background.
Oh, yeah.
Like, there's no doubt they know how to voice act, because this is just like... Everything else they did was either stage or... Damn.
Yeah. It's really good. Like, I actually was blown away by this game. I played it. It's like... It's kind of like, it's not really a walking simulator, but it's like not really a game where you're like in there to be challenged intensely by it. right? You're there to experience.
What game? Sorry.
Still Wakes the Deep.
Oh, okay, cool. Sorry, I just figured out the issue.
Nice, good job.
Oh, good work.
Okay, hello, Kitsune Trade. Hello. Welcome in, Raiders. My name is Almantas. I'm a former professor of sociology, a current VTuber, an old man who loves old things. How was Cinders? I don't know Cinders. How was Cinders? How was it? I hope it was a good time. For the Raiders, that bit about sociology, that is not a bit. That is actually just a job I used to hold. I mostly do handcams, and calligraphy in particular is my favorite art form. But today I am painting a little Roman guy. I'm painting a tiny little Roman soldier. Because I want to. Because it is a skill that I'm not very good at, and that gives me a lot of room to improve. Mochi Parade, Seraph Blade, welcome in.
Mochi Parade is such a good name.
That's good. That's good. It's a.
I love Mochi.
It's a Cinderella visual novel. Okay. I think there's actually quite a bit of room to go with the basic gist of a Cinderella story. I think there's room to go and explore that theme in a 21st century context, or I should say for a 21st century audience, because so much of what the Cinderella story is about like class anxiety.
Yes, it is, in fact.
Which is like something that is, we're on a bit of an upswing on that one. In recent times.
I've heard of Cinders, right? I haven't played it myself, but I have heard of it because I'm a visual novel guy, right? So, I think I was gonna play it, and then I got incredibly fucking distracted by Movelove again.
Nice.
So I've looked up the streamer account, by the way. The account is just a streamer, right?
Yeah.
So one video, 18 years ago, from Germany. It's just fireworks.
Oh, that's so good.
It's just a fireworks show. That's the entire.
Hell yeah.
That's the entire 122 followers.
Based.
No other activity.
So cool. That's so cool. 100% just playing yourself. Excellent. Yeah. I definitely think there's a lot of leg room for going places with a story about that kind of class anxiety, about forgetting what I'm doing with myself right now. I think there's a lot of room there for exploration. I think that I can see that being very compelling. I think that there's a lot of room for reimagination there. It's one of those ones that like I haven't heard people doing reimaginings of.
You mostly get like Oz and like
good Lord, a lot of Oz.
Sleeping Beauty.
I feel like Oz also has very little room, to be honest.
Oz has incredibly little room. That's probably why it's so popular. Because you look at Oz and well, what if Wizard was evil? Missing the entire point that he's a shyster. Like it's kind of interesting that Wicked is as successful as it is. In that Wicked is... What am I doing with myself? Seraph Blade 25, thank you for the follow. In that, like, all the Wicked is like, what if the evil witch was actually nice? What if...
The fuck?
Yeah, what if...
yes. Also, what if there were incredibly intensely queer undertones to everything that happens?
Yeah, and it's
don't forget about that part.
I have not read the book. I have watched the musical, but I have not read the book, and my understanding is that the book isn't very good.
It's not all that good.
Yeah, and
the musical is better, but
I can absolutely believe that the musical is. Yeah, I mean, like. What a surprise! Somebody made a musical.
That's queer.
what a shocker! Who would have possibly predicted this turn of events?
It's not like I've loved musicals since I was about 4 years old or anything. There's certainly nothing to that whatsoever, right?
Absolutely ridiculous. And so I can take seriously that the musical really elevates the source material. Because there's quite a few ways that you can do that. There's a couple of ways that you can do that. There's the obvious way that you can always elevate a source material in an adaptation, which is rarely done, but is done sometimes, which is you just do better editing. Like it's just you just have a free pass to go through another round of edits.
Pretty much.
Looking at you, 86. Ooh, that pacing in those light novels is not great.
No, it's really. I mean, that's just a chronic problem with light novels. Yeah. Like the only light novels I've ever read that don't have some chronic fucking pacing issues are The Melancholy of Haruhi Suzumiya, right?
Oh, okay. Yeah.
If you've never read those, they're actually incredibly fucking well written and incredibly smart.
I mostly just feel sad that literally the only time I regret being a person who watches everything and plays everything years after it ends is that I didn't get to watch Endless 8 when it was live.
Oh yeah. I actually see. I got so much shit for being like, I actually think Endless 8 is pretty good. I think it's actually pretty interesting. I think it's pretty interesting to see the same scenes shot from a different perspective over and over again. Like, do you guys understand that these episodes are actually different, even though the plot is the same, right? Like. It would have been even funnier if they just aired the same exact episode over and over again, but no, they reanimated it 8 fucking times in a row.
That rocks. Oh, the unnamed memory, the adaptation sucks. I am sorry. That can happen. Adaptations adaptations usually go the other way. It is kind of an interesting thing in because I'm actually not like a weeb by like nature. I am not like a big
You're like
anime
a shiny weeb. China's
a little bit.
Weeb,
well, I'm a fucking academic.
You're a Chinese weeb because all academics are.
This is probably. I mean, no. This is going to be. This is a cohortal legion, so it's just a legionnaire. They didn't have Principes and Hastati for this era. But yeah, it's usually adaptations denigrate the source material. This is not universally true, but this is generally true. Usually adaptations are worse than the thing they adapted. There are some exceptions. Big exception for Jurassic Park.
I'd also give a big exception for To Kill a Mockingbird.
Ooh, that's a spicy take.
I think that the performance of the actors in the film carries the story much harder than the prose of the original novel does.
I'm willing to take it. I'm not going to fight you on it because I'm also not enough of a To Kill a Mockingbird stan. It's a good book. It
was my favorite movie growing up. So.
Okay. I am going to stand by Michael Crichton not actually being that good of a writer, and the movie is really good. So
Jurassic Park is a really good movie. Yeah. It's Jurassic Park is Spielberg, right? Yeah. It's. I don't know if it's Spielberg's best movie, but it's certainly one of his better movies.
Yeah, I hot take. I actually kind of like Spielberg in general.
You don't?
I don't. I think he's really mawkish.
Once again, you get along so well with my uncle.
Uncle Alliance here. I think he's mawkish and tedious.
Generally, I agree with you. I will say it's intensely funny to me. Like, I don't know whether you saw this, but Spielberg asked the Activision to do the Call of Duty movie. He wanted to do it.
I heard.
Right? And they told him no.
I heard, yeah, because he wanted directorial control. He wanted like normal levels of control.
And I'm sitting here just like, you have the guy who made Saving Private Ryan, the reason why your games exist. You have this guy. He says he wants to do your movie. And you say no? Really?
Incredible stuff. So Tech Priest, this is actually you've triggered me a little bit here. The Marian reforms are a artifact of a little bit of fringe German scholarship that got a lot of really weird popularity in the 80s in English languages for some reason. It's not something that is taken seriously as a conceit in historical among historians. It's really kind of an interesting phenomena that it has the kind of purchase that it does. That said, there is absolutely a transition between early Republic and Middle Republic, where they go from and in the Middle and Late Republic, they no longer have the Hastades Principes Triarii, and they just have cohortal legions. But the academics don't divide that into like a Marian post-Marian thing because. Marian didn't do the Marian reforms didn't happen the way that is often portrayed in a lot of media. That said, the other part of this, almost all Roman legionnaires, period, were issued slings. Slings are incredibly cheap, and they are extremely useful for something that is arguably more important than anything you do on the battlefield, which is hunting small game. They are very, very valuable for foraging, and they cost almost nothing to have the troops use. So the only real question about slings is, do they know how to use them? The ammo is almost always available, though it is kind of worth noting that fortresses, people did keep track of different types of sling ammo. And with fortresses, we can find fortresses where the stockpiles of different types of sling bullets are neatly stockpiled by size and material. So it's not always just like throwing a random sling. I have made this one metallic looking because lead was a preferred material. Cast lead was a preferred material for using for slings, and because I thought it would look nice. But yeah.
It would not be an OWL history aside without a acknowledgement that the logistics are so much more interesting than what they use the weapons for to kill people with. Like every time, man, it's so good. Every
time. Well, I will make a purely a non-logistical point that I think is kind of interesting. I'll make also a completely non-logistical point that I definitely chose the wrong green. That's definitely way too light of a green. I mean, the good news is it's way too light of a green, so I can go over it pretty easily. Which one do I want to use here? Probably sick green. No, it's okay. It's okay, Tech Priestess. It's generally it's not, unless you like read military history stuff on purpose. It's not something that's gonna like occur to you. But
Tech Priest is a full metal guy, right? He does like HEMA type stuff, right?
Yep.
So
yeah. But like unless you're reading like academic sources,
more sword fighting.
The sorry, I didn't mean to be condescending there. A cool thing to me is, why did Roman legionnaires fight with swords? And why did Roman legionnaires fight with swords? And people often think it's because of some superior quality of the sword over the spear. And no, it's that Roman legionnaires also fought with spears. It's that they threw the spears, and the throwing of the spears was very important, and they would probably fight with another spear, but they ran out of hands.
The pilum was made specifically to be thrown.
Yep, it's a throwing spear.
And then the gladius was made almost entirely to be stabbed.
Yep, and it's the function of how the legionnaire fights is throw a spear, take the second spear out of your hand, throw the second spear, and then go in while the formation is still fouled. Because heavy infantry formations live and die by their formation, and if the formation is fouled, you can really carve it up even if you have otherwise inferior equipment. Which the Romans don't have, because the Romans are wearing mail. They are incredibly heavily armored. The Romans are going in there with a lot of metal, relatively speaking. And I heard Nyano try to fit some words in edgewise. What you got for us, Nyano?
I was making words in edgewise. Gonna be like, yo, 2 spears.
2 spears.
Yeah, they would usually have somewhere between 3 to 4, because the scutum would have rigs on the back of it to have more pilums set.
Sometimes.
Let's not get ahead of ourselves. In the
periods that I'm familiar with in the Middle Late Republic, you would hold the scutum with your hand, and then that is holding your second pilum like that with your thumb. Because remember, these are handhold. They're not arm strapped. They're handhold ones. Oh, hello, bigger pig. And then you've got the other pilum, and then you've got your sheathed sword. And so that's 2, which is as much time as you've got to throw, and then you throw them both, and then you charge home. And if you happen to be fighting most forms of heavy infantry that were their contemporaries, they're not going to handle that very well. A pike formation is going to be somewhat fouled, which is really, really bad for a pike formation. Pike formations are very reliant on a pretty rigid set of roles and locations. And if you're fighting a Gallic or Germanic formation, they are going to be much less heavily armored than you, and are going to have taken some pretty brutal casualties from those heavy throwing spears. And, then you're going with chainmail against people who generally do not have nearly as much chainmail. I keep on saying chainmail, even though that's not an appropriate term, but it's what people know.
How much of because this is not something that I know very much about, right?
Yeah.
How much of Rome's military success was due to superior metallurgy?
Metallurgy. So
armoring is
sort of. Well, okay.
Yeah.
This is actually kind of an interesting thing. The Romans are actually kind of famously poor metallurgists. However, that's usually based on rating the peak of their equipment. The best Roman armor and arms uses worse iron than what you would see, particularly among the Gauls. However, the average Roman was walking into battle with way more metal in total. And so the individual qualitative superiority of any given piece of iron, not really present, but the amount of armor that these guys are going into battle with is really overwhelming by comparison to their neighbors. And that is probably a fairly significant percentage of their military success. The other parts that tend to get highlighted as very significant effects are fides. Is really kind of the big one. The way that the Romans did their alliance system internally, where it's very, very... The Romans' willingness to get their own men killed to fulfill honorable obligations to their vassals is extremely overwhelming. They will not sell out even minor allies for anything less than major defeats in battle, which is such a huge contrast with every other one of their peers. And the effect of this means that pretty much any time that there is a war, everybody else is suffering mass defections other than the Romans.
That does make sense. Yeah.
Hello, Momo. I would say I'm painting okay. I think I've made some mistakes. We are getting ads. But yeah, the way that the Roman alliance system works is actually kind of an interesting component of all of this, is that on top of the just real commitment to making sure that their allies know that when the Romans say you are in our alliance, you are in our alliance, the Roman tributary system, because these are all largely tributary empires we're talking about, right? The Roman tributary system is you basically only pay taxes when we loot you, and then after that it's just manpower contributions. And this is a lot of why Rome is able to pull in manpower that is really overwhelming compared to their enemies. I always like to highlight that the last battle where one of the other states, not the non-state peoples, hold on quite a bit more robustly, but until they end up against Persia, the last Mediterranean state that is able to put up a real fight is at the Battle of Pydna by the Antigonids. And at the Battle of Pydna, the Antigonids lose about 15,000 guys, and it is over for their entire state. They are done. They are cooked. Yeah. They cannot survive those kind of casualties among their heavy infantry. They are done. That is the end of the war, and that is the end of Greek resistance writ large to Roman domination up until the Battle of Actium, which is where it's mostly Romans fighting against other Romans, because Actium is part of the civil wars. It just happens that Egypt threw in their weight behind the losing side of that civil war. By contrast, the Romans lose like 200,000 guys fighting Hannibal half a century earlier, and they just keep on trucking. They are able to. They are horrifying and devastating losses, but those are losses that the Roman system can handle, whereas none of the Greek successor states, none of the Hellenistic successor states, can handle more than about 10 or 15,000 casualties. Really, not more than like a few hundred casualties in a year, and still manage to operate as a state.
I mean, okay, that does make sense.
Yeah. And this part has to do with the specific fragility of the Macedonian states. I can see people are having a discussion about SE. I'm just going to let that roll without question.
Sorry, friend. I just
no. You guys are having fun. And I mean, in case you didn't know, this Tech Priest is in Australia. So I don't know if that changes, how much that changes.
It does. I'm trying to, accommodate for that accordingly, but,
Yeah, the
horseshit in politics, as it were.
Yeah, there's always horseshit and there's always politics. There's no apolitical gaming. Well, that sounds kind of obnoxious, Tech Priest. But yes,
it's safer, at least.
That's true, that is safer. That's a good safety measure.
That actually is a really good safety measure. Like the more I think about it, the more sense it makes from that perspective, at least, right?
I know.
But it's got to be pretty frustrating if like you're a trainee and your friends are trainees and you can't like actually spar with each other. You have to go find somebody else to spar with, right?
If it's private property, doesn't fucking matter. It's an honor system.
Yes, I'm not 100% certain that Australia doesn't get authoritarian about that, though.
They get authoritarian about porn?
Yes, I know, and video games.
It's
video
less,
games.
Yeah, it's less, Australia, but more SCA Australia being authoritarianist about it.
Yeah,
which,
enough,
I mean, US, there's more than enough of that. The kingdom that I grew up within the SCA is wildly authoritarian. It's taken a long while for it to actually be kicked out, to the point that I backed out of the SCA until I moved out here, and then because I don't have the time for it now, I backed out for it again. But
yeah,
God knows I would not do SCA again if I was living where I used to live.
That tracks. That tracks.
But please, sorry, didn't mean
to
interrupt.
No, you're good. But yeah, it's a huge difference in how people relate to these states. And so the Hellenistic successor states, they actually have an interesting series of limitations. There's a bunch of limitations on army size that are quite interesting, and the biggest one is logistical, of course, and that's the way that marching operates and that foraging from the countryside operates means that you are kind of limited to about 20,000 people marching together in a single body at a time, which means that you can split up and then have 40,000 people. And so if you look at ancient battles on Wikipedia, you'll see that almost every ancient battle tends to be like 30,000 on 30,000. And this is why. This is the limitations of ancient farming coming to rear, is that you can only get about 40,000 people marching together at a time, and some percentage of those people are going to be pickets, garrisons, camp followers, that kind of thing. So you get about 30,000 combatants per side in almost every major ancient battle. There's definitely exceptions, Rathia and Cannae being two very famous ones. In both cases, the oversized sides of those battles lost. So that's one limitation, but the Hellenistics are put onto another limitation that's really interesting and quite funny in retrospect, and is a reason why none of them really would have stood a chance if either Carthage or Rome really turned their eyes against them. They all would have been turbo fucked, and that's that they are kingdoms. They are kingdoms, and so the power center has to be centered around the king for the entire country. It also has to be centered around the king. And so that's one army. And the army is limited to like 40,000 people because of the marching limitations of the time. And you cannot have another center. So if you make a second army, that means that you have now put yourself at a ludicrously high risk of a coup, because now 50% of the entire military force of your country is in the hands of a potential rival claimant to the king. So you don't do that. So that means that even though not the Antagonids, the which one's the help me out here, folks. In Anatolia, which one's the Anatolian satrapy, successor state? Seleucids. The Seleucids, there we go. The Seleucids. Even though the Seleucids have a population that is larger than Rome's in total by like quite a bit, they can still only field about 40,000 guys for the entire country. And then further on top of this, on top and beyond this, so you can only field about that many guys at a time. And so you don't really want that many other guys who are like fully trained, because that means that you are now at a civil war risk. And these are all the Hellenistic successor states are all rigid asshole ethnocracies. And so you are limited. You only deploy for your heavy infantry and your true heavy cavalry. Those all have to be ethnically Macedonian people. Because otherwise you're giving like way too much rights and way too much power to subject people. And you threaten your entire social infrastructure. And so the limitation on you being able to replenish your force is your access to ethnic Macedonians, which is why, despite the fact that the Seleucids are bigger than Rome, they still have a smaller military total capacity than the Antagonids, who only rule half of Greece. So, cool bunch of limitations placed on these things by their political, ethnic, and agricultural structures. All conspire to limit the size of successor state armies to very small. I think that's neat. I think that's a neat neat confluence of events.
It's certainly interesting, right?
Yeah.
Like, I unfortunately like this is outside of my depth, right?
Yeah.
Unfortunately, right? But it's very interesting to listen to.
Yeah, that was like total lecture mode for me. That was like complete lecture mode.
That's fine. I provoked it, right?
Yeah, you asked. You asked. I don't feel remotely bad about it.
You shouldn't.
Yeah, you asked. So yeah, this is a lot of why. Because Rome is a republic. It's actually Rome being a republic winds up being a huge source of power projection for them, because that means that they can have at the very least 2 consuls who are in the field at any given time, and because those consuls are temporary positions, that means that you don't have to worry that much about having a huge amount of backup forces that are outside of the field. And then, of course, they do develop rather early in their history a system of having additional consuls in the field who are like technically not consuls. They're proconsuls is the term, which means that they're pro.
I can't believe they put the PS3 on the field of battle.
Yeah. They PS3'd the battlefield, and so that allows them to keep like 100,000 plus guys in arms and in the field on active deployment at a time, when their opponents cannot have more than 30,000 people in their entire country under arms at any reasonable time. So it's pretty interesting how these series of limitations play out and what they mean. And again, the Carthaginians are not limited in the same fashion that the Antagonids and the Seleucids and the Ptolemaids are. They are limited by, the limitations of the Carthaginian system, which imposes its own limitations, which we don't know as much as we might like to. People kind of often assume we know a lot more about Carthage than we actually do. But what we do know is that they are an aristocratic republic, like Rome, and that they are able to field considerably larger armies that are not ethnically linked. We do see indications, in fact, that the Carthaginians have a kind of weird ethnocracy where full Carthaginian citizens are exempt from military service, which is in profound contrast to the Roman system, where those are the backbone of your military, are your full citizens. And it is interesting. And there was actually really recent data for you nerds out there. We do have enough Carthaginian remains that we were able to do genetic analysis on the Carthaginian remains. And contrary to a common belief that even historians held on to for a very long time, contrary to a very common belief, Carthage, even if it was settled by Semitic people from Phoenicia, the Punic people, right? Even though it may have been settled by those people initially, they did not maintain a genetically distinct ethnocracy inside Carthage. It is pretty clear from the remains that they either were largely replaced or just interbred enough with the local populations of North Africa as to not be meaningfully distinct from other North African populations and Mediterranean populations.
It's the favorite historical trope of military history or invaded, which is just blame the Romans.
Yeah. Well, I mean, what it is also is that like both Rome and Carthage. Again, we don't have like written records from Carthage, so this really limits our ability to speak about them.
Right, but a lot of it was due to Roman occupation.
Oh yeah, no. I mean, the Romans burned all of their sources.
Yeah, blame the Romans.
Blame the Romans for that one. Yeah, absolutely. Blame the Romans. Were absolutely the enemies of studying history there.
And further north.
But yes, the nature of what we see suggests that Carthaginian citizenship was much like Roman citizenship, where it is a legal status that can be conferred without worry about a person's lineage and genetics. They can transcend those things, which is, again, absolutely a major strength of Rome. And something that Rome was self-consciously strengthening and emphasizing as early as the kingdom of Rome. Right?
Mm-hmm.
You know, the Sabines and the Latins and so on. Kure MVT, thank you for the follow. I'm just doing some highlights and then I'm probably going to kick us out of here because I am tired and hungry. But that
is usually when you end stream.
It's usually when I end stream. That's why I like to end stream. I also want to make sure that I get out of here before... Because I did something evil. I could raid Rinnie's, but I'm almost certainly going to raid Mint because I have been evil, and I was one of several people who convinced her to play Victoria 3.
Oh, you bastard!
so I owe her penance.
This is supplication, is it?
Well, it's guilt. It's guilt.
See, Moe gets it. Gets it.
Victoria 3 is actually my most streamed game.
Yes.
I've streamed a lot of Victoria 3. That doesn't mean I think it's a particularly good game, even if it's my favorite Paradox game. It is mostly something of a mostly something of a pretty incomplete disaster. Total aside, I know I've said this like 8 times on stream before, but folks, please do not expect Vampire the Masquerade Bloodlines 2 to be released in anything resembling a playable state.
Yeah, I mean, the first game wasn't.
The first game was not playable until the studio went bankrupt and fan patches came out. So, yeah.
I expect it to be pretty terrible. I will be very disappointed, but I expect it to be terrible. It's just a shame because it could be like, look,
it could be good.
Vampire the Masquerade, right?
Yeah,
is a game that I think. So we were talking about adaptations before, right? Yeah. I feel that White Wolf, as a company, would be served very well by somebody who's actually good at designing like games, adapting them.
Yeah.
I think like
what if we gave them to Obsidian?
I would give them to CD Projekt Red.
That's actually the people who made Pentiment.
Okay.
Yeah, and Pillars of Eternity. Yeah.
That would work pretty well.
That would work pretty well. CD Projekt Red is actually the right choice.
CD Projekt Red is the right choice because they already adapt shit like this. Source material that isn't, and source material that isn't very good, like The Witcher, and make something that is objectively better than the source material out of it.
Yeah,
I feel like Lionhead would do all right.
Lionhead would do all right. I feel. Yeah, actually, I'd agree. Right? Yeah. It sort of depends on what kind of game.
Done recently. I've not heard from them in a while.
I mean, they did BG3, kind of multi-year investment.
That doesn't count.
Okay, fair enough. So CD Projekt Red.
Yeah. So the main thing is, I think that the correct way to adapt World of Darkness is not like a squad-based RPG or a CRPG approach. I think the immersive sim approach is actually the correct way to adapt it. And I think going the route of Grand Theft Auto is actually the smart thing to do here. Big fucking setting, a shitload of characters, crime drama story.
Yes, absolutely.
I think that is the way to do this. For Vampire in particular, Werewolf less so. They tried this adaptation of Werewolf, and apparently the game isn't that bad, right? But it's just a beat 'em up, basically. Right?
Yeah. That sounds about right.
Hunter could be a pretty good survival horror game.
Hunter has a lot of options. I feel like Hunter has a lot of options. Troika did a lot of things. Troika is I'll be honest, I actually think that people are
a little too hot on the game.
Yeah, I think they're a little bit I think there are some things that they're willing to forgive in Vampire the Masquerade that they shouldn't be, and that they wouldn't forgive in other games. But I do think that you're right, that the ImSim approach was the right approach when Troika did, and I think it's the right approach for going forward. I think Grand Theft Auto crime drama is a really good way to think about it, because they literally call them the Camarilla, man. Like the mafia element
they're
of it
they're obviously cartels.
Yeah.
They are obviously cartels and mafia families.
Yeah.
This is the basis of World of Darkness. Urban fantasy as a whole is influenced primarily by crime and film noir.
Yeah. Absolutely the right move.
I think it's the right move. I also think that the game that I would personally choose to adapt, which is Mage, is unadaptable.
Yeah.
So
no. Here's how I adapt Mage. Okay. The mechanical setup, the game that uses the mechanical inspiration that I would do for adapting Mage to a video game, Reigns.
Yeah. Okay.
Reigns. Yeah,
okay. I'd be good with that.
Functionally no mechanics. Functionally no mechanics, just Reigns. Or a visual novel aligned like Overboard.
I mean, if you adapt it as more of a story than as a game that adapts the gameplay mechanics, totally doable.
Yeah, no. If you try to adapt the actual gameplay mechanics, you're just going to have a migraine and piss everybody off. Like, it's not worth trying.
I will say, I think both Demon and Changeling could be adapted pretty easly.
Yes.
The mechanics aren't weird enough compared to like Mage, for example. Right? They're not that trippy, frankly.
I think that Demon the Descent would actually be a really sick game. I think that's actually not particularly difficult, and I think that's actually really cool.
It's one of those things that I think would adapt better than the base game is, because it feels kind of not that great as a game, as it is right now, right? I like Demon, but
I love Demon the Descent in theory. Actual practice of having played quite a bit of Demon the Descent is that they really half-assed the most important rules in the game, which is the cover rules. The cover rules are the heart and soul of the game, and they're one half of a page of, I don't know, man, figure it out yourself. Which is like insane that's like fundamentally, that's like the most important part of the rules. That should be like 50% of the rules there.
This is precisely how I feel about Exalted, by the way.
Yeah.
Exalted, a game I really want to like, and every time I play it, I'm just miserable the entire time.
That's how everybody plays Exalted. Nobody's happy.
Except apparently this one guy I know who apparently has the greatest Exalted like party of all time, and they've been playing this fucking game together for like 30 fucking years. Like,
some people like shit games.
I don't know, man. And I think that if you adapted Demon to a video game, you would be forced to actually flesh out those mechanics enough to have them be playable. Because they clearly just like didn't think about the fact that the rules are fucking unplayable when they made it. They thought about going loud. Welcome to fucking White Wolf. Yeah. Good lord. And
all right, I'm done helping Nagi with Pokemon. I'm here more actively. I apologize.
Changeling would be pretty. Changeling, I think, just works. Like, Changeling just works. I think actually with Changeling, you have like 10 different types of games you could do with it.
Yes, Changeling is so easy to adapt, and it would be really popular also. Yeah. Like, we are in a currently. So I tend to view, and not seriously, but one of the things that I tend to apply, one of the metrics of sociology that I tend to apply to popular media and especially video games is, what kind of World of Darkness game are we currently in the environment for? And right now, it's definitely Changeling.
It's definitely Changeling. I think Changeling would adapt really well as a video game. I don't think it would be very hard at all. I think Promethean would also adapt pretty well.
I love Promethean.
Promethean's my actual favorite World of Darkness.
The one that I really like is the fan game, Monster.
Okay, I don't know that one. I actually don't know that one.
I forget what it's called. It's like, I forget exactly what it's called, but it is specifically the fucking weird ass Otherkin one, where what you are is a entity of unspecific but broad lineage of being like the great whale or the Titan.
Holy Grail.
Right? That sort of thing.
I'm cool. Yeah. I'm cool with that. I am cool with that.
You are the enemy, right?
You are the enemy. Oh my goodness. I am. God, there's a bunch of these would adapt pretty well. Vampire shouldn't be too hard, but like you said, the crime angle is probably the good one to go with. If you're Mummy would have to be adapted as like a linear story.
Yeah, Mummy
needs to be a linear story.
It's also just kind of stupid, if I'm being completely honest with you. Mummy is really forced. Mummy is
part and parcel of one of the things I find most frustrating in tabletop gaming. It's like, this is like very specifically like a tabletop gaming issue. Video games don't seem to have this issue. Tabletop games, whenever they decide to do, let's go into ancient Egypt, they get as far as thinking about what if mummies, and then they stop.
Yeah. What if mummies? Sometimes what if like pyramids or something like that.
Like they literally don't even get as far as the Mummy 1932.
Like, no, they don't.
Yeah.
I should go further than them. I know more about Egypt than they do.
It's actually not that hard, and the real evidence is not that hard, is that Age of Mythology does a really good job.
Yeah. No, I mean, the thing you have to realize is that what Mummy is actually based on is not ancient Egypt. It's the Mummy 1932.
Yep.
Because it's
the Mummy
very clear that they were starting to do, let's just do all the Hammer horror monsters.
Yep.
And then they
Promethean the Created.
Yeah, they went, wait, how the fuck do we do the Creature from the Black Lagoon?
Yeah.
And they gave up.
I mean, like the thing is, like, there's like a real huge decline in popularity as you go along chronologically through the line.
Yes.
Like, Vampire, extremely popular, and then huge fall off to Werewolf and Mage, and then like after that it's like truly niche products. Like me and Mikks are like fans of these things, but like
niche.
Hunter's not that niche. Hunter I think has been slowly growing. It was more niche when I was
Hunter got really popular in like 2013 or so.
Yeah.
Off the back of 4chan's TG board, who thought it was the best game that White Wolf did, because of course they did, right? Of course, they like the game where you kill the special people, right?
Yeah. They like the one where like giving a shit about like your special secret gear that you spend all your time tinkering over and speccing out is like super cool gameplay. Yeah.
And you kill all the special people with superpowers with your practicality and technology, because everyone in online like role-playing spaces is one of two things. an engineer who wants to live out their fantasies of building guns in medieval Europe.
Yep.
Or an artist who wants to live on their fantasies of being a sparkle dog. One of those two things. One of those two things, no in between, nothing else, right? I'm the second category, by the way.
Yeah, I'm the second category too. Tech Priest, thank you for the 29 bits. That's very kind of you. It's very kind of you. It's enough to go on a vacation, according to Mr. Burns. But yeah, like it falls off really radically, and the funniest part to me in like I said, there's this huge fall off in popularity as you go down the lines, and again, like me and Mikks are clearly fans of like the weird bespoke hipster lines.
I mean, yeah, your favorite tabletop game is Knives in the Dark, right?
No, I do love Blades. I do like Blades in the Dark a lot. I think Blades in the Dark is the one that I find.
No, your favorite is Wanderhome.
Wanderhome is up there. I actually think my favorite is Firebrands, which is
okay. Firebrands is good.
Firebrands rocks. Firebrands rocks.
I would be relatively surprised if anybody in chat had ever heard of my favorite one. And this is not me being a hipster; it's just pretty obscure. It is Don't Rest Your Head.
I don't know that one.
Don't Rest Your
Not
Head
a clue.
Is a psychological horror game.
Okay.
About people who haven't slept in so long that they have awoken to the true nature of the world, which is full of fucking demons.
Mm-hmm.
And the central
that's just real life.
Yeah. The central caveat of Don't Rest Your Head is that you cannot die in Don't Rest Your Head. You can fall asleep. And if you fall asleep, you lose the ability to see the true world and are cursed with the knowledge that is forever out of your grasp.
Nice.
Right? And so it's this sort of like psychological horror game about very social conflicts. My second favorite tabletop game is Little Fears, which is a game where you play as a 5-year-old using the trappings of childhood to battle the fears of childhood. Yeah. And things much, much darker than that.
That's
right?
That one's a cool one.
I love Little Fears. It's so good. Right?
Yeah. Tyron, I really like Blades, and I find it very easy to recommend to people. Unlike a lot of my favorite games like Wanderhome and Firebrands, it's straightforward enough and has like a cool action-y pitch that people can actually get into, because it is basically what if the TV show Leverage, but set in Dishonored?
Yeah.
Easy pitch. You are Victorian steampunk thieves. It's a great pitch.
It's also pretty amazingly well designed for single player. Not single player. Single session games.
Yes,
right? One shots is what it's for. Basically,
it works great for one shots, and it works. A lot of the reason why I recommend it, this is like a thing that must be noted about the constraints of my tabletop experience, is that I come from my tabletop community. Nobody likes GMing. We all begrudgingly tolerate getting saddled with the GMing obligation. And
I'm so sorry.
Yeah, none of us actually like doing it. And so we favor systems where, I shouldn't even say we don't like GMing, we don't like doing prep.
That one I understand. Yeah.
All of us fucking hate doing prep. And so we really favor systems where the GM has very little obligation to do any prep. So Apocalypse World is a favorite of ours, because Apocalypse World's MC chapter is an incredibly good tool for anybody who's GMing ever. You should read that chapter. Even if you never play Apocalypse World and find nothing else about Apocalypse World interesting, that chapter is really useful. That said, too bad, Nyano, read it.
I read it.
You read so much garbage. Read that chapter.
What do you mean I read so much garbage?
Okay. You couldn't even finish the sentence.
It's not. At least he's better than Nagi. At least he reads like actual books.
Yeah,
no,
or not.
I do have to give her credit. She's been listening to audiobooks of like actual literature recently, not just like overly sexualized and misogynistic manhwa about getting video game superpowers.
See, I should completely change Nagi's life by forcing her to sit down and watch In the Mood for Love, so that she's seen 2 movies, Freaky Friday and In the Mood for Love.
No, she has seen 2 movies. We don't know what the second one is, though.
Oh no, I know.
What do you mean you don't respect the generic tower?
But
I'll tell you what the second one is. It's the Lego Ninjago movie.
Right.
I mean, she did. She did. I've seen her watch another film. I have literally seen her on stream. Yeah, she watched Parkour Civilization.
Yeah,
she's not here to review it. So.
Yeah.
But Parkour Civilization, no. Parkour Civilization
no,
is
it's
not
really.
good.
She also watched. I spent 300. I took 300 days to become a snake god in Minecraft, which was like the most inane thing that I've ever seen in my life. I avoid these things with a passion. It hurts my soul. Like having to experience them, that they even exist, makes me despair for the future of humanity.
That's it. Yeah.
It does feel
Nagi
pretty
sees this shit.
though.
Nagi sees this shit, and she's like, this is terrible. I can make it better.
Yeah. No, that's her whole motivation, is like trying to flex on other people.
That's power. That's power right there. Me? I see bad shit. I look at it and I go, damn, this is what I'm going to put out.
Oh, see, I see this bad shit and I go, this motherfucker doesn't have an editor.
I do have a very understandable reaction there. But so like what I was saying about like Blades in the Dark and Apocalypse World and Wanderhome for that matter is these are all systems where they give a lot of structural support to unprepared GMs. There's just a lot of the basic structure of particularly Blades is designed to make it so that you can be the most brain dead, unprepared, sloppy GM on the planet, and unless you are actively being a dick to your players, you'll produce a pretty good session.
The one problem with Blades in the Dark in this regard, and I've seen this problem happen a few times playing one-shots with Blades in the Dark with DMs, is that DMs who try to run the game like it's Dungeons and Dragons are idiots. Like, they're not stupid, but they're in for a bad time because you really gotta fudge things in Blades in the Dark or your session will not be good. You have to understand that the dice results, you're not supposed to just like take everything as it rolls. That's a bad idea in Blades in the Dark. It will just make your players upset.
Well, you have to. This is actually a thing that's really interesting, and I think it's actually an example of a place where Blades in the Dark has something of a weakness. Is that the question of like how harsh is Blades in the Dark comes down to your understanding of how harsh a consequence is for a roll and how often you need to make your players roll.
Yes,
and so if you make your players roll for everything, that's going to be a fucking meat grinder. It's going to be a nightmare. Because but whereas like the group I played with, we found Blades in the Dark to be incredibly empowering. We thought the characters were base level incredibly powerful because the baseline character, because like we only made people roll if like the GM had like a good idea for consequence. Had like a fun idea for consequence. And
that's the big difference, right? Because most people will default to roll for everything. You need to open a door, roll for that. Right? And it's like, I think that Blades in the Dark would be very, very, very well served by having a early section in the rulebook that specifically says you don't need to make your players roll for everything. If you think that a character should just be able to do something that is within their level of competence, just let them do it.
Yep.
Right?
I think the game says it. I think it's just not emphasized enough.
It's not emphasized.
The good old learn some improv skills.
Yeah.
I mean,
I'm not much of an improv guy in these terms.
No, that's fair.
Tech Priest, these are Transin. They're okay. They're okay. This is it is worth saying for anybody who is watching me, nothing I am doing here is deluxe. I have no deluxe tools. These are Citadel fucking nippers. I am using Vallejo colors, which are perfectly fine. I do have some Liquitex, but I haven't bothered with them yet. I am...
Hold on. Can you say Liquitex again?
Liquitex.
Yeah, can you say it like... more like Solid Snake?
Liquitex.
Thank you. Liquitex.
I do have a fair amount of Citadel paints, but I actually kind of don't like them nearly as much as the Vallejos. Like, the Vallejo is way better.
Oh, God, this toothpaste isn't doing its job.
Liquitex. I am very amused by the fact that I did finally start getting ads on Twitch for Liquitex. It's like, wow, you guys made an ad for something I want to buy. Except I already bought a lot of it, so I don't need to buy any of it for a long time.
But it's nice to be seen.
Good work. You gave me an ad for something that's not embarrassing, like Borderlands 4.
But Tech Priest, if you don't mind me making 2 suggestions, right? If you really want to lecture on the deluxe, the Turbo Deluxe, like price to value, right? The 2 people to check out are Halbernacht and probably Nagi.
Nagi is going to have much more intelligent opinions about painting than I will. Like
I mean, you know Nagi already, Tech, but
yeah. Nagi is like several layers above me on the painting. Tyron, I am treating this quite casually as well. I treat my calligraphy seriously. I do take the calligraphy quite seriously, but for my painting, this is something where I'm enjoying the process of improving and enjoying like kind of doing it as a thing to do with my hands and chat with my friends. I am not like, I would like to get good. I would like to improve, but I know that I'm very, very far away from anything that I can be particularly proud of, and I'm just rolling with it. I am just rolling from it. But yeah, this was the real deluxe painting company that Nagi suggested was Liquitex, and I haven't really done anything with it because I don't know, I just haven't yet.
Is it not toxic?
I think most of it is, but I don't think all of it is. I don't have any intention of. Well, they're acrylic, so it should be fine. I don't think the yellow has cadmium in it.
Okay, but is it non-toxic?
Well, it's not gonna fucking kill me.
Does it say non-toxic?
It don't say shit, man. This is heavy body.
Me, Gamma, I'm a fruit that doesn't get enough positive attention.
Nice.
True.
Oh shit, this is from Piscataway.
It's lychee, by the way. It's lychee. Lychee, however that's pronounced. I don't know. I hear it pronounced.
I'm allergic to leaky.
You're allergic to everything. You're allergic to the sun. Like,
actually, I'm very well might be.
Yeah, I was about to say. I'm still feeling bad about the fact that we managed to give you an allergic breakout by using sunscreen in the same zip code as you.
That was
that probably wasn't it. What that probably was I was allergic to the sunscreen I was using.
Oh god, you bought special sunscreen and you were still allergic to it. You bought this.
That was $40.
Oh,
Jesus Christ!
Horrible.
He was real mad about this, by the way.
Yeah, very fair.
Well, I mean, you see, not only does it leave a rash, the rash stays for upwards of a week.
Good thing it was the last.
And it's all over my arms, and I use those.
Good thing it was the last part of Offkai, so you weren't just spending all of Offkai scratching yourself constantly.
Yeah, that would have sucked.
No, I have stronger willpower than that.
Fair.
I would have just gone out and bought a jug of apple cider vinegar and dipped my forearms into it.
You wouldn't have been constantly licking yourself and saying that it was cat play.
Allie would have loved that.
Fucking Allie.
Didn't you say you were about to end the stream soon, Al?
Yeah, I did. Okay, folks. Let's do a quick rundown of the remainder of the schedule for the week, which is very, very short because I don't stream on the weekends. Last thing left is that tomorrow I'm doing Spirit Island. I believe Jack Nyko will be streaming it. I will announce it over the Discord where whoever is live. If Jack isn't live, then almost certainly Lore Master of Sotek will be live. At least the 3 of us are playing. Gingivitis is a 50-50 chance right now. His house may or may not be exploding. So he may be trapped in a hotel room when we're streaming, so RIP. But same time, Friday, 10 p.m. Spirit Island, I love Spirit Island. I am happy to have other people stream it because it's a really complicated game and I don't like doing complicated things on stream while I'm streaming because I want to be vibing and talking to people. I have enough complications talking about everything that I want to talk about without having to actually explain what the fuck I'm doing in a really complicated board game. So Spirit Island, the 22nd subathon. I'm doing my second affiliate anniversary subathon. I have a new model. New model, new pet. Chance to cause me to go back to Dark Souls if you are really determined.
Oh jeez.
If you are really
Why
determined,
did I have to quit my job?
Turn around and say, hold on, can I get another 2 weeks? I gotta force some guy to play Dark Souls.
I need $1,500 immediately.
Colonel.
Hold on, let me go over to Streamerbot. Oh wait, hold on. I'm literally doing things. What are you guys plugs?
So
Currently the American Standard, grounded or not.
Right.
Good old classic
Okay.
AC/DC.
I don't know enough about electricity to.
I prefer DC because it doesn't kill elephants.
No, that's fair enough. I should be streaming Saturday.
Let's go.
There we go. There's the Discord. Mikks streams Saturday, and he is good. Nyano doesn't stream because he is too much of a cat. Vovern will stream at some point in the future, and I'm looking forward to it.
Too much of a cat.
No, thank you. One day.
One day. Yes. If nothing else, I will be streaming Monday, 10 p.m., my usual start time. I will almost certainly be doing calligraphy unless I decide that my hand hurts or I'm really annoyed, in which case I'll probably paint another miniature. Yeah, shout out. It's Mikks. That is Mixu. Yes. Yes. And Gamma, to answer your question, is there a fruit I feel like doesn't get enough positive attention? I understand the answer of lychee. I do think that Bossk pears are underrated, specifically, within the field of pears. Most people tend to go for Anjous, but I think Bossk pears, because of their higher degree of firmness, it's easier to tell when they're ripe. Folks, if you don't know the life hack for pears ripen from the center outwards, so if you touch the bottom of the stem and it is slightly soft, that means that it is ripe. Do not go by the exterior of it. The exterior of it will remain quite firm up until the point where it's basically rotten. Call of Duty Warzone. All right. Let me just make sure that Mint is still going. If she's not, Rini's just started. She's at 7 hours. Do we go with the dog? I think we go with the dog.
I think we
Oh damn,
dog.
I think we're dogging it up.
Wild to see how many people are it's wild to see how many people are doing full days worth of work.
If I had gotten more than 4 hours of sleep, I would be going for another 2-3 hours, maybe 4.
Yeah, that tracks.
But I got
that's true
last night, so I'm ending.
What a shame.
What
a fucking shame.
How dare you have to sleep?
No, how dare I not successfully sleep? That's the actual problem.
Yeah,
well, have to sleep.
All right, folks. Raid messages should be incoming.
It's been a drill, vegan.
There we go. That's one raid message. That's the other one. It will copy properly if you happen to be subscribed. I love you all. Have a good rest of your night. Have a happy weekend, and I will see you come Monday, or tomorrow, when I'm playing Spirit Island. Hell yeah.